Yes, here it comes. The challenge of a lifetime has begun. Oh, oh, oh. Are you ready? Oh, oh. Now you're on your own against the enemy. But you know, oh, the only way out is victory. The story unfolds and the lines are all drawn. The moment is now to claim your glory. The story unfolds and the lines are all drawn. The moment is now to claim your glory.
Good morning, trainers! Welcome to day 3 of the Pokémon World Championships 2022. How are you feeling? I'm proud of you. You showed up, you're here. Over the past 2 days of competition, we have seen some of the highest levels of play, and we're going to see even more today as our players continue to compete for over $1 million in prizes. Yesterday, we crowned our first world champions in Pokémon Tournament DX. The finals are coming up later today for Pokémon GO. And we will begin our top 8 brackets for the Pokémon video game and the Pokémon trading card game. You can catch all the action online at Pokemon.com/play. Trainers, are you ready to start your day? I know we're all ready backstage, including you, casters. Let's start.
Welcome to day 3 of the Pokemon World Championships in London. My name is Caleb Pang.
And I am 2O Butters.
And yesterday, we had the best of the best in Pokemon GO PvP battle it out, and the matches lived up to the hype. There were some incredible catches, spice picks, and the gutsiest no shield calls. And today, we will be crowning our world champions.
That's right. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. The finale for the inaugural season for Pokemon GO PvP. It is a pleasure and an honor to be presenting the 2022 Pokemon World Championships. Today is the final day of our tournament. Thank you for joining us on our journey to find out who will become the first ever Pokemon GO World Champions. But first, let's take a look at our tournament format.
This is the 2022 Pokemon World Championships. We have exciting competitions for trainers of Pokemon TCG, the Pokemon video game, Pokemon GO, Pokémon Tournament DX, and Pokemon Unite. Trainers from around the world will be competing for the title of World Champion, as well as more than $1 million in prizes. Day 1, there will be an open entry double elimination best of 3 last chance qualifier. The top players from day 1 will continue play the following day. Day 2 is our main event and will be played as a double elimination best of 3 tournament, except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are all best of 5. Day 3, both masters and seniors brackets continue play until we've crowned our world champions. Who among the greatest competing will earn this coveted title? Find out, tune in, and follow the action at Pokemon.com/play.
We're definitely looking forward to an intense day of actions here. Not only are there going to be best of 3s, but best of 5s in the finals as well too. But if you're not here in London, you can still be a part of the festivities as well. Be sure to redeem the code on the screen right now to get exclusive in-game avatar apparel. This t-shirt is only exclusive to this event, so be sure to redeem it right here.
We also have some fantastic in-game events. The celebration event, Zacian and Zamazenta make their return to Pokemon Go in 5-star raids for the first time in almost a year. And if you didn't know, Zacian is a dominant Pokemon in the Master League of Go Battle League.
Yes. And
Also, World Championships 2022, Pikachu makes its Pokemon Go debut in raids, field research, and time research. If you're lucky, you might just encounter a shiny one. Challengers with Pokemon teams inspired by the ones used by trainers who won the Pokemon Regional Championships will appear at Pokestops. Time research will be available that rewards an Elite Charge TM, an Elite Fast TM. Community Day featured attacks will be available on certain Pokemon upon evolution.
And if you cannot get enough of catching powerful Pokemon, we have an event coming up shortly after this one. It is the Go Fest finale event happening on August 27th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. local time. We will have the global debut of 3 Ultra Beasts, Pheromosa, Xurkitree, and Buzzwole, as well as the return of the Ultra Beast Nihilego in 5-star raids. So be sure to catch all the action on the 27th. On top of that, there will also be the global debut of Shiny Muna. So if you're a shiny hunter, definitely go out in the wild and try to encounter a Shiny Muna. And if you're lucky, you may get exactly what you're looking for. On top of that, there's going to be special research, stickers, and a bunch of other cool perks to this event. So you do not want to miss out on August 27th.
One more exciting thing, we have some Twitch codes for you. Exclusive time-limited codes will be shared in the chat. Time research that will provide trainers with an introduction to battling, plus a Pokemon encounters for them to craft a competitive Great League Go Battle team.
Yes, and we've seen a lot of those Pokemon that you can encounter in that special research on the grand stage here already yesterday and during the last chance qualifiers. And I'm sure we'll see a lot of them here today in the final day of World Championships.
Yeah, I know one of the teams has Swampert and Skarmory. Both of them will be featured today. A lot of teams have Swampert, and I believe Dancing Rob has the Skarmory as well, which is in our top 12 players that made it to day number 2.
Yes, you know, and some really strong Pokemon there with the Galarian Stunfisk as well. Ariados is a pretty strong spider. We haven't seen it on the grand stage today, but we have seen it in previous international championships, such as the North America one.
Absolutely, but here we are. It's day number 2 of our tournament, and we have the top 12, 4 on the winner's side of the bracket, and 8 battling it out in the loser's side of the bracket. And did you know, Caleb, 6 out of 12 of these trainers, half the trainers were actually previous champions from either regionals or international championships.
Yeah, you know, and they've really proven their worth here and their titles. But on top of that, they've also beaten a number of champions yesterday, too. I think we saw a number of previous champions in regionals and international championships already get knocked out. And that's not to say they did not perform well. It's just that the competition level is so high here, and we have incredible battles, and this really could be anyone's crown.
Yeah, and how impressive is that, right? I mean, not only did they get a championship in previous events, but to try to defend that today and be the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. I mean, half the competitors made it from champions to try to be a champion today. So the competition is absolutely stacked. The best of the best rose to the top.
Yeah, and I was talking to some of the competitors ahead of time, too, and they were just saying, you know, I don't know who I want to battle here. Everyone here is a top-tier trainer. They earned their chance to be at World Championships, and they came prepared. And, you know, no matter what you're going to do, every battle is going to be super close and going to be fun and a lot of skill.
Yeah, and they had, you know, kind of a night to prepare. They know which teams they will be facing. So they're going to be well practiced. They're going to have their strategies. We're going to see how well they can execute here today.
Yes, and a number of these trainers were also showcased on broadcast yesterday on the grand stage. So a lot of the surprise factor is gone, but because of that, it also lends to a lot of preparation for these trainers. And, you know, maybe it's a surprise factor even if it's gone, they still don't know how to handle certain things, right? We saw a Toshiko on Marto Galde's side, right? And Toshiko, not a conventional pick for a fighting type, but no matter what, if you didn't come prepared to deal with Toshiko, then it's still going to do really well against their team.
Yeah, we saw Marto, which is a top 4 competitor because is on the winner's side of the bracket, Sludge Bomb a Diggersby and just stared down the camera yesterday. What a highlight moment from that competitor. But like you mentioned, a lot of these competitors did make it to the stage yesterday, so they are very comfortable in front of the bright lights. So I'm sure they will be precise, they will adapt to the competition today, but who will be crowned the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion?
That's right. And you mentioned Marto being in the winner's side. And let's take a quick look at the winner's bracket of what's to come here. And we have a number of familiar faces here. We have Zardy and Crescent Angels in the winner's semifinals, and Marto Galde and Godon in the winner's semifinals on the other side.
Yeah, so 2 winners of previous regionals. Marto did win the Mexico City regional, and Zardy won the Brazilian regional as well. And Crescent Angels, or Godon Hada, is from Korea, and Crescent Angels is from Japan.
Yes, trainers from all over the world here, which is really incredible to see. And here's the thing, from the winner's semifinals, if you win all your next few battles, you're a crowned world champion. You just have to beat 3 opponents left. Just 3 opponents, but these are probably going to be 3 of the hardest matches of your life. But let's not forget, there's also the losers bracket. So let's take a quick look here, because a crowned champion can be coming from this side too.
Yeah, we have Valiant Vish versus Dancing Rob, and then JB Yang versus Dex. It's Axon versus Freaka. Lurgan Rocket versus Rise to Occasion. A lot of trainers that we recognize here.
Yes, and I believe out of all the trainers in the losers bracket, I think Rise to Occasion might have been the only one that was not shown on the broadcast yesterday. So that's going to be really interesting, because some of these trainers may not know how to prepare against Rise to Occasion's team, having not seen the movesets.
Yeah, exactly right. Rise was the Milwaukee champion, actually from the Milwaukee area, so was a hometown champ, making it into day number 2 here in the Pokemon Go World Championships. Also, Valiant Vish, I believe, was a 2nd place competitor. Dancing Rob qualified at EUIC. JB Yang in Korea. It's Axon was the North American International Champion. Freaka qualified, I believe it was 2nd place at the EUIC as well.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So a lot of big names here, and it's got to be so weird to see some of your favorite trainers, some of the strongest battlers here, sometimes take losses, because you're like, I haven't seen It's Axon lose since before Ohio, right? And It's Axon taking their first loss yesterday, but still in it for this final day.
Yeah, speaking of that, I mean, you see It's Axon, who just won the previous tournament, right? The North American International Championships, and he was the last competitor on stream yesterday, and I was highly impressed with the gameplay. I remember on the Lickitung banking 2 body slams and saving them at almost no health, and then later in Obstagoon had 2 Night Slashes banked, and he just came out of nowhere through the body slam, knocked out the Obstagoon, but I believe lost 1-2, so he's in the loser side of the bracket. But yeah, like you mentioned, he's been so impressive, and it's crazy how good these trainers are, because he looked dominant, but he's still on the loser side.
Yeah, and that goes to show how strong Zardy is here too. And a little sneak peek to our first match today, it will be Zardy back on the grand stage here, going against Crescent Angels.
Oh, wow. Yes, Zardy, who was the Brazilian regional champion, and I believe, yeah, was featured at the end of the day yesterday.
Yes.
Took off that win to be on the winner's side here to face Crescent Angel. Cannot wait to get into that matchup coming up.
Yeah, Crescent Angels put on quite a performance there on stream as well too. So very excited to see them both facing off, and I believe this is the first time they will be facing off against each other as well. So let's take a look on the grand stage.
Here it is. Look at that beautiful stage. It never gets old. These 2 competitors are going to try to make it to the winners semis and make it all the way to the grand finals. They have an advantage. They're on the winner's side of the bracket. So this is still double elimination. So if one of these trainers loses, they're not out of it.
Yeah, you know, and just being here in the winner's semifinals is such an incredible feat. You had to not take a single losing set leading up to this point throughout a tough day 1 of competition too. So both trainers are probably feeling at their prime right now, but there's only going to be one that coming out on top here.
Exactly. One of these trainers will have to pick up their first loss. And who will it be, as they're going to be getting into these teams sheets shortly? We do know that Marto is running that Toxicroak, but we are with the Crescent Angels here, so I'm going to read off the whole team. But this was a really unique team. I think it was one of that matchups where we had 12 unique Pokemon there. So we have Registeel, we have Venusaur, we have Alolan Ninetales, Obstagoon, Sableye, and Swampert.
Yeah, no shadows there either, which is very interesting. Zardy, on the other hand, running the non-shadow Walrein, the Shadow Nidoqueen, Azumarill, Deoxys Defense, Cofagrigus, and Obstagoon too. Very interesting. No fighting type Pokemon, but two pseudo fighters with the counter users of Obstagoon and Deoxys Defense, and also no fighting Pokemon on Crescent Angel side.
Yeah, extremely unique team. The pseudo fighters, the Deoxys Defense and Obstagoon will be on both teams. And interestingly enough, there's only one Steel type that is on Crescent Angels team. No Steel type for Zardy either. Just the only thing weak to fighting is going to be the Walrein.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup back and forth.
Besides the Obstagoon, of course.
Obstagoon, yes.
That thing is very weak to fighting.
Yes, but you know, the good part for Zardy and Crescent Angels in some ways is that there aren't any fighting Pokemon on either side to take out the Obstagoon. But you do have to watch out for the Deoxys Defense and Azumarill on Zardy's side if you're using the Obstagoon, and you have to watch out for that Alolan Ninetales on Crescent Angel's side.
Right, I'm glad you brought up the Alolan Ninetales, because there is only one thing that resists it on Zardy's side, that is the Shadow Nidoqueen. Otherwise, it's looking really good, right? It's going to be it's going to be amazing versus the Obstagoon. It's going to be great against the Walrein. It's solid versus that Deoxys Defense, and very neutral against Azumarill and Cofagrigus. So you're going to expect a lot of Shadow Nidoqueen. So Crescent Angels might be going with some kind of Alolan Ninetales and Swampert core.
Yeah, and we see Crescent Angels having one of the hardest, if not the hardest counter to Cofagrigus here, and that is the Obstagoon. Cofagrigus has no moves that they can throw at the Obstagoon that's not resisted, so it's definitely a very risky play to bring that Cofagrigus. On the other end, too, Crescent Angels utilized that Venusaur super well. Yes, it was a best buddy Venusaur, if I do recall correctly. Crescent Angels bringing it into all of their matches yesterday on stream, and it's looking pretty good again into Zardy's team here, having super effective or neutral damage against everything on the team.
It really does, Caleb. We mentioned yesterday that Crescent Angels had a significant team composition advantage in his last matchup. I feel like he has it again. This is a really well-balanced team, and it pokes a lot of holes into Zardy's. That Venusaur, Alolan Ninetales just looks fantastic, and if you just plug that Swampert into it, I mean, it's looking good for team composition side from Crescent Angels, as we're very close to our first lock-in of the day.
Yeah, you know, I think if Crescent Angels swaps that Venusaur, almost everything has to respect a Frenzy plan and have to shield there. Otherwise, that Venusaur could really get out of control. So let's see how Crescent Angels plays that tough grass-type Pokemon. But here we go. I think trainers are locking in, and we're getting started with our first battle of the day on day 3 of Pokemon World Championships.
And here is the Azumarill into the Sableye. That's not a great matchup, but it's not terrible. You're still doing neutral damage with the Shadow Claw in return. So it looks like at this moment, Crescent Angels just wants to stay in and play this out, because as you see, there is the Obstagoon in the back.
Yeah, and the Obstagoon is going to really struggle against this Azumarill unless it has Gunk Shot, and most are not running Gunk Shot. We see the first return not get shielded, and we see Zardy going straight for the Ice Beam. This is a pretty good bait here, and we do grab the first shield from Crescent Angels.
And Zardy is thrilled right now because he is running an ABB line weak to Sableye, so he got the perfect matchup. He has the Azumarill versus Sableye in the lead. He is going for this play rough. It registered. It got both Protect shields out of Crescent Angels to start this game.
Yeah, but do we get the shields back from Zardy? It's a real question, because like you said, you don't want to see the Sableye on either of those two Pokemon there. So we see Crescent Angels throwing this first Foul Play, and no, it actually does not get shielded here, and you actually see an undercharge as well.
Completely undercharges. Azumarill survives, saving it for later, switch locking the Cofagrigus here. The Sableye is loaded on energy, might get both of the Protect shields back. Here comes the first Foul Play in the first Protect shields from Zardy.
Yeah, Zardy is now locked into this Cofagrigus, and this is actually not a good spot, because you could come in with the Obstagoon and really hard wall here. We throw both foul place here. Do we get both shields from Zardy here? And we do, so we get both shields back. Both trainers having no shields remaining.
From a negative matchup to getting the Azumarill low, taking both the Protect shields left, and switch locking a Cofagrigus. That Sableye lead was actually insane.
Yeah, it actually worked out quite well here too. Now switch timers are quite misaligned though, so this can be very interesting, but that Azumarill, as we saw earlier, did not have much health left, so even a Night Slash can really threaten it.
Zardy is going for his move straight away to try to get back to that switch timer. It's still ticking down. It's not quite ready. There's 2 Night Slashes available. The switch timer should be ready for the back-to-back, but will this Night Slash be enough to knock out the Cofagrigus here? It might just barely hold on, and it does. Does it swap out on the back-to-back? No, it stays in.
Stays in here. You know, here's the thing. You can swap out here, but then you're also switch locked again. So maybe Zardy is just playing it out, throwing as many Dark Pulse and chipping down this obstacle as much as possible. You don't really want to tank the Night Slashes on your Deox defense. Either going for aggressive counter down, having almost 100 energy on this obstacle. What do you do here? You don't want to tank a Night Slash here on the Deox defense, and there's a chance this could even boost.
And here comes the super effective Night Slash on this Deoxys defense. Remember, Zardy does have the Azumarill. Does he try to go for a swap here? No, no swap, and it's the boost!
We get a boost, 2-stage attack buff right here. This next Night Slash is really going to hurt here, and Zardy knows it.
Oh my goodness, this Deoxys defense is almost gone. It's swapped back into the Sableye to try to Shadow Claw it down. Met by the Azumarill, it gets Shadow Claw down. Looks like there is a foul play available, and one Shadow Claw gets to it. Charge move priority. Crescent Angel is going to take game number 1.
What a dominating performance. Not only does Crescent Angel have 3 Pokemon remaining, but Zardy didn't even see the Swampert. Swampert didn't even see any action in this game.
That is a 3-ball flex to start day number 2 of our tournament. And wow, the team composition advantage, but then having a bad lead. Having the Sableye into the Azumarill, which is technically a bad lead, but Zardy decided to not protect shield that Azumarill. And Crescent Angels double protect shielded, got a ton of energy, got both those protect shields back on the Cofagrigus, and at that point, just dominated.
Yeah, Crescent Angels playing incredibly well there in that first game. And we gotta think about this. Zardy's the one that beat its Axon, who hasn't taken a single loss since before North America International Championships. And now we see a huge dominant performance from Crescent Angels beating Zardy here. The level of competition here on this grand stage is intense.
It is stacked, and because of the variety as well, it is really hard to prepare for every single team. You might have a weakness, and it looks like Zardy has a significant weakness. The Crescent Angels team pretty much got the ideal situation because, as I mentioned, Zardy was running 2 Pokemon in the back, extremely weak to Sableye, so you would have to guess that he would have to commit to beating that Sableye. I don't know if Zardy expected the double Protect Shield out of Crescent Angels. Maybe he felt like he'll do 1 Protect Shield and let the Sableye go, but the double Protect Shield, Sableye was just able to flip that and get them all back.
Yeah, no, incredibly well played from Crescent Angels. And I was talking about before, Venusaur looked so strong into Zardy, but Crescent Angels didn't even need the Venusaur into that matchup, didn't even need the hard check to the Azumarill, was still able to beat the Azumarill with a Dark-type Sableye. Just goes to show how strong that Purified Sableye is, even after getting a shield bait with the Ice Beam.
And as we mentioned before, Zardy doesn't have like a real fighting type, only pseudo fighting type. So Crescent Angels felt very comfortable bringing the Obstagoon because Obstagoon mirror into Obstagoon, it's neutral. And then as you saw there, even when it matched up against the Deoxys defense form, it just had a ton of energy, got the first boost, and then now the Night Slashes are just doing too much for the Deoxys defense to handle. As we get into this game number 2, it is Obstagoon once again against a shiny Swampert.
Yeah, this Swampert is going to start really dishing out these Hydra Cannons here, and that Obstagoon would have been actually very good in the last match. In this current match, it could be solid, but this is the last matchup you want to see it in. You want it locked into that Sableye or the Regiseal, and not the Swampert.
And Zardy with a very similar strategy, Caleb. Weak to Sableye in the back, but change the lead to be stronger to Sableye in the front. But Sableye is in the back for Crescent Angel.
Yeah, Crescent Angel is making an incredible read here, understanding the situation and not needing to shield the Swampert just yet. And now we come in with the Deox defense, and here comes the Sableye here. Sableye going to put in a lot of work here, but here's the thing. The the Nidoqueen is going to be pretty good against the Registeel. You still have some health remaining on the Swampert, so maybe the Swampert could clean up.
And the Thunderbolt does go through nearly half of the remaining health, but now at this point, Crescent Angels is just trying to get as much energy as possible, almost at 100. And as a Cycle Boost goes through, instant no Protect Shield because this is still resisted.
Yeah, Crescent Angels really understanding the energy management and counts here from their opponent and throwing this foul play right after tanking the move. Maybe trying to reduce the amount of energy that the opposing obstacle can generate off of this Sableye. Actually going for undercharge to get even more energy and coming close to return.
Impressive undercharge there to get that extra Shadow Claw of energy. And like you mentioned, you will want that return against that Obstagoon if it comes back in. And there is that Obstagoon, but Crescent Angels called it through the foul play straight away on charge move priority. This should not knock out because it is resisted.
Yeah, so what a read here by both trainers. Crescent Angels understanding that there's going to be a charge move priority here, but Zardy also knowing that there actually was not enough energy for the return, so no need to shield there. So still maintaining switch mate, and we get a boost! We get another boost here. There's not much health left, but these counters are really adding up here. And now we get the Hydro Cannon come through. Now we have a Shadow Nidoqueen in the end.
2 for 2 in games getting the boost. Maybe that forced the energy from the Swampert because maybe the Swampert was trying to go for the Mud Shot down but could not because of the boost. Throwing this next Hydro Cannon, getting the last Protect Shield out of Zardy here, but now trying to go for the Poison Jab down. Oh no, wait, there is another Protect Shield and 2 Protect Shields remaining for this Registeel.
Yeah, this is going to be huge in terms of how these bait calls are thrown here. Going for a Poison Fang right off the bat. Let's see if Crescent Angel shields this or not. And there is going to be a shield, a last-second shield. And that's going to be really crucial here. It could change the outcome of this match, but there's still another shield remaining. Going for the Zap Cannon here. That's going to debuff the Nidoqueen, so maybe trying to get a shield back, and we do get a shield back from Zardy.
That was Zardy's chance here to get the bait, and then the Zap Cannon is Protect Shielded, which was kind of the bait. So now this Registeel, it's kind of equal. It took a defense drop, but then it lowered the attack of the Nidoqueen. And here finally is the Earth Power, and it's called by Crescent Angels.
Yeah, what a shield here too. Now this is probably going to be a focus ice. No, actually throwing another Zap Cannon. This is resisted, but this might be a great call from Crescent Angels, knowing that you have to throw 2 charge moves to take out this Nidoqueen anyway. Might as well debuff its attack so that it could potentially survive this next Earth Power.
And the switch timer is up, and it went for it!
Catching it's actually a Poison Fang though. That's very interesting, but still catching all that energy on the Swampert. What a catch from Crescent Angels here.
And this is gonna get to the Focus Blast. 1 Poison Jab before the Earth Power was available, and it looks like Crescent Angels is poised to knock out this Nidoqueen and take game number 2.
Wow, what a first set of battles here on this stage on the final day of World Championships. Crescent Angels playing incredibly well even after getting shield baited with a Poison Fang, catching a move from the Nidoqueen even though Zardy was well over the Earth Power. There's no way you can predict that besides just pure sense of the game.
And look how stoic he is. He just had the catch of his lifetime, and he's just ready to keep on pushing through the competition. A 2-0 by Crescent Angels, and just an amazing play there. And because of that swap on the Poison Fang, Zardy was 1 Poison Jab short of the Earth Power that could have knocked out the Registeel.
Yeah, and dude, that's so tough too, because Zardy knows there's that Swampert in the back and knows that Crescent Angels can potentially catch you. What do you do there? Do you throw right when you get the Earth Power or right when you get the Poison Fang? Or do you charge up extra energy expecting to miss time Crescent Angels? Crescent Angels calling that and still swapping when there was well past the energy, making the most ridiculous prediction there and winning Crescent Angel that second game. And Crescent Angels now two matches away from getting the World Championship title.
Exactly right, and I know we're focusing a lot on Crescent Angels, but how about Zardy running his team weak in the back to Sableye? And also, Crescent Angels got the boost, right? Or no, did Zardy get the boost?
Zardy got the boost in game 2.
Zardy got the boost.
Yes.
Okay, so the boosts are even now.
Yeah, they are.
The boosts are even. 1 for Crescent Angels, 1 for Zardy. But to come back into this game with a negative team composition and almost win it, but just the amazing catch by Crescent Angels there. I mean, what a highlight.
Yeah, the skill expression in this World Championship stage is just incredible there too. You know, I think we all saw that it might be coming and both trainers were going for it, but Crescent Angels just playing a notch above the competition in skill level, and just incredible to see.
That's the hard part too, because as you notice, Crescent Angels was the only trainer with a Pokemon left, so he knows when his switch timer is available, but unless Zardy is aware of when that switch timer is available, he doesn't know. But I would say, you know, Zardy's a champ. He's in these winners final. He probably knew exactly when that was available, so he was trying to overfarm, which is get over the energy required for your charge move, trying to wait for that catch. But it was risky because I think that Registeel was one lock-on away from Focus Blast. So that is why he was throwing.
Yeah.
He was trying to debuff the Registeel to then get the Earth Power and knock out the Registeel, but wow. What a way to start our day here as we're gonna be moving down in the bracket to the next of our winners side of the bracket.
Yeah, and what a way to start off the day for sure. And here's another thing that maybe some people missed. Crescent Angels threw 2 Zap Cannons at Zardy's Nidoqueen there. Now, Zap Cannon is electric move and it's double resisted by Shadow Nidoqueen. But I think this is a really calculated play by Crescent Angels, knowing that you still have to throw 2 charge moves there against the Nidoqueen to take it out. So even though Focus Blast is single resisted and better against the Shadow Nidoqueen, Crescent Angels making the calculated play to throw 2 Zap Cannons so that even if the catch did not happen and Crescent Angels had to take an Earth Power, it would still be enough to get off that final Focus Blast, which is why I think Zardy actually ended up throwing that Poison Fang at the Swampert, and that was intentional, and it was supposed to hit the Registeel.
Right, and the key factor there is it does take 2 charge moves to knock out the Shadow Nidoqueen, and usually 2 Focus Blasts. 1 Focus Blast and 1 Zap Cannon is not enough, but because Crescent Angels knew this was going to be such a long match, because of the 3 Protect Shields remaining, the lock-ons just started adding up over time, so that it made it that a Focus Blast and a Zap Cannon was enough.
Yeah, incredible battle there too. So, you know, some people may not be as familiar with these trainers here too because they were not in any of the previous broadcasted Play Pokemon regionals and international championships. So really happy to see some of them featured on today's stage in London here because, you know, these are some maybe growing names in the community, and you know, next year, a few months from now, everyone's going to remember this match between Zardy and Crescent Angels.
I know, right? I mean, you just zoom in on Crescent Angels, just had that amazing catch, and he's just there, calm, composed. I think he's going to become a fan favorite after this, because also, let's talk about the team composition. We noticed that it was very different than some other teams. He faced up against a trainer where there was actually no overlap in Pokemon. It was 12 separate different Pokemon, and he had a team composition advantage, running the Venusaur, not the Shadow Venusaur that we saw at Last Chance qualifiers, but it seems like in these last 2 matchups, Crescent Angels just has fantastic team composition advantages.
Yeah, Crescent Angels definitely making the most of the team composition. You know, I'm actually surprised, again, we didn't see that Venusaur in any of Crescent Angels' battles. I would have thought it would be very strong, but Crescent Angels saying, you know what? I know what I'm doing here, and I'm going to make it work. And we had a Swampert into Obstagoon, which Obstagoon was so strong against the whole team, but Zardy just could not get that Obstagoon lined up to the Sableye nor the Registeel.
Yeah, just heavily featured that Sableye, like you mentioned, #1 in terms of usage in these Play Pokemon tournaments. Sableye is just amazing and had really good matchups against Zardy. So in the first game, double Protect Shielded it. In the second game, had it in the back and was able to get through the Deoxys defense and then still have energy to throw against that Obstagoon to get it low enough.
Yes, absolutely. And I think we are ready for another set of interesting and incredible battles here on the main stage. So let's take it over there.
We are continuing with our winners side of the bracket, and it looks like we do have Godon Hada versus Marto here on the main stage.
Yeah, and Godon yesterday, I remember taking out JB Yang, an incredible trainer that actually 2-0'd King IV in the first round. And Godon Hada just making quick work of JB Yang's team, going 2-0 themselves as well. So very excited to see this. And we have Marto there, the infamous Sludge Bomber of Diggersby here, using that Toxic Growth and making quick work of his opponent as well, the Macargo user. So very excited to see how these two battle it out.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, a lot out of the Korean region has been shown off here today because JB Yang was dominant and then matched up with a fellow Korean, Godon Honda, and now JB Yang was moved down to the loser side of the bracket, but Godon is still on that winner's side. And how about Mardo? Mardo has been known in the Pokemon Go PvP community to throw some poison types that are resisted. As we get into the team compositions here, I'll start off with Godon Hada. That is the Shadow Walrein, the Medicham, Altaria, Lickitung, Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and Registeel.
Yes, and on Marcho's side, we have the Azumarill, the Toxicroak, the Shadow Walrein, the Lickitung, the Trevenant, and the Registeel. We actually have 3 Pokemon on Marcho's side, weak to fighting types, weak to counter users, but you have the Azumarill, very strong against a lot of the fighting types, Trevenant, and that Toxicroak, which actually hangs in quite well against most fighting types, even Medicham, and Medicham cannot land that Psychic. Yeah,
I'm glad you brought that up. Both trainers do have 3 Pokemon weak to the fighting type, and they are the same exact Pokemon.
Yes.
And it just, the fighter's different. Toxicroak, very unusual. You really don't see it. You mostly see Medicham or you see Scrafty as the fighting types, and then you see those pseudo-fighter types like the Obstagoon and Deoxys defense form. But Toxicroak was able to carry him to this final stage today, facing up against Infestation, Araquanid yesterday, and just getting so much out of it, banking up energy, swapping out, and using that more efficiently later. But the key factor is, you said it's okay against Medicham, but I would say in that head-to-head, Medicham does have the slight advantage.
Yes, I think it does definitely have that slight advantage there too. And speaking of slight advantages, we actually have that Shadow Ninetales that we saw Godon play super well too, even against an Altaria lead with that Shadow Kanto Ninetales into JBA's team. And this Ninetales looks incredibly strong into Marto's team too, having strong matchups against the Walrein, the Trevenant, the Registeel, and having neutral matchups against the Lickitung and the Toxicroak. So you're probably going to assume that there's going to be a lot of Toxicroak and Azumarill and maybe Lickitung in this next coming matchup from Marto.
And yeah, you're going to have to expect some Registeel, I think, as well, because Azumarill is just really good against Godon's team because it needs to counter that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. So you probably will expect some Shadow Kanto Ninetales and Registeel together. So how do you beat that core? Is Toxicroak your best option versus that core?
Yeah, you know, I think Toxicroak is going to be a crucial pick for Marto here. We saw in all of Marto's games yesterday on the main stage, and I think we're going to see Toxicroak quite a bit here as well. The real big factor you have to watch out for is that Altaria being a strong wall to fighting type Pokemon and super bulky. You have some play with the Sludge Bomb, but those counters are quite resisted, and the super effective Sky types are going to be very deadly. Altaria being very strong against the Trevenant and also having a lot of play against that Lickitung too. So you really have to watch out for that Azumarill and the Shadow Walrein here.
Yeah, it is very high risk, high reward to bring that Altaria though, because on Marto's side, there is the Azumarill, the Shadow Walrein, and the Registeel. If you ever get in a negative matchup, Walrein will just destroy it. Registeel will zap cannon it, maybe even get a lock on down. And same thing with the Azumarill, because most of these Azumarills will be running Ice Beam. Could Ice Beam Altaria and get some further momentum? It is so scary to bring Altaria in this meta.
Yes, I absolutely agree with you here. You know, we have 2 very strong fighting type Pokemon here, and I'm going to make a prediction here, Butters. I think before the end of this set, we're going to get a face-off between the 2 fighting Pokemon at least once throughout the sets.
We are going to have a showdown between those 2 fighting types. And we know that Marto heavily relies on that Toxicroak and is willing to get some energy and bounce around with it because a low health Pokemon taking a super effective Bud Bomb that could knock out a Registeel later,
yes,
or saving that Sludge Bomb for something useful. Say there is that Altaria, have that at low health, knock it out. We're going to see how these trainers, as we're getting very close to a lock-in here, we are in the winner's side of our bracket, and like you mentioned, just 2 wins away of being in the grand finals.
Yeah, you know, and this is going to be a tough matchup for both of them, but on the other side, even after you win this, you have to face Crescent Angels. So not going to be an easy match regardless of how you play it out. But very excited to see how this first one takes place, too. You know, I think Toxstroke is actually going to be a very strong pick because, as you said, it does have that super effective Mud Bomb against that Shadow Cancel Ninetales. Medicham, on the other hand, many running that Ice Punch Psychic combo, well, does not have any great super effective moves against that Shadow Cancel Ninetales. You often have to bait with the Ice Punch or throw a high intensive energy Psychic. And if that gets shielded, the Cancel Ninetales is really going to start taking off.
Right, and if Marto is going to be bringing that Toxicroak in Azumarill, what is Godon's best answer to that? I mean, the Medicham, weirdly enough, is just fine against Azumarill in some situations. In the one Protect Shield, it can actually barely beat it, and the zero Protect Shield, it does lose, but just over time, because of the bulk of that Medicham, those Psychics just add up. It can take a play rough and just whittle away at that matchup. But otherwise, how do you handle that core of Azumarill and Toxicroak?
Yeah, you know, it's going to be pretty interesting here. Yeah, and that's a tricky part too. Without a Grass Step on Godon's side, you know, you have to rely a little bit on the Registeel to handle Azumarill and, you know, and the Lickitung mostly. But Godon's made it quite far into this World Championship, so I'm sure Godon has a way to deal with opposing Azumarills.
Yeah, he has to, right? I mean, the thing is, Lickitung, Registeel is really good against it, and Registeel can still do a lot versus a Toxicroak if you get the Protect Shields down, right? Or maybe if you come in with a little bit of energy advantage, a Zap Cannon will just do a ton versus the Toxicroak. And that's the strength of the Registeel, is that when it is full health, it throws those big Zap Cannons, it debuffs you, and then even if you lose that matchup, oftentimes you'll get a Protect Shield out of it.
Yes, yes, absolutely. So as we see our trainers deciding very hard to see how they're going to play into this first game of this winner's semifinals. And we got the Bidoof as well. Gabby's, our co-caster Gabby's favorite Pokemon.
Oh yes, she is thrilled backstage. I know, look at that beautiful thing. Just staring at the crowd here at the 2022 Pokemon GO World Championships.
Yeah, you know, Bidoof might have some play in this meta, you know, not a lot of electric type Pokemon, Butters.
Yeah, you know what? Yes, that's a little bit shots fired towards me, but yes, there are no electric types. I tried to make a prediction that I would see one electric type. I wasn't even saying it was going to win. I was just trying to witness a typing, and it did not happen in day number 1, and does not happen in day number 2. So Bidoof would be looking good. Maybe more Bibarel.
Yes, yes. You know, I do see you're sporting your Instinct pin as well, your team of choice. So doesn't surprise me that you're an electric trainer as well.
Yeah, shout out to all my fellow Team Instinct out there. I am rocking that yellow tie and Instinct pin. Yeah, I love it. I love the electric types, and one day they will get there into the competition.
Yes, and that day is not today, though. But it's okay. I haven't seen a Bastion on any of these teams either, so I think we're both a little short on predictions there.
Yeah, and we are going to get close into this lock-in. They are just going over their options. Like we said, you know, you've probably seen Marto on stage yesterday, and Godon was on stage as well. So they're very aware of each other's teams. I would say, I think Marto has a slight team composition advantage, Caleb.
Yeah, I would say so. I think Marto does look pretty strong here, but that alone, that Cancel Ninetales is going to be quite the threat as well into Marto's team, so something definitely to watch out for. Azumarill, very strong, one of the most staple Pokemon in Pokemon GO PvP since the very beginning of PvP. But I think there might be ways to address it more than we may think, even though there is no grass type here.
So there's a key wrinkle that I've seen happen throughout these competitions where you see that one team has a Pokemon that is strong versus the rest of the team. So in this case, Godon has his Shadow Kanto Ninetales that's strong versus Marto's team. But then Marto's strongest 2 Pokemon are both really good against it.
Yes.
The Azumarill and the Toxicroak are probably Marto's strongest core, and that is really good against Godon's best Pokemon. So it's kind of like if you both bring your best stuff, then Marto wins that matchup. You know what I mean? So we saw that yesterday, I believe, between Godon and JB Yang. One was running the Alolan Ninetales and one the Kanto Ninetales. And here we are. We have the matchup. And first off, it's the showdown. You were right.
It's the showdown. We have the fighter versus fighter here. And I said that Toxicroak can be still very solid against the Metachamp if you don't land that Psychic. But you said the Metachamp is still very strong here. So let's see how these trainers play it out here.
And it looks like that Godon was really worried about Azumarill and letting this first Sludge Bomb go, because you see Godon's backline and even the Metacham triple good against the Azumarill, and Azumarill is in the back for Marto, as there is no bait here, and it is properly protect shielded by Marto.
Yeah, and this is where it starts getting really tough for the Metacham, because now this Toxicroak is so strong here, having landed that huge Sludge Bomb, and now building up to the Mud Bomb before this Metacham has a Psychic ready.
And this Toxicroak is still fairly healthy. This is not going to knock, oh, and it does the protect shield, and it probably would have knocked out, and here comes the next Psychic, and are they going to go for the bait? No, tried to swap on the Psychic into Azumarill, but baited out into the Registeel here.
Yeah, so this is going to be a really tough matchup for this Azumarill, but here's the thing. The Registeel's out of the way now, and you have a Lickitung on Godon's side, whereas there's still a Registeel on Marto's side, as well as the Toxicroak remaining. So once you get rid of this Registeel with your Toxicroak after this Azumarill's KO'd, Marto should have an easy way to win out the backhand matchup.
You're completely right, Caleb. It's going to come down to the Registeel play in this matchup, I believe, as the first Zap Cannon does land on the Azumarill. The Azumarill wants to throw the next play rough to just get some damage on it. How are you going to finish up this Registeel? You're going to probably have to bring in the Toxicroak, which I believe Marto did bank energy, and now the Registeel is at Zap Cannon. Does it try to go for an undercharged Focus Blast? That will be the play.
Yes, and you can see there is that undercharge, just as you called it here, Butters. You're able to get a lot of energy, and this Azumarill really has not many options here to take out this Registeel. And now actually comes in with the Toxicroak here, and here comes that Psychic, and it's actually getting shielded. Marto investing everything into this Toxicroak.
What a call here, and as you see, Godon's backline is weak to fighting, so he will be able to do a lot of counter damage. The Registeel is going to struggle to take it out with lock-ons. The Lickitung will probably have to go for licks, and there is a Mud Bomb remaining, but a shield for Godon.
Yeah, and we actually see it's the Lickitung that comes in here. Godon maybe expecting the Mud Bomb to be procced from the Toxicroak, so does not want to get hit by the Registeel. But now Marto knows exactly what's in the back. You see this counter's really adding up here. Does not get to the Mud Bomb, but still taking almost half of the Lickitung's health here.
And this is really scary because there is still energy on the Registeel from Godon, as this Body Slam is going to do nothing. There is no Protect Shield for Marto. All Godon needs to do is get this Registeel into Focus Blast range.
Yeah, but look at the switch timers here. Both trainers' switch timers coming up about at the same time. Let's see what happens here. And is going to throw this Zap Cannon at the Lickitung. And let's see if the Lickitung shields or not.
And it is no Protect Shield. It looks like it will, in fact, come down to the Registeel play as a swap, but it is a swap. Maybe Marto thought that this Registeel had the energy, tried to swap on it, but didn't quite get it. Throws the Ice Beam instead of the Play Rough, but still gets the Protect Shield. So it looks like Godon is going to be able to lock down comfortably.
Yeah, so actually getting a shield there, that's actually pretty crucial here. Godon does have a Focus Blast ready, but I don't think this Registeel is in Focus Blast range here. It's going to be a race to the next Focus Blast here for Marto and Godon. I think Godon's Registeel has a little bit more energy.
Oh, and look at that. It does. No, look, it has more energy. Godon is just spamming the Focus Blast. It's going to get there first, and it's going to double Focus Blast Marto. It comes down to the Registeel. It's going to knock out, and Godon's going to take game number 1.
Wow, what an incredible battle there, too. I thought it was definitely on Marto's side there, but Godon maneuvering around that Lickitung, absorbing so much damage from that Toxicroak there, and saving that final shield for that Registeel mirror matchup, and just edging out Marto's Registeel by just a little bit.
I think Marto's only option there was maybe to wait a little bit longer before swapping to the Azumarill. I think that Marto thought there was a move already there and was trying to swap and catch that move, but Godon wasn't quite at it, so you needed to get some more focus or some more lock-on energy so that you could outpace to that second Focus Blast down the stretch of the game. Instead, you had a little bit less energy, and Godon was going to lock on down anyway, so he was going to be energy capped no matter what. So you
Yes.
needed to get a little more energy so that you could win that race at the end.
Yes, I believe you're absolutely right there too. That actually explains a lot on why Marcho threw that mud bomb from the Toxicroak right away, because was expecting that there might be a charge room priority event there, but it actually was that the Register did not even have the focus blast ready there. So I think Marcho made a slight miscalculation there, but I think we'll make an adjustment for game number 2 here.
Yeah, and as we saw yesterday, Marto on stage, he was insane with his counts. He was getting extra counters on his Toxicroak before throwing the precise mud bomb. He was throwing a sludge bomb on a Diggersby because he knew the Diggersby just did not have enough energy to get to a fire punch. So expect big things in this game number 2 from Marto.
Yeah, and I think another interesting strategy from Marcho is throwing the Zap Cannon against the Lickitung there. Zap Cannon a little bit more energy intensive there, and because of that, may have caused Marcho not having enough energy in the final Registeel Mirror matchup.
I think his fear was getting in range of Focus Blast.
Yes.
So I think he was trying to throw that Zap Cannon in case he took another Body Slam and then was somehow in range of Focus Blast. But that did give the opportunity for Godon to maybe catch that Zap Cannon, which would have been dangerous. So maybe you did want to go for the Focus Blast to either knock out that Lickitung or hit the incoming Registeel.
Yes, I agree with you there. But either way, incredible, intense set. We had the fighter versus fighter showdown there too, and laying that sludge bomb was crucial in winning that fighting matchup, but Godon still making it out and finding a way to beat out Marcho in that first game.
Yeah, and you know, technically, I think Toxicroak did win that fighting matchup, but it did have to give up 2 Protect Shields,
Yes.
right? Protect shielded both of the Psychics, so Medicham did, I think, in reality, win that showdown, and that's why Godon won game number 1.
You're just really rooting for the Medicham.
I'm
here.
not rooting. You know what? I'm not. I like Medicham. I love Toxicroak. I like that Toxicroak is Spice One, but I'm just saying, I think Medicham is just slightly has the advantage over the Toxicroak. But that, like you mentioned, it's just hard for that Medicham because it has to get all the way to that Psychic. And as you saw, once Godon no Protect Shields, that first Sludge Bomb, it gets down into Mud Bomb range. So actually had to shield the Mud Bomb, which is the worst move to shield.
Yeah, and you know, something really crucial happened there too. Marcho also revealed the entire moveset of that Azumarill, and because of that, Godon knows that the Azumarill only has super effective bubbles to throw at that Kanto Ninetales. Kanto Ninetales is much safer against Azumarill, where you're only throwing resisted charge moves with Play Rough and Ice Beam there.
Right, and we didn't see that Kanto Ninetales in game number 1. Because we did see that Azumarill Toxicroak core, so maybe Godon was a bit worried about that, and I believe brought 3 things that could beat Azumarill. Brought the Lickitung that can beat it, brought the Registeel that can beat it, and brought the Medicham that can do okay in these 100% health, energy equal situations. But yes, now that you know there's no Hydro Pump to threaten you, you could swap into a Kanto Ninetales because then it's completely safe up energy. I know it doesn't have the Solar Beam, which it can have, but still, it's just going to be taking resisted Ice Beams and resisted Play Roughs.
Yeah, I mean, that Kanto Ninetales looks very strong in my opinion here too. I mean, you got neutral matchups against pretty much everything except for that Azumarill, so I would be surprised if Godon doesn't eventually bring it, but Godon, you know, making quick work in that first match, still making sure that able to win it even without the Ninetales. So maybe they understand the situation and don't need to bring it.
Right, as we see what team adjustments these trainers will be making in game number 2 at day number 2 of our Pokemon Go World Championships. This is the winner's side of the bracket, and both of these trainers just need to win this matchup, win the next matchup, and they are going to be in the grand finals.
Yeah, very true here. You know, Godon just needs to win 1 here, but Marcho is no slouch here, so Marcho's going to give it his all to force a potential game number 3, and we are getting into game number 2 here, and we have the Azumarill versus Shadow Kanto Ninetales, so it's going to be very interesting. As we predicted, the Azumarill does not actually have the Hydro Pump, but still getting the swap out here.
Oh, and then switch locking the Shadow Wall Rain, and this is something you don't see. It's usually met by a Medicham or Scrafty. Now it's going to be met by the Toxicroak. The Toxicroak, the key factor is, yes, here comes the Protect Shield. The Toxicroak does not really want any part of Shadow Wall Rain's energy.
Yeah, these Icicle Spears actually really do add up, and actually throwing this Mud Bomb right on charge move priority here, ensuring to get as much energy as possible without taking another Icicle Spear.
The problem is here, how do you finish off this Toxicroak? This Toxicroak now has a lot of health. It still has some energy, and you have no good option. You have the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, you have the Registeel in the back, but if you come in here, you're down energy, and as we see, it is the Ember Shadow Kanto Ninetales.
Yeah, it is an Ember, so it's going to do a lot more damage, but it's going to take it's going to take a while to get to these weather balls. And you're looking at the backline, Marco's backline looks very strong into that Registeel as well, and actually a no shield from this Shadow Ninetales, and is going to throw this web ball, maybe banking everything on the Registeel here.
Yeah, as we saw yesterday, when Shadow Kanto Ninetales doesn't have any play, Godon will just sacrifice it and try to go 2 Protect Shields with this Pokemon in the back. This time it is Registeel, but it's matched up against Trevenant, which is not a great matchup.
Yeah, it is not. And actually, it looked like Marco is going for that Seed Bomb shield bait actually here. Let's see how it goes. This Registeel is going to throw the Zap Cannon first, though, and then goes and starts building up energy. And let's see what Marco throws here. And does throw the Seed Bomb. Do we get a first shield? And we do get a shield from Godon.
This is such a high-level play because he knows that every Registeel will Protect Shield the first move because he wants to keep throwing Zap Cannons, lower your attack stage, so the first one is the most efficient shield, but Seed Bomb isn't! Oh my goodness! 2 Protect Shields on 2 Seed Bombs!
That's gotta feel so bad here too. You don't want to be in this position. Here's the thing, Trevenant is going to win Charge from priority, so you could even swap out this Trevenant with this Shadow Ball banked and still do a lot of work here. Let's see if that's exactly what Marco does. Switch Hammers are almost up here. No, go straight for the Shadow Ball, doesn't want to play around. And let's see, this is a double debuffed Shadow Ball from Trevenant, but still going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, even though Azumarill is healthy, does not want to take multiple Zap Cannons, so just going to stay in here with the Trevenant, going to try to get to the Seed-Bomb, swapped on the Kanto Ninetales and met by the Azumarill. Now the Azumarill will get the bubble down. There is one downside here. You just have to get to a player up, and Godon just concedes here. It's going to let the Ice Beam through.
Yeah, this is just, you know, even though Registeel is very good against Azumarill, this is just too much health left on this bulky Azumarill here. And Marco going to finish off game number 2 and force that game 3 we're talking about.
Wow, and yeah, he brought the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, but even though the Azumarill has Play Rough and Ice Beam, it still takes super effective damage from the bubbles, which it doesn't like, so had to swap out immediately, and then got a Protect Shield with the Wall Ring, which we've seen Godon do in previous times where he loses alignment, he gets that Protect Shield advantage and utilizes it in the back, but this time couldn't quite do it because both of those Protect Shields were on Seed Bombs, Caleb.
On Seed Bombs, that's gotta feel bad, but you know, that's just part of the game, and Marco making the bold call to throw 2 Seed Bombs there. And I actually really like Marco's play to stay in and throw that Shadow Ball. Even though Trevenant was debuffed twice from that Zap Cannon, that Shadow Ball wasn't gonna do a full amount of damage, but Godon could not swap to the Kanto Ninetales in time to catch it because the switch times weren't up yet. So Marco wants the guaranteed Shadow Ball damage, even though it's not going to be as much as a full power Shadow Ball. It brings the Registeel low enough so that even the Azumarill at full health can easily handle the Registeel.
Yeah, great point, because before that Shadow Ball, that Registeel was still about 60% health, and if you swapped out there banking the Shadow Ball, it could maybe still beat the Azumarill. And if it beats the Azumarill and somehow gets a Zap Cannon and swaps on your Shadow Ball onto the Kanto Ninetales later, and then Zap Cannons your Trevenant, that's your lose condition. So Marco just playing it the safest way, Shadow Balling, then bringing in the Azumarill to win with an Ice Beam.
Yeah, playing safe there is definitely what you want to do, especially against top-tier trainers like Godon here. And Godon making that same play as we saw yesterday against JB Yang, when that Kanto Ninetales does not have much play, just saving both shields for that Registeel, for that final Pokemon to see if they can sweep. And Godon almost making it happen, but the 2-shield bait call from Seed Bombs from Marco was too much to handle.
Yeah.
And this is where, when you play into game 3, the mind games really start playing in. The player psychology here, you know, you got baited twice with Seed Bombs. Does Marco go for a Shadow Ball next, or does Marco throw another bait move here? And this is where Godon's thinking about it, and Marco has to think about too. Is Godon going to make the same play in shield, or maybe going to no shield by potential charge moves too?
No, exactly right, and that's the tug of war I was mentioning earlier, where Marto's best core is that Azumarill Toxicroak. So game number 1, Godon did not bring the Shadow Kanto Ninetales and just had 3 good options for the Azumarill, so was able to take game number 1. But game number 2 ended up bringing that Shadow Kanto Ninetales, which on paper is very good against Marto's team, but bad against his best core. And guess the 2 Pokemon that Shadow Kanto Ninetales faced? It was Azumarill and it was Toxicroak.
Yeah, exactly. Marto being really prepared for that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. I think Marto actually, to my knowledge, played the same 3 Pokemon as the first game, but just switched out the order. It was actually the Azumarill in the lead here instead of the Toxicroak here. And so I think very confident in that trio of Toxicroak, Azumarill, and Registeel, which I believe is one of the oldest pairings of Pokemon Go PvP and Go Battle League as well. We saw that back as early as Season 1, where some of the, I believe the first trainer to hit the highest rank in Go Battle League actually ran that line.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so powerful. I mean, Azumarill and Registeel have been good forever, and this was even before Registeel had Zapcated.
Yes.
It's even better now, and Toxicroak was the fighting type of choice back then before level 50 in Pokemon Go PvP.
Yes.
At level 40, Medicham CP just didn't get high enough, and so Toxicroak was good, and Toxicroak is still good now, and we're going to see if there is going to be one more showdown between those fighter types as we get the Registeel lead, oh no, into the Shadow Kanto Ninetales.
Yeah, this is the last place you want to see this Kanto Ninetales. We have two decent options. We're going to see the swap quickly to the Toxicroak, and here's the thing, there is no real answer to Toxicroak, so you have to stay in here with the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. It's going to be a very interesting position. You haven't seen Marto safe swap the Toxicroak yet, and now here it comes. And what do you do here if you're Godon?
And yeah, as you mentioned though, Marto is running that line of Toxicroak, Registeel, Azumarill, and you will throw on Charge Move priority, but this does mean that I think Godon did register that next Weather Ball. Marto has 2 moves, but Shadow Kanto Ninetales will go first.
Yeah, Shadow Kanto Ninetales is going to throw this. Do we see the second shield from Marto already, or does Marto give up switch? No, preserving this Toxicroak again. Does have another Mud Bomb ready. Does Marto go for the counter down here, or just goes for it and actually
it's
goes
so risky!
for the counter down? So greedy, but it's going to pay off. And spamming actually what looks like a Sludge Bomb or Mud Bomb. Marto's still trying to decide here, but is only 1 health remaining from getting knocked out here.
Oh, and he was within range of Lick. So that's a 1-turn fast move that has priority over charge moves. But now this Azumarill is switch socked into the Registeel. This Azumarill had nowhere to go in the back, and this is the worst matchup.
Yeah, you can see Marto there too, instantly regretting that decision there too. Sometimes you want to swap as soon as possible to not give your opponents a Pokemon too much of an energy lead, but this is actually not the matchup you want. You really want that Azumarill locked into that Lickitung instead, having some play there. Even with the shield disadvantage, Marto's own Registeel is better against Godon's Registeel.
Yeah, and at least Marto's Registeel will be able to match up against the Lickitung of Godon, but this is just such tough positioning. Once again, Godon is going to be going for this Focus Blast, the undercharge. He has played this matchup out before. He has mastered it. He knows that's where he wants the Azumarill to go ahead and get a lock-on down and have energy and momentum out of this matchup.
Yeah, and here's the thing too, against the opposing Registeel on Marto's end, those lock-ons aren't going to do anything, so you don't need that much health on this Registeel to put in a lot of work in that mirror matchup, and this is so tough for Marto to climb back out of this Registeel, getting another one, and is actually going to swap over to his own Registeel to prevent the full farm down with lock-ons.
And this is looking really tough for Marto. Tough positioning to be in, taking the full wrath of that Focus Blast. And now Godon's Registeel is obviously in range of the Focus Blast himself, but he's just going to throw his next one. He's going to be knocking out Marto here.
Yeah, Marto, understanding the situation here, is going to concede. Looking so strong on that first Toxicroak stage swap, but unfortunately this Registeel proving to be too strong here, and it is going to be a 2-1 victory from Godon. What an incredible set of battles from both trainers there.
Godon is your match winner and is 1 win away from being in the grand finals here to become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion.
Yeah, but before then, Godon does have to go against Crescent Angels, and that's not going to be an easy matchup either, so very excited to see how that one plays out.
And you mentioned that line of the Azumarill, Toxicroak, Registeel, and the 2 wins that Godon was able to get were the games that he sat that Shadow Kanto Ninetales, because when Azumarill had no place to go, it just gave so much of an advantage for Godon.
Yes, I agree with you completely. You know, that Azumarill, very strong, one of the most staple Pokemon Go PvP, but when you go into that Registeel, without that Hydro Pump, you just have no play there.
Yeah, it's just tough. It's just when you're switch locked against a Registeel, not only are you losing this matchup, but as you saw displayed there, you'll lose that matchup, and then the Registeel will Focus Blast you, only throwing a nice, and then go for a lock-on down, so it has energy for the next Pokemon, which was Registeel. So Godon was able to beat that Azumarill and defeat the Registeel as well.
Yeah, that was going to be a really tough matchup for Marto either way, even if he stayed in with his own Registeel, because Godon's Registeel still had a shield remaining there too. Even though Marto's Registeel would have been up a little bit on energy, it was just not going to be enough. So really well played from both trainers. And, you know, I think we saw the slight downside of Toxicroak. Even though it's very strong, has great moveset coverage, it's not nearly as bulky as something like a Medicham, one of the other fighters that are very popular, not as nearly as bulky as a Scrafty.
Yeah, and to talk about this again, the key thing in this competition is when you have a really good core like Azumarill and Toxicroak versus your opponent's team, and specifically against your opponent's strongest Pokemon, you're bringing it all 3 games, which Marto did, but then the opponent just sits that Pokemon and then brings counters to your counters, and that's how he was able to win those 2 games.
Yeah, absolutely. So what an incredible set of battles though from both trainers there. Very excited to see both of them still make it back on the stage. Like we said before, this is a double elimination format, so Marto is not out of the competition just yet. If you're a Marto fan, if you're a Toxicroak fan, he's still going to make a return, but before then, we will get to another set of trainers shortly soon.
Yeah, and I believe we will be moving on down to the losers side of the bracket for our next matchups. We will see that shortly. We're not ready for them on stage, but we're going to be moving down to the loser side, and a lot of champions on that loser side of the bracket. Another champion just went down there, right? Marto just headed on down to that loser side, so it's even more stacked than it was before.
Yeah, you know, and speaking of champions, I was looking briefly at the losers bracket before we transitioned back here, and it looks like Lorgan Rocket actually knocked out Rise to Occasion in the losers bracket too. So Lorgan Rocket being the regional champion of Liverpool, knocking out Rise to Occasion, the regional winner of Milwaukee.
Yeah, champion versus champion there. We remember Lurgan Rocket had that t-shirt with all the signatures on it yesterday, so maybe he's going to make an appearance today. I don't know, maybe he's wearing the same shirt, maybe he got more signatures, who knows, but unfortunately we won't be able to see Rise then, who, like you mentioned, was the Milwaukee champion, kind of a fan favorite as well, was the hometown hero there in Milwaukee to win it. Unfortunately, when you have a loser's bracket this stacked, you had your first matchup against another regional champion.
Yes, yeah. There's no easy battles here today, and it doesn't get any easier after this one. But we were at incredible 2 sets right here. Who has impressed you the most so far?
You know, I mentioned this earlier because It's Axon was moved on down into the losers bracket, but I've been extremely impressed with It's Axon. I've been extremely impressed with Crescent Angel. I think Godon's been amazing as well. JB Yang. I mean, there's just so many good players. How about you? Did any other players? I mean, Marto, last time he was on stage, he was just putting on an absolute show. You just saw the crowd cheering for the moves he was making.
Yeah, you know, I think the most impressive trainer I've seen so far is Crescent Angels, but I'd say Godon has also been incredibly impressive, and we do have them in the winners finals as well, so that's going to be super exciting to see how both trainers face off. And I think like I mentioned before too, the most impressive thing is we haven't seen these trainers much on a lot of these Play Pokemon streams, so we didn't know what to expect. We didn't know what was up their sleeves, what was up their arsenals, and they've just really made a name for themselves on this big stage in London. So very happy to see them get their name out there and get the recognition they deserve.
Yeah, and you know, it's hard to prepare for too if you haven't quite seen what they're capable of and what team compositions they lean on, because it is a little different. Metas do shift from region to region a little bit because they kind of play internally against each other, and it kind of forms and solidifies into its own thing. And then if you compare and contrast to other regions, it does end up a little bit different. So I would say, I mean, if you look at specifically like Crescent Angels team, that is a very unique team, right? It has the Venusaur, not even the Shadow variant.
Yes, yes, a lot of variation there too, and we saw the Ember cancel Ninetales from Godon's side as well there too. A little homage to Cindy winning the regionals from Vancouver. The real question is who ran the Shadow cancel Ninetales, Ember cancel Ninetales first? I actually don't even know.
Yeah, you don't know. I mean, you would have to guess maybe he found inspiration from Cindy kind of unleashing it, because it was a Pokemon that really wasn't out there. I don't think I'd ever seen it before Cindy did it, but these other regions, you know, like we mentioned, they're doing their own thing, so maybe they discovered it early as well.
Yeah, maybe they had it already locked in. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Not only was it something that I didn't even think about, I just thought Ember on Shadow Cancel Ninetales is just not good. I just thought it was bad. It was the worst version of the Fire Spin variant, but we've definitely been proven wrong here, both in Vancouver and in London.
Yeah. who invented the flaming wheel first, right? And
yes.
we do have our next matchup as we move down into the loser side of the bracket. But like we mentioned, a super stacked bracket, and on stage here, when I said super stacked, I meant it, because it's Axen, the NAIC champion, versus Frika, the EUIC runner-up.
Yeah, you know, here's a little fun fact too. Both It's Axen and Frika, when they were at their respective international championship, had a Game 5 tie and had the rematch. It's Axen had a Game 5 tie in the grand finals versus Andrew Monjares, and Frika had a Game 5 tie in the losers finals against Dancing Rob. Both trainers actually overcame that tie and ended up winning the subsequent sets.
Yeah, what a fantastic point, Caleb. Both trainers had the most intense journey to get here today. Just 2-2 tying on the 5th battle. Wow, that is insane. I didn't even realize that. And now they are matching up here in the Pokemon Go World Championships, and they're going to be getting into the games. We're going to be getting into the team sheets first, but I already know, I mean, we've already seen It's Axen. It's Axen's favorite Pokemon. He thinks it's the most versatile Pokemon in the meta. That will be the Lickitung.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of speaking with It's Axen yesterday, and I remember our co-caster Gabby asked him, she said, you know, you're running the same exact team you ran in North America International Championships a few weeks ago. What was your reasoning behind that? And It's Axen just said, you know what? The team works. I haven't lost with the team yet, and I've had so much practice with it, so why not bring the same team? And I think It's Axen's absolutely onto something here. It's Axen not only has so much practice with it outside of competition, but has a ton of practice winning with it in tournaments, so why not run that incredible team? And It's Axen only in the losers bracket because of a sliver of a health difference against Zardy yesterday in day 1. So the team, even though has taken one losing set with it, was still incredibly close matchup.
Yes, and I believe he did change his team in between regionals to get this team of 6 that is won North America International Champions and is here today. But let's go into Frika's team here first. It is going to be the Trevenant, Medicham, Skarmory, Shadow Swampert, and an Altaria too, and a Registeel running double flyers.
Double flyers. This is a team that you often see in Go Battle League. Many iterations ago, you haven't seen as much. Skarmory, as we talked about yesterday, is also not as frequent, but I do remember specifically Frika running that Skarmory against Dancing Rob in the Europe International Championship, so relying on that flying steel type again too. So really comfortable with it, and I think can pay off. On It's Axen's end, there's the Lickitung, the signature Lickitung with the Shadow Walrein, the Medicham, Shadow Nidoqueen, Purified Sableye, and Swampert.
Yeah, and we were talking about this before. He was running Diggersby and got top 8 in the previous competition, and then switched it up and then won the entire North American International Championships and said, if you can't beat this team of 6, I'm not changing it. So bring it here today. And then Frika, we were mentioning that in Europe, that the meta was up in the air, that these flying types were doing really well, and just bringing that all the way from Europe to London here, where 2 flying types you never see.
Yeah.
We never see this team composition. You almost never see Skarmory because it is hard countered by Registeel or a steel type. It's Axen does not have a steel type.
Not only that, It's Axen's whole team either takes super effective or neutral damage from this Skarmory. This Skarmory actually looks incredibly strong. Not only that, Skarmory with that steel flying type fully resists the entire moveset package of Shadow Nidoqueen unless you're running Stone Edge, and It's Axen's Nidoqueen is not running Stone Edge as we saw before. So this Skarmory is actually looking really good, and if I'm It's Axen, I'm really nervous here because Skarmory is the last Pokemon you want to see in this entire tournament.
Yeah, resist the body slams from the Lickitung, the mud shots from the Swampert. Although I would say, you know, It's Axen has a lot of neutrals matchups, but you never want to switch lock a Skarmory in usual situations.
Yes.
Here, you could just switch it out there. It's so safe, especially if you get ahead on energy. This Skarmory is going to be lethal, and it does have the Brave Bird. Maybe you could even put it in the lead so you can Brave Bird, use the full utilization of that move, and then swap out and clear the debuff.
Yes, I agree with you there. I think a very strong safe swap or a very strong lead, just like he said, able to Brave Bird and dip, or even able to bait the Brave Bird and still swap out there too, really playing some mind games against your opponent there. So I think it's going to be, it's looking very strong for Frika here, but It's Axen definitely can't count Saxon out there too. You have a lot of neutral matchups. You look at this team with that Sableye. What beats a Sableye on Freaka's team? You pretty much only have a reliable check, which is Altaria. Everything else is going to take a lot of damage. You're going to have to shield. Altaria, being one of the bulkiest Pokemon in Pokemon GO greatly, can handle that Sableye, but even then, it's not a very comfortable matchup. So I think Saxon also has a trick up his sleeve, which is going to be that Purified Sableye.
Yeah, and we talked about earlier how tough it is sometimes to bring Altaria into this meta because it just has so many hard counters. But against Saxon, only really one, right? Only the Shadow Wall Rain. So could we possibly either see a double flyer, or I think a team composition from Freaka could be that Swampert double steal, which we see in Go Battle League, because Swampert has a lot of good matchups as well, or neutral matchups, just has to really worry about the Wall Rain and Lickitung. And what's better to beat Wall Rain and Lickitung than Registeel?
Yes, I agree with you completely. You know, a very interesting matchup here is Shadow Nidoqueen actually has a lot of play against Altaria, especially when you have shields remaining. Those Poison Fangs and Poison Jabs really start adding up. But do you have the guts to bring the Shadow Nidoqueen with the Shadow Swampert and Skarmory? We'll have to see, because we are getting into these battles, and it's going to be the Altaria into Shadow Wall Rain. This is the worst spot for that Altaria.
You hear the groan of the crowd there because the Altaria just put in the worst case position and swapping into the Registeel, met by the Swampert. The Swampert is not Shadow, so has to rely on the Earthquakes.
Yeah, you know, so this is going to be a big shield call situation from Freaka here. Freaka going straight for the focus blast every single time. But let's see if Saxon goes straight for the Earthquake or tries to shield here. Maybe goes for a bait. No, goes for that Earthquake after charging so much energy. And Freaka actually going to let this Earthquake go completely.
Instantly no Protect shielded it. And it does just go ahead and leave with a sliver of health and give one more mud shot of energy to the Swampert. And you could just come in with the Altaria here to soak up all the Swampert energy, but you still do not have alignment.
This looks very, very dire for Freaka in this game one. Because if you look in the back end, there's that Sableye we talked about, so strong in the team, and has one of its strongest matchups, which is going to be the meta champ in the back. How does Freaka come back from this?
Yes, and he does not get to that second Hydro Cannon, but yeah, it's just terrible position to be in if you're Freaka, and looks like he's just going to try to get the Sky Attack off and then probably switch later, trying to chip this Shadow Wall Rain as much as he can.
Yeah, but once Freaka sees the Sableye, it's not going to be in a good spot here. Comes in with the meta champion. Here comes the Sableye, and this is going to be really tough for Freaka here. Does have the neutral Ice Punches here, but these Foul Plays and Super Effective Shadow Claws are really chewing up this meta champ.
Yeah, really uphill battle for Freaka. It's Axon with a classic team call here. It just has a Pokemon that hard counters the other one in every single position, as this Ice Punch is even no Protect shielded by Axon.
Yeah, and that was a tough situation for Freaka there too, because even if Freaka wanted alignment there, it could have easily been a Hydro Cannon that Axon was baiting there too, so might have just hoped that it was a shield bait instead of the full Earthquake, but once that Earthquake landed, it's just put Freaka into a dire position.
And the Protect shields are still even at this point, so going for the Foul Play, one counter before the Ice Punch is available for Medicham. This will knock out if you let it go, and this is going to be able to knock out the Medicham. There is a Foul Play remaining. Maybe you're going to just throw it straight away and swap the Wall Rain. That looks like what Axon's going to plan to do.
Yeah, you know, as we talked about here, that Sableye is so strong into Freaka's team, not really having any reliable checks here. And now here comes the Wall Rain to finish off the Altaria here. A very decisive Game 1 victory for Axon.
Wow. I'm kind of shocked here that Freaka decided to go with the Altaria as the flyer of choice instead of the Skarmory.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
He really chose try to get hard alignment instead of trying to be more consistent and have good matchups across the board.
Yeah, I think that might be the adjustment that Freaka makes here. Yeah, I too am quite surprised that the Skarmory didn't make any showing there. Of course, the Skarmory does take neutral damage from the Wall Ring and does take neutral damage from the Hydro Cannon from Swampert. But on the other end, even though Altaria is so good against the Swampert, it is so bad against the Wall Ring. So like you said, really playing for that alignment and the lead call. And, you know, I think if Freaka led into a Swampert with Altaria, we might be talking differently here. But unfortunately, it did not work out in his favor, and really got punished for it.
Yeah, it's just a more risky play. And especially, this is not a best-of-5 series yet. This is still just a best-of-3. And if you just call it wrong, you just get hard countered in all 3 positions. So it might be better just to play it a little more safe. Try to make some more plays to win the battle instead of trying to hard call your opponent. I guess Frika was a little bit worried about the Swampert, which we saw from its accent there, thinking, okay, maybe I need a better answer to it because I'm bringing Registeel as well. Maybe if I bring the double steal and Medicham, I just don't have a hard answer to it. But Skarmory and Medicham are just fine against it too, right? Like, you don't need a hard answer, you just need an answer.
Yeah, you know, and I think maybe the thinking from Frika's side is you also don't want to see that Sableye. And so if you run to the Sableye lead, you're in a good spot. And if you safe swap the Sableye from its action, Altari can also handle the safe swap Sableye and not swap out. Unfortunately, the Sableye was tucked away in the back and got locked into the Medicham, and that just puts Frika in a really tough spot.
That's a very astute call, Caleb. That's why you're such a good Pokemon Go PvP sensei, because that's a fantastic point. I think that actually was the mindset from Frika there, because it has such good matchups versus the Sableye, maybe thinking it was going to be the lead or the safe swap, which is how you want to position the one Pokemon that has a chance against it.
Yes, absolutely. But let's see how Frika makes the adjustment here too. Do we see double flying Pokemon? Double flyers could be also very strong from Frika. That Altaria is very strong into its accent team, but does have to watch out for that wall rain. But if it can avoid the wall rain, it might be in a good spot. And, you know, maybe you have the Skarmory as the one that the wall rain's locked into. But here we go. Both trainers are locking in for game number 2 here. It's Accent versus Frika here in the losers bracket here. And the winner of this will advance, and the loser of this will go home.
And it looks like Frika did make that change, swapped the Altaria for the Skarmory, and then forced that Sableye safe swap. So now it will be the Skarmory against the Sableye instead of the Altaria.
Yeah, and so this is, you know, the situation that you want to get this Sableye out of the way. Sableye looking so good for its accent. Its accent getting a lot of value on the Sableye regardless of how it's matched up. And now we see the Registeel come in here after shielding that first Sky attack.
I really like that play from Frika because you did enough air slash damage. Now this Sableye is within range of Zap Cannon because lock-ons won't do it, but air slash can do it. So taking that first foul play, and you're already close to the Zap Cannon as another foul play comes in next action, and the next Zap Cannon will either knock out or force a Protect Shield.
Yeah, I think this is a very smart play from Frika. I agree with you completely. And the health on the Registeel is actually quite high here, so it's not even within a mud-shot range, so the Swampert can take a huge advantage out of this Registeel, even though it has a positive matchup, and actually not enough to knock out, so able to get another foul play, which is actually not a terrible position for Frika here, because it's going to put the Registeel quite low and give the Swampert very little energy to farm off of.
Yeah, you don't want to be too healthy because the mud shot down would be dangerous. So you only give, now you go for the powder snow down. Now it's switching it up because going for the not very effective fast move down instead was its accent.
Yeah, but this is actually really good Frika. Now Frika has alignment and knows exactly how to play this out. Has a shield advantage here too, but Swampert is no joke, able to charge energy super quickly, so you always have to respect the Swampert even when you have a shield advantage here. But going to throw this first Icicle Spear, and it is going to be shielded by its accent.
Yeah, from the worst possible situation to just an insanely good position. Now Frika has the Protect Shield advantage, even no shields this Icicle Spear, and it's gonna go through, gonna go for the counter down here, and then swap out. Actually, it is shield parity, and swapping onto a Spear is Frika's Skarmory.
Yeah, that's actually a really good call from Frika here, absorbing some of that damage and having a ton of energy on this Medicham here too. This Swampert has to go to town, but if any Pokemon can do it, it's going to be Swampert, able to throw out Hydro Cannon super quickly here, and throwing this first Hydro Cannon before the Sky Attack is reached.
Wait a second. There's a lot of play here for its accent.
Yes.
Wow, has this game shifted? I did not see this coming. Now the knockout with the Hydro Cannon. Here comes the Psychic. This is going to be the biggest shield call for its accent. And he calls it correctly on the Psychic.
That's a huge shield. Do we get a defense drop here or no? And no defense drop, but building up to another Psychic here. And you see the Swampert building up, trying to get to 2 Hydro Cannons. This is a non-shadow Swampert, so it could tank a little bit more damage, but the Psychic is still going to take a huge chunk out of the Swampert.
Oh, and barely holds on. He needed another mud shot to have double Hydro Cannon and didn't get there. The counters were too much, and the counters will give Frika a point on the board. He wins game number 2.
Yeah, we see Frika making that adjustment with that Skarmory, even though that Sableye doesn't have a hard check, tag teaming it with the Skarmory and the Registeel to take it out. giving that Swampert also incredibly low energy to farm on that Registeel. Also put Freaka in a really good spot.
That was so close down the stretch. Its Accent was either a mud shot or 2 away from winning, because I say 2 because you will have to take a counter when you throw a Hydra Cannon. So at that low health, it's really scary to have 2 charge moves banked, and Freaka made that adjustment from the Altaria into the Skarmory and wins game number 2.
Yeah, you know, and credit to Freaka as well there. Catching that Icicle Spear was really clutch because you end up saving that shield for the Medicham instead of needing to shield and having a lot of energy remaining on the Medicham, going straight for the safe play, going for double Psychic, not wanting to even bait the Ice Punch, because if that Ice Punch gets no shielded, that is Freaka's lose condition, and Freaka understands that, going straight for the hard hitting Psychic both times.
Yeah, and one funny thing is the reason we think he ran Altaria in game number 1 was to counter Swampert and counter the Sableye swap in. And that's how he would win the game. He had that in game number 1. It didn't quite line up, but he swapped the Altaria in the Skarmory and had that same exact situation, and it still worked.
Yes.
So the flexibility of Skarmory, even in that hard call situation where you call the Swampert lead and the Sableye safe swap, the Skarmory was still good there.
Yes, absolutely. Skarmory looking to be very strong here, and I would not be surprised if Skarmory comes back for Freaka here. Again, having such good matchups against its Accent's team. You just gotta bring it sometimes.
Yeah, and we'll see the adjustment. I do not expect Altaria in this game number 3 from Freaka. That game 2 was really close. What will its Accent do to try to, I think these opponents, I mean, its Accent did hard call everything from Freaka in game number 1. Can he do it in this decisive game number 3? And this is now a neutral lead, so no hard call either way.
Yeah, this is exactly where Freaka wants to see the Sableye, though, because you don't have the best reliable checks for this in the back, and you have the Medicham tucked away. If you can win switch advantage here, you're going to be in a great spot for both trainers. So let's see who's going to win this alignment here. Do we see early shield? And no, Freaka actually no shielding this foul play.
This might be the most crucial part of this battle. Who will invest resources for the alignment? It looks like neither trainer is. I mean, we have the opportunity to see these backlines. These trainers do not. Whoever wins alignment is probably going to be in the better position.
Yeah, we'll see how this plays out. Its Accent does not need to shield that first move just yet because these lockouts are not going to do enough. This Focus Blast coming out before the foul play, and now we see its Accent investing that first shield almost at 2 foul plays here to take out the Registeel.
So this is where Registeel has a hard time. So as you see, its Accent gets nearly to 100 energy there, throws the foul play. You probably are going to get a Protect Shield from Freaka here. No, just lets the Registeel go, decides, oh no, it's still healthy. You're going to have to throw the next foul play if you're its Accent. I don't know if you can Shadow Claw it down, but it looks like he's going to Shadow Claw it down anyway.
Wow, its Accent pushing the limit on that Sableye, having so much energy, almost 100 energy here. What do you come in with here? And it is going to be the Medicham getting that counter through, going straight for the return, and we actually have a no shield on the return. That's going to do a lot of damage.
Wow, and yes, it does do a lot, nearly half the health. And up shields, Medicham can be pretty good here, as we see the best buddy Shadow Nidoqueen swapped into Shadow Swampert, met by the Shadow Walrein.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting here because here comes the Ice Ghost Spears, and they're going to really add up here. You can probably let at least one of these go, and that's exactly what its Accent's going, or what Freaka's going to do here. But it does take a lot of damage, and now you throw the Earthquake. This is the Shadow Earthquake here, and this is going to put its Accent in a tough position because now shields are all down. This Medicham potentially could counter down, throw Psychic to close out the game.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. Look at this. Up Protect Shields doesn't get to the next Hydra Cannon, so it's going to be hard for this Medicham to counter all the way through. You do have both these Protect Shields, but how many do you have to give up here? You have to start shielding straight away.
Yeah, so you do have to start investing shields, putting everything on the line. Can this bulky fighting type close it out for Freaka? 1v2 here, doing everything it can to generate as much energy to take out this Walrein and finish it off against the Shadow Nidoqueen.
And the thing is, Walrein's just so fast, it's out of range of counter. It can get to another Iso Spear. You have to throw a move, and you don't! You don't throw the move if you are Freaka. And here comes the Iso Spear. I don't think this will quite knock out yet, but the switch clock is up. I expect to switch the Nidoqueen straight away.
Yeah, this is going to be super close, and we actually see Freaka actually going for the Ice Punch here. The Ice Punch may be the calculation needed because going for 2 Ice Punches here instead of 1 Psychic.
Oh!
Is this enough? And unfortunately, it looks like no, it is not. And the Nidoqueen is able to finish off the Medicham and its Accent, taking the win here and staying alive on his tournament run.
Wow, Freaka almost did it though. Needed to get to the double ice punch to knock out the Nidoqueen and then counter down the wall rain. Was about 2 counters away from the double ice punch, so didn't quite get there and just got jabbed down there at the end. It's Axen, moves on in this tournament on the loser side of the bracket, wins 2-1.
Yeah, what an incredible set of battles there from both trainers. We actually did see finally that Shadow Nidoqueen, even after seeing the Skarmory being the hardest wall to that Shadow Nidoqueen, but it's Axen not afraid to bring it out and closing out that decisive game number 3.
Wow, I mean, that's why I think Shadow Walrein is probably the best Pokemon of Open Great League, just because of its coverage and his ability to get to move so quickly. And I think Shadow Walrein is the superior version because, as you saw, that Medicham was so healthy, had 2 Protect Shields remaining, but that Walrein is just sitting there just throwing snowballs at it.
Yeah, throwing a lot of snowballs, a lot of ice at that Medicham. And Medicham, even though it's a very bulky fighter, can only take so much damage there before getting knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, wow, what a close matchup there between Freaka and its Axen. 2 international championship qualifiers, 1 from North America, 1 from Europe. The runner-up versus the champion. The champion does move on.
Yes, very well played from both trainers here. A great tournament run from Freaka as well, bringing the spicy double flyer picks and the Skarmory that we rarely see in competitive play. We've had a lot of great matches so far, Butters, and we have a lot more, but we're going to take a quick short break, but we'll be back.
All right, welcome back, Pokemon Go trainers. We continue the challenge of a lifetime here at Pokemon Worlds 2022. This is the last day of our Worlds competition. My name is Speediest Chief, and I'm joined here by Gabby Snyder. Sorry, I jumped in there.
No, you did, but I'm glad you did because we are just so excited to be here. You know, the energy is absolutely popping because today is the day that we're crowning our first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. You know, we did have the Invitational back in 2019 at the World Championships, but that was just the champion of the Invitational title. Now we have the real deal, and it's really special that we get to be here today to help crown that amazing victor, but we got to figure out who that is first, and we still have a lot of battles to get there.
No, you're exactly right. And Pokemon Go having been released in 2016, Pokemon Go PvP in 2018, this is 4 years, and it feels like this tournament was way off in the distance, but here it comes, and we are here at the World Championships. These trainers have just worked incredibly hard, so much effort, so much skill put into all these matches, and again, every single set that we see is a showcase of a variety of different skill sets and maneuvers and techniques. It's been such a thrill to watch, Gabby. Backstage, a couple of times I found myself shouting at the match like, oh my goodness, I can't believe this is happening.
I know, me too, me too. It's so easy, excuse me, to get caught up in that energy. You know, it's so exciting seeing these trainers on stage. I think that we've seen a decent amount of motion from trainers throughout the weekend, but today especially, you see the nerves, you see the excitement, you see the tapping increase when things are truly on the line. So it's so much fun to watch people play, especially now knowing that these stakes are just getting higher and higher every single game.
No, you're exactly right. As you see, the margins of victory are getting slimmer and slimmer as well. My goodness, some of these games have come down to just 1 or 2 fast attacks, and sure, we saw some of that yesterday, and especially during the last chance qualifier, but my goodness, these games have been incredibly close. It feels like the pendulum of momentum swinging back and forth and back and forth. One trainer that I really admire his late game skill is It's Accent. Late game talent is incredible. You think he's out of the match. You're halfway through, you're like, oh my goodness, he's on his heels, and then suddenly he storms back into it. Incredible plays by not only It's Accent, but a lot of these other trainers here today.
Yeah, and the one thing that I am also looking forward to as well is that now that we're narrowing it down to our top 4, you know, the losers finals, the winners finals, then the grand finals.
Wow.
I can't wait to see what Pokemon are going to be taking the stage. You know, already we've been seeing Altaria, we've been seeing Skarmory, there was the Toxicroak. You know, these are those picks that really, I think, determine who has the team advantage going into the World Championships. And it's the most exciting thing for me to watch as well, because this is how the metagame is going to slowly start to shift. You know, I think we've been talking about that a little bit this weekend. You know, how you couldn't necessarily run Pokemon like Altaria because it had so many disadvantages against Pokemon like Registeel, Rock Slide users. But now we're seeing that those Pokemon are slowly getting forced out of the metagame, so to speak, and now those Pokemon can take to the skies.
Exactly right. We did see one pivotal matchup I wanted to bring up to match your point there. There was an interesting setup with Marto Galde versus his opponent because the Toxicroak looked so incredible. It had 4 overwhelmingly positive matchups against his opponent, and in that third pivotal game with the Shadow Kanto Ninetales in the lead, kind of making things work. Sometimes you don't even bring a direct answer to a Pokemon. You really let your skill ceiling show. And other times, right, we saw the Walrein versus the Altaria, the Sableye versus a Medicham. Those classic matchups where you're locked in and it feels really tough and really uphill, but still, these trainers are making the most out of it. A lot of trainers who maybe play in the Go Battle League feel a little bit restrained. Maybe they think, okay, well, the Alola Ninetales is always going to beat my Umbreon. There's nothing I can do about it. This is a great opportunity to get insight on how to flip some of these insane matchups, how to make them competitive, and how to set up the rest of your team for victory when it seems like it's the 11th hour and the clock is ticking.
Yeah, and those are skills that you can definitely work on at home thanks to the Go Battle League ladder. There's also the World Championships event happening this weekend in Pokemon Go. So if you haven't already, make sure to catch your World Championships 2022 Pikachu. The outfit is absolutely gorgeous. I did actually get that shiny yesterday.
Oh, okay,
I gotta take a moment to get that in, of course. But a lot of the Pokemon as well spawning in the wild right now are key staples for the Go Battle League metagame. So if you have not already, this is the perfect time to get caught up so that you too can compete later on in this year for the 2023 season. But let's get back to the 2022 season as we are ready to jump into our next match. So let's go ride that Altaria down to the stage.
And here we go, soaring down here onto our main stage. The majesty just never escapes me. Such a beautiful stage and platform here for our trainers. As we get queued up here, we have two very dynamic battlers. On the left there, we have Dancing Rob. On the right, JB Yang. Now, Dancing Rob did qualify at EUIC some months ago, but he did bring Umbreon on his team during that venture. And we notice, particularly here, that Umbreon is absent.
Yeah, and I think that's another one of those metagame adjustments that you have to make going into a tournament like this. Umbreon is a fantastic Pokemon, don't get me wrong, but that dark typing just adds another critical fighting type weakness, also a fairy type weakness as well, and I think it was a great read to recognize Obstagoon is kind of on a lot of people's minds right now, so maybe it's better to leave those dark type Pokemon behind and instead, you know, rely on your own fairy Pokemon in the Alolan Ninetales.
You're exactly right, and our co-caster Tua Butters was a huge, enormous fan of Dancing Rob's Shadow Swampert play at EUIC, one of the best closing Pokemon in all of the Open Great League, and we might even see it come to fruition here. But let's not get too distracted about that team, because on the other side of the coin, we do have a Registeel, Trevenant, Shadow, Walrein, Altaria, Medicham, and the Alolan Ninetales there for JB Yang. Gabby, we've seen the Altaria really have a tough time so far in this tournament, but I'll tell you what's not a mistake, making it to day 2 in the World Championships.
I was going to say, there are so many Altaria that made it to day 2. It's a very interesting thing to observe, because as these trainers have more and more matchups, you just end up bubbling the best Pokemon, if you will, to the top. And to see Altaria making its second, possibly even third appearance today alone is really incredible, and just goes to show that even when you think a Pokemon is down, it might not necessarily be out. And I love how JB Yang as well has that double fairy core, Altaria being a part of that with the Alolan Ninetales. Again, to recognize the threat of Pokemon like Obstagoon coming into this tournament. Doesn't have too much of an impact on this specific matchup, as that Shadow Venusaur loves seeing those fairy type Pokemon for sure. But definitely something that Yang was thinking about coming into this event, and I think it shows how well that paid off.
Exactly right. Sometimes it is a bit of a roll of the dice, which teams you get paired up against. Maybe there's one Pokemon you absolutely do not want to see. Maybe it's Zardy's Cofagrigus. Maybe it's an Obstagoon from one of these other trainers. You never know. But sometimes you can find the right alignment, and the stars do align truly. And we do see two strong answers to that Altaria on Dancing Rob's team. We do see that Alolan Ninetales and the Galarian Stunfisk. Gabby, those matches are nothing but abysmal, but I'll tell you what, if the Altaria can find that Shadow Swampert, especially without Sludge Wave, the Shadow Venusaur, or the Medicham, those Sky Attacks and Dragon Breaths really add up.
Yeah, it's going to be about positioning once again, and I think the closer we get to the finals of this tournament, the more and more that becomes a key. You know, you just alluded to that earlier. These matches are just getting closer and closer and closer, and I feel like that just goes to show not only, you know, the skill level of these trainers, but again, just the preparation that went into making it this far in the tournament. You know, there was a lot of work, a lot of dreams being realized here today at this tournament, and if you're gonna go compete at Worlds, you gotta give it your best shot. You gotta do your best and have no regrets, and practice really just is the best thing you can do to prepare.
No, you're exactly right. And as you move through this tournament, it's very much like climbing the summit of a mountain. You get higher, you look at the ground behind you, how far you've come, but you notice the air is thinner, it's dry, it's very, very difficult to continue to succeed at that high level, and you're not even close to the peak yet, so you have to keep on pushing. If there's one Pokemon I think JB Yang will bring every single game here, I think that Trevenant has to show up. It's got so many positive matchups, and it can work its way out of neutral ones as well.
Yeah, and Trevenant is also just one of those Pokemon, alongside the Registeel and the Walrein, really, that are a key core for these teams. I find it very interesting that in the Go Battle League, when you all talk about cores, it's usually just 2 Pokemon. You know, I think that in the video game, for example, you think maybe 3 or 4 Pokemon possibly as being the core. But I feel like the Registeel, Trevenant, Walrein stands out to me because that really is a core of 3 Pokemon. You know, if you're someone new to the game, for example, a few people recommended it to me. They were like, hey, you should try running these 3 Pokemon. You know, it doesn't matter how good they are. Just make sure they're under that 1,500 CP total. and then you can just learn the game. You can have a good team. You can do your best, have no regrets. But we're going to go ahead and jump into this game one again. This is Dancing Rob versus JB Yang for losers round 6. The loser of this round is out of the tournament. The stakes could not be higher.
And we do see the Trevenant hit the field in the lead for JB Yang and the Galarian Stunfisk to meet it. Trevenant digging its roots into the ground here. It really enjoys this matchup against that ground and steel type Stunfisk, but it will deliver these rock slides, and I think 2 rock slides will bring this Trevenant perilously close to KO.
Yeah, given how important the Trevenant is to this matchup, like you said, it has a lot of favorable matchups against Dancing Rob's side of the field. It's very curious that JB Yang is letting it take that damage, but does get to the Shadow Ball, and it will connect with the Galarian Stunfisk, so both of these Pokemon are getting dangerously low on health.
They absolutely are. We look for the rock slide here coming through, but it will get Protect Shielded up by the Trevenant. I was peeking at that back line for Dancing Rob, and there is one Pokemon that is going to wreak havoc on this back line if it does appear, but the Stunfisk is still in the field, looking for another rock slide, throwing on the charging priority. Trevenant will get the better of the ground and steel type, but the shield comes up actually.
Yeah, interesting that Dancing Rob wants to preserve the attack on that Galarian Stunfisk, knowing that the rock slide should fire off next and force possibly the final shield from JB Yang if he doesn't want to hold on to that seed bomb he currently has banked. We see the Protect come through, and now it's possible that this Trevenant can get the Shadow Claw down, but instead the Medicham taking the field.
Medicham on the field is very interesting here. We do see the seed bomb bait. Oh, what a great calculated call here by JB Yang, pulling away that final Protect Shield from Dancing Rob.
Yeah, you have to be very careful. Medicham is such a powerful Pokemon. You do not want it to take some super effective damage, but you can have it take some not very effective damage, which is what we're seeing play out now in the mirror.
We do see the Psychic getting fired off here by Dancing Rob's Medicham, looking for that defense drop, fishing around for that, and does not get it this time, but there are no Protect Shields remaining, so this Psychic will come through from JB Yang. As we saw in the demonstration from the first Psychic on the left side, this probably will not KO the Medicham.
It won't, but it gets it so close. I feel like Dancing Rob has to throw the Psychic on alignment. It will connect with JB Yang's own Medicham, but it's taken one more turn of counter damage, and it's just one more turn closer to the KO, and is the one that faints first.
It does secure the knockout. Luckily, that Trevenant is still waiting in the wings. It might come out here looking for the Shadow Claws. Here comes the Alola Ninetales trying to get the KO, but the Shadow Ball comes through first.
Yeah, that Trevenant had that Shadow Ball practically there, ready and waiting, and this is going to do so much damage to that Ninetales. Will have the opportunity to come back with some charms against the super effective Altaria.
Altaria takes to the skies, but it might be just a minute too late as the Alola Ninetales looks to land this Ice Weather Ball against that Flying and Dragon-type Pokemon.
Yeah, this is going to be very super effective and almost just flat out knock it out in one go. And now Charm will be the final move to knock out that Trevenant and give Dancing Rob game 1.
Absolutely devastating there. The Alola Ninetales coming in just when it needed it the most, in surviving the Shadow Ball and still outpacing the Altaria to that Weather Ball. Very, very well played here. JB Yang has to find an answer for that Alola Ninetales in game 2.
He does. I mean, he has the Registeel on his team, and if you're looking for an answer to a Fairy Ice-type Pokemon, Steel typing is very, very tempting, but Dancing Rob certainly can handle that with the Galarian Stunfisk and the Medicham alone. I think Rob was anticipating seeing that Registeel, and the fact that it didn't make an appearance made that victory just so much easier for him.
No, it absolutely did. The absence of Registeel was really felt there by JB Yang, but in this best-of-3 series, that again applies a lot of pressure to JB Yang. Maybe he feels like he has to bring the Registeel, and then Dancing Rob brings his best counters for it. Maybe the Swampert appears, maybe the Medicham comes as well, and the Registeel has nowhere to go. So again, these layers of strategy are not only visible to us, but they play out mentally as the series progresses.
Yeah, and knowing as well, just your tournament life is on the line. If JB Yang loses one more game, that is it. He is out. Just adds to that pressure. You know, I think that JB Yang had a good idea going into this matchup. You know, I think that Altaria was an interesting choice, but unfortunately did not find the alignment needed. And as a result, just really cost him his position. I don't think you can necessarily just swap out the Altaria for the Registeel one-to-one, though. You know, I think you have to respect the threats and the fact that Dancing Rob could just make his own adjustments in this situation.
You're exactly right. And as you look at that Alola Ninetales from Dancing Rob, it's just so hard to find a direct counter outside of that Registeel. I mean, Trevenant has so much utility against the rest of the team. You don't want to place it in a position where it's going to lose a lot of HP. It's going to have to use Protect Shields. It might escape that matchup with just a little bit of health remaining and then be squared up against a Pokemon that you really wish you had that extra HP to deal with. But then again, if you bring that Walrein, you're dealing resisted Powder Snows. You'd have to land the Earthquake. It's a Shadow Walrein as well, so you don't really have time to get into that matchup. Bait an Icicle Spear, throw an Earthquake. You can't stay in that matchup. You need to be decisive and fast.
Yeah, and because you have to be decisive and fast, I think that's exactly why trainers are taking a moment now to slow things down and think everything through. A turn in Pokemon Go is only half of a second long, and you have to make sure that you can execute on those turns. And I mean, we were talking about, mechanics a little bit earlier on yesterday, and I think a little bit today as well. Something that you have to be careful of is if you're trying to get an attack queued up and ready to go, you need to have that half second in order to queue it up. So if you're just going ahead and, not paying attention and maybe, not tapping your charge move right away, that can really cost you. So something that you just have to be very careful about, especially with Pokemon like the Shadow Walrein, given how every single turn is absolutely critical. But we are going to go ahead and jump into game 2 of this set. Both of these trainers are ready and raring to go with a Registeel versus a Medicham lead.
What a great team composition call here by Dancing Rob as he does land that Fighting and Psychic-type Medicham versus the Registeel. The switch out, the counter shot to Lola Ninetales.
That Ninetales will have the type advantage. Look at how much damage those charms are doing. Fortunately, the Medicham can build enough energy to get to the Psychic, but that's not going to be enough to KO. Dancing Rob free to just go for the knockout based off of fast moves alone and bank all that energy for later.
Now, this is very interesting as well. We do see the Weather Ball get queued off here. This is a critical play because you're trying to KO the Medicham with enough HP remaining so that the Registeel cannot lock on down, and Alola Ninetales will achieve that mission. It's going to apply a lot of damage, even though it's resistant over time. But this is also fascinating because he pulled out the Medicham, he pulled out the Alola Ninetales. Now the Registeel can be matched up in a good position, and the Trevenant is free to wreak havoc.
Yeah, that Registeel is going to take this opportunity to build to an attack, and like you said, probably just focus on the lock on down. So that just brings the question, we can see the Medicham and the Stunfisk in the back of Dancing Rob's party. I feel like you have to keep that Focus Blast for as long as possible on the off chance that it's that Galarian Stunfisk.
Whoa.
But Registeel can only hold one attack at any given time.
It absolutely can, and we do see a switch into the Medicham. You are not only switch locked, but now you are debuffed, and you lost almost half of your HP, and Trevenant looks to pounce on the Psychic type here.
That is the perfect opportunity for this Trevenant to also take some time and gather up some energy. JB Yang has to be careful about these Ice Punches, but the Trevenant can take one. So with 2 shields available to him, he has more than enough time to go for the Shadow Claw on down, and he gets it before a second charge move.
In the Pokedex, Trevenant does trap Pokemon in its forest, and Medicham was lost to the trees there, as we do see the Trevenant waiting for the next Pokemon to come into the field. The Galarian Stunfisk will appear. It's full health, but that Trevenant is at maximum energy.
Yeah, this first Seed Bomb will not be shielded by Dancing Rob. It will do a decent amount of damage. What I'm curious to see is whether or not this Trevenant is within range of a KO from a Rock Slide. If these trainers end up trading shields here, it could be possible that the Galarian Stunfisk sneaks on ahead and gets the KO prior to the 3 Seed Bombs from the Trevenant.
And that's a question that JB Yang does not want to find out the answer to quite yet. He does deploy that Protect Shield, look for a Seed Bomb here, and does strip away that Protect Shield from Dancing Rob. The Shadow Ball would have been close to deadly, but the Seed Bomb was not. Now he is comfortable throwing on the Trojan with priority. Trevenant delivers first.
And gets the last shield from Dancing Rob. So as long as this Trevenant is able to get to one more charged move before JB Yang's shields are depleted, as we see him almost instantly lock into that Protect Shield against this Rock Slide, that Trevenant is going to have a favorable position for the rest of this matchup. And there's still that Registeel practically at full health in the back.
Alola Ninetales waiting in the wings, the counter swap, and the Registeel comes out before the move is even thrown. Incredible call there by JB Yang.
Absolutely precise timing, getting that to the fraction of a second. Now this Focus Blast will connect with the Galarian Stunfisk, pick up that knockout, and bring us into Game 3. Again, the loser of this set will be going home right now.
Now, I didn't see JB Yang at breakfast this morning, but he might have bent a few spoons because he was definitely predicting that switch in, knew it was coming, and sent in that Registeel on an instant notice. What an incredible play there, incredible prediction by JB Yang. And suddenly, Gabby, we are all tied up.
Yeah, and that's the kind of plays that you need to make if you want to be the next world champion. You know, I think that we saw JB Yang make a fantastic adjustment, not only bringing his Registeel into that matchup, but really saving the Registeel so that it had consistent pressure throughout that match and was able to come in, again, with that perfect prediction and that perfect timing, knock out the Alolan Ninetales, and then have that Focus Blast waiting for the Galarian Stunfisk. Going into this Game 3 situation, I almost feel like you try to pull that off again. You know, certainly Dancing Rob could make adjustments, but the Medicham and the Stunfisk really are his best answers for that Registeel. I think if you're comfortable handling those two Pokemon, you don't necessarily have to worry about what he'll change for the third.
No, you're exactly right. And I feel like in this position, you can kind of, if your opponent can't stop the strategy that's working, why not just double down and do it again? And I also want to emphasize as well, at the top of the set, we talked about leading into hard counter matchups and finding ways to work your way out of it. When you lead a Medicham into a Registeel, and then you switch in your own Medicham and get met by an Alolan Ninetales, a lot of PvPers would just leave the match. That's really tough, right?
Yeah.
But if you can have a plan and a strategy and clear the way for a Pokemon like Trevenant to really dominate, like we saw with JB Yang, you can find those elusive win conditions. Now, is it too obvious, though, to bring that Registeel in the lead again?
I don't know, because I feel like Registeel is one of those Pokemon that you can bring it as a lead, and even if your opponent is predicting it, you still have the opportunity to switch and adjust, and as long as you're comfortable making that adjustment, you can get through that well enough. You know, Registeel, again, one of the best Pokemon in the Open Great League format, has the basically guaranteed ability to draw out your opponent's counter to Registeel, and if you're playing the game like Yang approached that game too, where the Registeel was a key part of his win condition, he wanted to save it for the end, drawing out the counter to that Pokemon early on, as early as you can bring it, honestly, is a great strategy to fall back on.
No, you're exactly right. And as we see the Registeel hitting the field here in just a few moments probably, the one Pokemon that's been absent when you speak about Registeel counters is the Swampert. We haven't seen the Swampert from Dancing Rob yet. I think that Pokemon could also be critical, but then again, if it finds that Trevenant, oh my goodness, is that a tough matchup. Just a single Seed Bomb is all that's needed to KO a Swampert. So positionally speaking, you have to be very careful, and maybe you can't really play around with the switches. Maybe you have to make a hard read, a hard prediction here about what JB Yang is trying to do.
I think so. I mean, the Medicham also has that downfall, right? That the Trevenant is able to hit it super effectively. I think it's why the Trevenant and the Registeel are such great friends in this matchup. You know, they really do cover each other's weaknesses quite nicely. And as a result, they give you an out in lots of unfavorable positions. But here we go. This is Game 3 of Losers Round 6. The loser of this game will be knocked out of the tournament. And that's a Lickitung versus a Trevenant lead. How unfortunate.
Great lead call there by Dancing Rob, and he does kind of throw this Medicham right onto the field with this Shadow Wall Rain to meet it. These counters are really piling on damage. We've seen this matchup a few times over the past few days. These charge attacks from Medicham really don't do much damage, so it needs to be aware of these Icicle Spears.
Yeah, that Wall Rain has 2 Icicle Spheres already waiting. Does not go for a shield on Dancing Rob's side of the field, possibly anticipating that, you know, maybe that was an attempt at a bait from JB Yang. This has to be an Icicle Sphere now. And again, Dancing Rob just happy to let it go. Will throw the Psychic, and if Yang wants to keep that Wall Rain around, I think you have to spend a shield here.
Exactly, and I was thinking, what's going to stop this Wall Rain from just using the Powder Snows and trying to get a KO here? Now that that Icicle Spear came through, it's going to try to tee that miss.
It's going to be so close, but it's a double knockout.
Double knockout. We are essentially resetting the table. It's anyone's guess which Pokemon comes out, but you do not want to be the first one to send your Pokemon out, because then you give your opponent that information. As we see this Swampert hit the field versus the Registeel. What a roll!
The Registeel is now in a very unfavorable matchup. The Trevenant tries to come in and take the lead, but Lickitung happy to swap back in and start dealing some incredible damage thanks to the super effective licks.
To borrow a quote from our co-caster, Tua Butters, I hope this Lickitung doesn't get any splinters, as these licks are adding up on that Ghost and Grass type Trevenant, looking to deliver a Power Whip here. No reason to bait. You want to deal at least as much damage as possible.
Yeah, Power Whip unfortunately is Lickitung's best option, but really here it's the fast moves that you want to keep an eye out for. Trevenant does have the opportunity to throw a Seed Bomb, but Dancing Rob, that Lickitung is so bulky, you know you can take at least 1 more from here, possibly even 2 in the timing that you have. So great, Lickitung just really comfortable spot right now.
And we do see the final Seed Bomb here, the final gasp from this Trevenant, as it does release this same type of attack, bonus attack. Will it be enough? Lickitung stands strong, just happily bouncing around here, and does see the Registeel, but it's got a good partner here to back it up.
Yeah, that Registeel will be taking a ton of damage from the Shadow Swampert when it does come to the field. And Dancing Rob just going straight for that Earthquake. JB Yang using the shield. So unfortunately, the Swampert does not have any energy to throw a second charged attack, but it's only going to be a couple of turns. And Zap Cannon, a very resistant attack. I don't think the attack drop really matters that much here either.
It absolutely doesn't. And as we say in the community, you blink and the Swampert has another Hydro Cannon. So it's going to build up to another Earthquake here. Registeel struggle as it might. Swampert is inevitable as it looks to deliver a strike here. Earthquake coming through.
This Earthquake, if it's not enough to pick up the KO, a couple more Mud Shots certainly will do so. And JB Yang looking at his partner Mudkip there on stage, possibly being a little bit sad that maybe it was his partner Pokemon that did him in and knocked him out of the World Championships. What an incredibly exciting set. Dancing Rob still alive in the loser's side of the bracket, will be moving on in this World Championships.
Dancing Rob's Shadow Swampert, impressive as ever. It's one of those key Pokemon that a lot of trainers build their championship teams around. And with that being said, there are a few other ways trainers can utilize Swampert, and I think we have a few notes on how to maximize those capabilities.
Yeah, you know, I'd love to see those notes myself. I hear that you've really put together a nice set for us.
Yeah, I do think we have a breakdown of that coming in just a few moments here. But again, what an incredible showcase there. That Shadow Swampert, sometimes these Pokemon are so synonymous with trainers that you just expect them to come every single time. Dancing Rob keeping that Swampert in the back of his lineup there until the decisive game number 3.
Yeah, that was very, very well played from both these trainers. But, you know, I'm going to take out my notebook. I'd love to see your notes on Swampert as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at this video while we get our next match queued up.
All right, trainers, welcome back to another Pokemon Go PvP Spotlight. My name is Will Dunphy, and I'm here to tell you about one of the most powerful and dynamic Pokemon in all of Pokemon Go PvP, Swampert. Swampert is a water and ground type Pokemon that is known for its versatility on the battlefield. Swampert has a double weakness to grass types, so trainers will need to use their Protect Shields to defend against grass type attacks and avoid matchups against Pokemon that learn the fast attack Razor Leaf. Swampert's optimal fast attack is Mud Shot, a 2-turn move that is spectacular for generating energy. What really makes Swampert exceptional though is its Community Day charge attack Hydro Cannon. Swampert can reach 2 Hydro Cannons in just 18 turns. For Swampert's second charge attack, trainers often opt for Sludge Wave or Earthquake. Sludge Wave is a hard-hitting Poison-type charge attack to fight back against Grass-type Pokemon, while Earthquake gives Swampert a charge attack that can one-hit KO most Steel and Fire-type Pokemon. Don't forget that Swampert is also available in its Shadow form. You can capture a Shadow Mudkip after defeating a Team Go Rocket Grunt. Swampert is often paired with complementary Pokemon like Skarmory. Skarmory easily defeats Grass-type Pokemon, and its weaknesses to Electric and Fire are countered by Swampert. Other potential teammates are Alola Ninetales and Walrein, who can deal super effective damage to Grass-type Pokemon with their Ice-type attacks, as well as a Pokemon like Mandibuzz with its Flying-type attacks. Registeel and Mandibuzz also resist Grass-type attacks, so pairing Swampert with these Pokemon can create several obstacles for trainers who want to bring a Grass-type Pokemon to battle against your Swampert. To compete in a Pokemon Go Championship Series event, you'll need to build a team of 6 Pokemon. Here's an example team of 6 Pokemon that is built around Swampert. Swampert, Alola Ninetales, Walrein, Deoxys Defense Form, Registeel, and Mandibuzz. Building a team of 6 Pokemon for Pokemon Go PvP is a fun and challenging process, and beginning with a strong Community Day Pokemon like Swampert is a fantastic start. Swampert has blasted its way into the Pokemon Go Championship Series meta. Stay tuned and see if it will continue to wash away the competition.
You know, you mentioned in that video, Speedy, that the Swampert was a great Community Day Pokemon, but we've been seeing so many Mudkips spawn in the wild here at the World Championships. I almost feel like it's a good Community Day Pokemon and a great World Championship Pokemon. you know, I would love to take a look at the teams that we have remaining in the tournament at this point and figure out, okay, is it guaranteed that we're going to have a Swampert in the finals yet or not? Because I feel like it, along with the Walrein and the Trevenant, really are the Pokemon I'm expecting to see climb all the way to the top.
Those water-type Pokemon, right? When your only grass threat is maybe the Trevenant or the elusive Shadow Venusaur, water types can really thrive in the current Open Great League meta. And to piggyback off your point, Gabby, there's actually a timed research as well that's related to this event where you can get an elite charge TM. The reason that's important is because if you did not play Mudkip Community Day, but you want access to that Hydro Cannon charge attack, you can evolve your Swampert and then use that free elite TM to get that charge attack and prime your Swampert for battle. Now that being said, we've seen impressive plays from Swampert. We have two brand new teams here as well that we're going to review here shortly. And there's one Pokemon I'm actually pretty excited to see, and it happens to be another water type as well.
Can I finally ask what this Pokemon is? Because it's been, what, like 2 days now since you first dropped this. Well, I haven't seen the Pokemon that I really want to see yet. And I you know, you probably mentioned it again yesterday, but I want to follow up on it because I think it's Chestnut. You just put it in the video so you could see it on stream, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
okay, great. Chestnut is great. I love Chestnut.
Chestnut's top 5, but for this purpose, I do think the Tapu Fini is going to be very exciting to see. We mentioned it before. I think I told you yesterday as well. Really excited to see it. And we've seen it actually on stream before, but it was Caleb and Steven casting there, so we didn't get to cover it. So I'm excited to see this matchup as well. And there's a bit of poetry in this pairing, if I may, because the first regional championship, Liverpool, the winner was Lurgan Rocket. And then the North American International Championships, the winner was It's Accent. So we're kind of bookending this season here with these two competitors as they meet in our World Championships.
Yeah, as they meet on the loser's side of the bracket as well, which means just like every other match that we've been featuring as of late, you lose and unfortunately you're knocked out. And I can't say that enough times. You know, yes, Pokemon Go typically does have a double elimination bracket, but once you take that first loss, your back is against the wall, and the stakes are just as high as some of the top 16, top 8 battles that we're featuring from the trading card game and the video game right now on the other streams.
No, exactly right. The stakes are incredibly high, and they continue to rise here. Both of these trainers have their tournament lives on the line, but let's go ahead and glide down to that center stage and take a look at our competitors as they get queued up here for their set.
You know, I love that we have this storyline playing out where you have the first page and the last page. You know, the Liverpool Regional Championships was really the first Pokemon Go Play Pokemon event. And I think that a lot of people were excited to see, you know, just how that event would play out. What would the Pokemon that would do well be featured? And just see that the winner of that tournament is still alive in the World Championships 6 odd months later is just really exciting to see. You know, that just goes to show you that those skills were just really locked in at that point in time. And maybe it's the power of the shirt. I don't know. I know Butters loves to talk about all of the signatures on his shirt, but there could be some power in that. I don't know. Maybe I'll try that out after this tournament, quite frankly.
Well, as you know, Pokemon Go players, we are re-energized by our community and seeing these friends that maybe we've missed over the past months, maybe even years since we have seen our friends and colleagues. You have to get some kind of memento. You really value those relationships when you're able to see each other again. And we see Lurgan valuing his time here on stage as well. You know, there are lots of questions, especially early on when Pokemon Go is added to the tournament circuit. What would the format be like? How would the trainers prepare? How many trainers would sign up? And a question here as well is Lurgan Rocket rusty after having 6 months off, right? You know, you win the first one and then you kind of go into hibernation and you watch the other regional tournaments play out. I mean, I don't think he's rusty at all if he's on this stage.
No, if you're this deep into the tournament, I don't think you can say that you're rusty. I mean, maybe it's more of a like fine aged sort of situation, like a nice cheese, if you will. You know, you went into hibernation, you honed your skills, maybe trained under a couple of waterfalls, whatever, you know, whatever training fits your style best. And, you know, I think he came up with a really unique team as well. And, you know, It's Accent, again, it can't be stated enough. You know, he came into this tournament knowing that he was going to run the same exact 6 Pokemon that he did to win the North American International Championships, because it was just what he was comfortable with and what he felt was the best. And to see him continue to pilot this team at such a high skill level truly is a treat.
And while Lurgan Rocket does have some similar Pokemon on his team, not everything is the same. We do see that Cresselia, Diggersby, and Scrafty trio continuing on from that Liverpool Regional Championship and appearing here today, but to accompany it, you do have the Tapu Fini and the Shadow Nidoqueen. You mentioned meditating under waterfalls. Interesting fact about Walrein, before its Community Day, Powder Snow Fast Attack was added, it only had Waterfall.
Oh.
So maybe a little bit of poetry there as well, as Walrein does make an appearance.
Yeah, you know, I don't think we'll see Waterfall in this tournament, but knowing that the Walrein had access to it, maybe that's just part of your training technique. You know, you bring your Tapu Fini, your Cresselia there with you. Walrein sets up the Waterfall for you, and then when you're done, you use one of those charged TMs and just make sure the moves are all right. But what is also right is that we're going to jump right into this match. Already a Scrafty versus a Lickitung lead from its Axon.
Extremely tough lead here, and the crowd recognizes it. We do hear some cheers for our Lurgan Rocket as that Swampert hits the field. Here we see the Cresselia. Oh my goodness, the Scrafty gathered so much energy, but this Cresselia is here to meet the Water Ground type Swampert.
Yeah, Cresselia, probably one of the best Grass Knot users in the Open Great League format, will be able to take several of these Hydro Cannons before it has to worry about shields, and all the while charging up that powerful Grass type attack. If Swampert is not careful, one of these should knock it out after just a little more chip damage.
I'm a bit surprised here by that early shield by its Axon, recognizing maybe he can reach 2 Hydro Cannons here. Again, this is a cost-benefit analysis. Its Axon says, if I invest a shield, what is my return? He's trying to land 2 of these charge attacks and get that shield back. Oh, and he does!
He does. Lurgan Rocket forced to spend a shield here. If he wants the Cresselia to use the Grass Knot it just got access to, will indeed spend the shield, and now here immediately comes that Grass Knot.
Grass Knot was fired there on charge move priority, but Cresselia, known for its bulky stat product, it does go second in that exchange, but super effective damage comes through. Lickitung is on the field, 2 very bulky Pokemon, and Lickitung needs to store a lot of energy to fight back against the Scrafty here.
Yeah, but this is the perfect opportunity to get all that energy, as there is no way that Cresselia will be able to knock out this Lickitung after a single Moonblast. It will need at least 2 more of those, and given just how much damage these Licks are doing over time, that is more than enough to pick up the KO.
It absolutely is. We do see the Scrafty come in here versus that Lickitung, looking to deliver a body slam here. Neutral body slams. Maybe you can get 3 of these charge attacks off, but recall the Scrafty still has a ton of energy from that lead matchup.
It does, and a couple of power-up punches will only increase the amount of damage that it's doing, but instead going straight for that foul play, no shield from its Axon.
Yeah, letting this Lickitung absorb that damage, reaching for that Nidoqueen as well, trying to get ahead on energy, and that one poison jab might be decisive as the Shadow Nidoqueen comes out to meet it.
Yeah, a bit of a mirror here, though. One of the Nidoqueen does appear to be wearing a best friend's ribbon just tucked right in front of its ear. Its Axon going straight for the Earth Power, though, and Lurgan Rocket doesn't shield it. That's a knockout.
That's a knockout blow from the Shadow Nidoqueen, which has been so clutch for its Axon through all of his tournament experience. We do see a Poison Fang get fired off here as well.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter if Lurgan Rocket goes for the shield at this point in time, as there is just not enough time for that Scrafty to get rid of the shield on its Axon side of the field and pick up the knockout here. That defense drop followed by a couple of fast moves is enough for that knockout, and its Axon takes game 1.
And this is just the difference with these key players. They don't rely on just 1 or 2 single Pokemon to really carry their team. Its Axon led his Lickitung into a negative matchup, and you know, Lurgan Rocket thought that he had it handled. But guess what? You still have to deal with the Nidoqueen in the back, and that Pokemon has been so incredible for its Axon. It continues to be clutch in key moments.
Yeah, and the fact that its Axon was able to take a very unfavorable lead with that Lickitung versus the Scrafty on Rocket's side of the field and just almost immediately turn it around, despite the fact that he then was at a disadvantage, which was Swampert versus the Cresselia, just goes to show how comfortable he was in that matchup. He had the right amount of energy. He had that right positioning consistently. So even though he appeared to be on the back foot, he was always 1 step ahead.
That's poetically said, if I may say. We do see 2 Psychic-type Pokemon here, as both of these trainers trying to utilize some Future Sight and figure out what their opponents might bring. Mew and Cresselia there. Those plushies are awesome. Now, in terms of team leads here, what do you think a favorable lead could be here for its Axon? He had a really tough go at it in game number 1.
It's hard because the Lickitung really is his signature Pokemon. So much of his North American International Championship run was built upon Lickitung's shoulders, and I could see just wanting to consistently go with that lead. But given how Lurgan Rocket just called that immediately at the start of that game 1, if you're gonna bring that Lickitung, maybe save it in the back for later. You know, I really like the idea of leading a more flexible Pokemon, maybe the Sableye, maybe that Medicham, so that you can sort of draw out some of the problem Pokemon on your opponent's side of the field and get the Lickitung the alignment, rather than just rolling the dice and see where it lands.
That's a perfect call out as well. I think the Sableye might be pretty useful here. We do see that Cresselia, that Lurgan Rocket tends to favor. Again, tendencies and favoritism does come into play here, as these trainers are very comfortable with certain Pokemon. We've seen the Lickitung and Nidoqueen, a kind of combo throughout this tournament circuit with its Zaxxon. Does he decide to bring that team again, or does he change things up here? There's one Pokemon I'd love to see, again, the Tapu Fini, but I just don't see much play for it here with Lickitung and Nidoqueen on the opposing side.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Tapu Fini, as it is one of the more fun Alolan Guardians. In the video game, it gets access to Misty Terrain, which blocks status and all that good stuff. In Pokemon Go, it has a very fast water move. I believe Water Gun, the one-turn water move, plus Surf and a charged fairy move, and it just does incredible amounts of damage in the right situation. So unfortunately, this isn't quite it, but maybe if Lurgan Rocket is able to bring this into a Game 3, we could see that Tapu Fini.
We might see that happen, but its Zaxxon is up 1-0 in this series, feeling pretty comfortable about the matchup here as both trainers do lock in. We head to the stage. You got to release some of that tension from your shoulders and get ready to battle as we have our leads here on the screen.
All right, well, that's already so much more favorable for that Lickitung facing off against the Cresselia, an instant switch into that Nidoqueen for Lurgan Rocket.
You know what? If you did the Nidoqueen swap in, I'll try it as well. Nidoqueen very problematic here for its Zaxxon. As you see, he remains with that Lickitung in the lead. He's got to beat this Pokemon by committee.
Well, Body Slam will do a decent amount of damage, but these Poison Fang defense drops are going to start adding up. But now it's against a Medicham, which will not take as much damage, and I think more importantly could threaten a super effective Psychic type attack against the Poison Pokemon.
It could, and that Body Slam actually sets up the Medicham quite nicely. It puts this Nidoqueen within Ice Punch range as we see it pull away this first Protect Shield from Lurgan Rocket. But I have to say as well, this switching of the Medicham is sending a signal. Maybe this Pokemon is not the best against the Cresselia, so you send it out to match the Nidoqueen here.
Yeah, that Nidoqueen, it looks like happy to just stay on the field for a couple turns longer, possibly even take the knockout so that Lurgan Rocket can get back the alignment that he's looking for. This Poison Fango will be shielded by the Medicham, and a second Ice Punch is coming through. That Nidoqueen has a lot of energy, but Lurgan Rocket valuing the positioning more, possibly looking to get that Cresselia back out onto the field to try and deal the rest of the damage needed to knock out the Medicham.
And we saw alignment be very critical here. Lurgan Rocket giving it up is a little bit surprising to me, but both trainers wanting to value these Protect Shields. They know how critical they can be in the late game. We do see a Psychic getting triggered here. The hope is that defense drop. I think that's the key here that Medicham wants to unlock and does not get it. The key breaks in the lock, and we do see the Lickitung hit the field, but now Cresselia is ready. It's got stored energy.
It does. This is the first Moonblast. Could possibly reach a second by the time its Zaxxon is able to throw another Body Slam, but going for a swap, Diggersby is the adjustment from Lurgan Rocket and is going to be dealing super effective damage to the Shadow Nidoqueen thanks to its Earth ground type attacks.
Diggersby digs in here to this matchup. It loves to see this ground type Pokemon. It does draw that first Protect Shield away with the first Earthquake, but Diggersby's so comfortable it can just reach for another one here. Nidoqueen going for the Earth Power here. It wants to hit back.
Lurgan Rocket has a very tough decision to make here. If it's the Poison Fang, you don't shield, but it's the Earth Power. You're taking so much damage, and you get the defensive drop as well. That is very unfortunate. A Poison Fang also queued up and ready to go against this Diggersby.
Lurgan Rocket takes his eyes off the screen, but not off of the ball, as he does trigger up this Earthquake and fire off a probably excellent here to secure this knockout.
Yeah, Diggersby will have the opportunity to swap out to Cresselia as well to lose the defensive drops, but can it reach another charged move in time? We see Fire Punch, we see him going for the Earthquake, and the Cresselia just barely missing the opportunity to switch in.
Yeah, just one turn early with the Body Slam. Wants to eliminate the Diggersby, make this competitive. Lickitung will get that knockout here, but now the Cresselia comes back in. Maybe double Grass Knot is the recipe here, or can you just go straight for that Moonblast?
It looks like Lurgan Rocket is taking a couple of extra turns to build some energy. Will will throw the Grass Knot and still has 1 Protect Shield remaining as well. So it looks like double Grass Knot is indeed going to be the play to secure that knockout and bring us into Game 3.
Looking for the body slam here. No Protect Shield up from Lurgan Rocket. What a great call here. Confident in that Cresselia's bulk and HP, and he does indeed survive it. Lickitung just can't get there, and the Grass Knot will deliver a victory. Lurgan Rocket ties up the series.
Yeah, that Diggersby was a fantastic adjustment as it was able to really put a ton of pressure down on that Shadow Nidoqueen. And even though the Shadow Nidoqueen got the defense drop off that Earth Power, that's not something guaranteed. Unlike the Poison Fang, Lurgan Rocket was able to keep the momentum on his side, and at the end of the day, that little bulk loss didn't even matter. He had the energy he needed. He was able to throw those Earthquakes exactly when they needed to happen and find the KO.
Diggersby really fell out of favor in the current Open Great League meta when Araquanid appeared. We did see Diggersby actually played by Itzaxen. That's one of his signature Pokemon that he's tried in other tournaments, most notably Indianapolis. He's familiar with that Pokemon. He knows the matchups, and he probably recognizes how much of a threat it can be to his team. Being a ground and normal type Pokemon, it does not like to see counter users or ice, but it does have a great matchup against the Shadow Nidoqueen, which Itzaxen has made good use of, but as well as the Lickitung, because you're resisting all those licks.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the Diggersby on a Lurgan Rockets team as well, because you look at the Pokemon he has with the Scrafty, with the Cresselia, with the Tapu Fini. You know, Ice type and Fighting type Pokemon aren't necessarily a threat, so you can sort of take and recognize that, yes, my Diggersby will struggle against these matchups, and then go ahead and, you know, just switch those Pokemon in, maybe find the alignment and take some of those attacks for Diggersby. So some great team building from Lurgan, and I think that Itzaxen really needs to figure out a different strategy going into this Game 3. You know, the Lickitung is so great on paper. Yes, super effective Lick against the Cresselia is an amazing tech to have, but I also think that the Lickitung really sort of struggled and did not find the alignment it was looking for, and even though it is your best buddy, I think you might have to just leave it behind for this matchup. Try to throw your opponent off, especially if they're anticipating you bringing it.
No, I agree. I think that even with alignment not quite in his favor at all times, Lurgan Rocket's energy management was absolutely key. Giving up that alignment, going 1-and-1 shield parity, bringing out that Cresselia with the Moonblast loaded with the extra energy. If he does not manage his Cresselia's energy well enough, in the end game, that Lickitung would definitely get to the double body slams first. Every single cycle cut, they're like little paper cuts, right? They don't do a lot of damage, but they add up over time and they make your opponent very uncomfortable, especially when you start to unleash all of that stored energy. We have one trainer locked in here and is confident. I would like to see a lot more neutral play here from Itzaxen. I think he's got the skill ceiling to succeed, but Lurgan Rocket is not going to go away quietly.
Yeah, and I think having a bit of a spice, a little bit of a surprise on Lurgan's Rocket side of the field is really working to his advantage. You know, I think Itzaxen probably anticipated a few more meta-centric picks, you know, those expected Pokemon, and given the fact that Diggersby just wasn't one of them, it's a very tough matchup, puts a ton of pressure onto the field, but here we go. Game 3, losers round 6, Cresselia versus the Metachamp.
We do see Itzaxen reaching right for that Shadow Nidoqueen. It does hit the field, but the Diggersby is out. The Diggersby is loose, and it does meet that Poison type Nidoqueen, but the difference here is that 4 Protect Shields are in play. We could see some advanced strategies here from the Nidoqueen.
Well, that first attack from the Nidoqueen will once again be the Earth Power. Itzaxen not going for Poison Fang. Doesn't get the defensive drop this time around, but more importantly, does not pull one of Lurgan Rocket's shields. Now Itzaxen has a tough choice to make here. Will he shield this Nidoqueen? He ends up going for it, so Earthquake does not do damage, but this damage is adding up over time on both of these Pokemon.
This is a very tough position to be in. You know that Earthquake will be fatal if it does land, and we do see the Poison Fang pulling away a shield. Nidoqueen is not out of it yet.
These defensive drops, again, are going to start adding up over time. Itzaxen immediately throwing a second Poison Fang. While this attack will be resisted, that Diggersby is at such low health. If it didn't have that Earthquake already ready and waiting, I don't think it would have lasted long enough to throw it.
What kind of willpower does Nidoqueen have here? Actually just going to let it succumb there to the Diggersby, but look at this positionally speaking. We do have a unique opportunity here to farm down this Diggersby with one of your 2 Pokemon, but if you send in the Metachamp, that Cresselia will likely come out again.
Yeah, but the Sableye is an adjustment from Itzaxen. No Lickitung, and now Diggersby already at a 3rd Earthquake. Itzaxen does does use the shield here, but this is going to be a really unique opportunity because this Scrafty is not going to take any damage from the Sableye.
Scrafty really favoring this matchup, but you do see an early bait here by its accent. Lurgan Rocket calls it. What a great early bait here. He's staying in this fight.
Yeah, just confidently knowing when to shield and when to let it go. It's Axon out of all of his shields. Now Medicham and Cresselia out on the field. And look, Cresselia is almost at that Moonblast.
I think it's Axon looked for the exit, but Lurgan Rocket was standing there waiting for him with the Cresselia. He does deliver this Moonblast. It will be super effective damage against the Medicham, and this Pokemon is really struggling, but it's going to try to throw a Psychic here.
Yeah, like you mentioned in game 2, one of its Axon's only remaining outs will be a defense drop from this Psychic. It's not very effective, it's not guaranteed, and it does not happen. Cresselia free to throw its second Moonblast when it feels like it for that knockout.
Cresselia very comfortable here, going to settle in. No Protect Shield as the Ice Punch does get thrown here. This is some minimal damage as Cresselia just absorbs it, looking for the double Grass Knots here.
I love that this Cresselia is in the perfect position to take this match for Lurgan Rocket. It's on the desk cheering him on. That Medicham goes down, and now the second Grass Knot into the Sableye.
This is just a hill too tall, a mountain too steep. It's Axon trying to fight back. He reaches for the return. Scrafty switches in. Do we see a Protect Shield? Yes, we do, making all the calls.
All right, Scrafty happy to not take any damage from this return. Has the foul play ready and waiting. This will connect with its Axon Sableye for the knockout, and Lurgan Rocket, the first winner of a regional championship here in the Play Pokemon Go circuit, takes the win over our North American International Champion.
Lurgan Rocket blasting off into the next round, ready to meet the next challenger. Man, these trainers are so impressive. Rust is not even on his mind at this point. Lurgan Rocket playing incredibly well, even coming from down in the series 0-1, it just storms back with 2 consecutive victories.
And what an opponent to beat as well to move on in this tournament. I think that its Axon, especially given his confidence we've seen on stream throughout the weekend, was one of the favorites to win. So to have that victory under your belt going into your next round, again, on the loser's side of the bracket, knowing that your tournament could be over at any given moment in time must be incredible.
Yeah, I think both these trainers are very stressed, but it doesn't really show on the field. The plays look so comfortable, so I guess, you know, unique as they move through these matchups. The Cresselia was so powerful there. That's a Pokemon I didn't really expect. We've seen so many Trevenant, so many Sableye, Obstagoon, Umbreon. There's so many obstacles to bringing a Pokemon like Cresselia, but Lurgan Rocket shows why one of those OG Open Great League Pokemon can still work in the current meta.
Yeah, it's really a fantastic Pokemon when you think about it. It's very bulky. It has access to some really unique typing in terms of its charge moves. And even though it doesn't get the same type attack bonus from Moonblast or Grass Knot, it's able to get to those attacks quick enough thanks to Psycho Cut, and then it's able to just deal the damage when needed. And that's exactly what we saw play out.
Cresselia, just like these newer Pokemon like Araquanid, just like Lickitung, it has incredible staying power. And that's one of those Pokemon that, even though it's not level 50, it does have the capability of staying in matchups for just uncomfortable amounts of time. It really puts a lot of pressure on your opponent's team. It allows you to refresh your switch timer to move the pieces around and try to find alignment. And we didn't really see too much of that in game number 3. I think Lurgan Rocket very comfortable through a lot of those matchups. Didn't need to manipulate the switch timer, but he has that option. And I think having extra options, being flexible is so important when the matches are this razor thin.
Exactly. You know, one of the key components of the Go Battle League is you recognize the strategy that your opponent is bringing into the match and you make adjustments. And if you're able to recognize that its Axon is probably better at getting the switch advantage than you are, maybe is a little bit more comfortable making those switches, you go ahead and adjust and you say, well, I'm just going to seek that alignment. I'm going to hope that I get the timers locked in, the Pokemon locked on the field, and then just deal damage. I mean, sometimes it can be that easy.
You just have to chip away, right?
Exactly, exactly.
Like every great empire, it's like a cake. It's best diminished at the edges over time, right? Chip after chip after chip, and these Pokemon are so relentless. It takes a degree of patience as well. We speak about being flexible, but a lot of trainers, like our co-caster Tua Butters, likes to turn up the tempo. He likes to make things faster and make progress and try to apply pressure, but sometimes you can just play around with your energy and you can force your opponent into bad situations, and that's enough to advance to the next round in the World Championships.
Yeah, and I really think that our world champion, our first world champion in Pokemon Go, is going to be one of these trainers who's just adept at, seeing all these play styles and adjusting their team accordingly. And I think that Lurgan Rocket's team building skills, he has those bulky Pokemon, he has the Shadow Nidoqueen there as well, just really lends itself to that kind of versatile strategy. That being said, I don't think this is the last we've seen of its Axon. I know he competed at several tournaments last season, and we have many more tournaments coming up in the 2023 season. So if you want to join in and possibly face off against him at one of these, check out Pokemon.com/play. It has all the information you need to sign up for the 2023 regional season.
I would encourage trainers to check back on that page often. I know it gets updated. Maybe there's an event close to you that you can attend. Maybe there's not one right now, but maybe that changes in the future. So definitely stay tuned as things fluctuate for 2023. But I am so excited. In a few weeks, right, we might even be kicking off the season, which just gives me so much joy because it feels like this first season has just been a whirlwind ride already.
Yeah, it's been the season of Pokemon Go indeed. Pokemon Go to Worlds, Pokemon Go outside, Pokemon Go to Go Fest. We have the Go Fest finale coming up as well in a couple of weeks, and I can't wait to get my hands on some of those Ultra Beasts. I was very fortunate to attend the event in Seattle and get my own Buzzwole and get some flexing in, but, I think he needs a couple of friends.
Yeah, I think you can probably speak to this as well from the other Pokemon games. I think trainers really do enjoy being around each other. There's a very strong community presence. You practice, you train together. But Pokemon Go Fest is an event unlike any other. And if you weren't able to attend one of those in-person events, playing this global finale celebration on August 27th is incredible. You can play as well. If you don't have the Go Fest ticket, you can still get access to these awesome spawns, these Ultra Beasts. You can upgrade your Great League, Ultra League, and Master League rosters, compete in the Go Battle League, and hopefully, like you said, come to one of these in-person tournaments.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see what the turnout's going to be next year because I think, in my opinion, I think that there's been such a strong showing of not only community but competitors at the regional championships, at the North American International Championships, and here at Worlds, of course. I mean, you can't really see it based off of our shot, but we're sitting right in front of this amazing stadium. I mean, the stage is gorgeous, as we've been talking about all weekend, but the crowd is just full watching these matches, cheering on their trainers, their friends, going for that first ever world champion title. And I really hope we get to see that energy sort of continue on because Pokemon Go, one of the highlights of this game for me is that community, and to see everybody come together at an event like this to cheer each other on, it's really special. And I'm so happy that I can be a part of the stream, and I'm so happy that so many people have come out to support their friends.
You're exactly right. And there was a quote actually that I had banked here. I wanted to say it during this last series, as Lickitung and Diggersby are such incredibly powerful normal type Pokemon. If you ever encounter a Team Go Rocket grunt, they might say normal is not weak. And we saw that play out here with the Diggersby and the Lickitung. But speaking of Rockets, one of the most powerful Pokemon in this entire tournament that we've seen time and time again is that Sableye. But you have to rescue it from a Team Go Rocket grunt and then purify it to give it return. Let's actually take a moment here to review how Sableye can be added to your team and up your game.
All right, trainers, it's time for us to venture deep into the caves as we try to shed some light on Sableye, the Darkness Pokemon. Sableye, in its purified form, is the ultimate generalist of the Play Pokemon Championship Series. As a Ghost and Dark-type Pokemon, Sableye only has one weakness: Fairy. Sableye is viable at level 40, but skill trainers can power up their Sableye to level 50 while still remaining under 1500 combat power. Sableye is available in 3 forms: in the wild, in shadow form, and in purified form. In all 3 of its forms, Sableye has access to one of the best fast attacks in all of Pokemon Go, Shadow Claw. In the wild, Sableye can learn the charge attacks Foul Play, Power Gem, and Shadow Sneak. Sableye's other 2 forms, Shadow Sableye and Purified Sableye, can only be obtained after rescuing Sableye from a Team Go Rocket grunt. Shadow Sableye's Shadow bonus makes it a more aggressive version of its wild form, as it deals more damage with its attacks, but also receives more damage from opponents' attacks. You'll need to TM away Frustration to give Shadow Sableye access to 2 viable charge attacks. Once you obtain a Shadow Sableye, you may choose to purify it. Purifying Sableye will boost its appraisal, and it will learn the exclusive charge attack, Return. Return is a powerful normal type attack that completes Sableye's nearly perfect moveset coverage. Tiny but mighty, Sableye has returned many opposing Pokemon back into their Pokeballs throughout the competitive Play Pokemon circuit. Due to its incredible typing, moveset, and stats, Purified Sableye easily fits into most team compositions. However, due to its weakness to Fairy-type Pokemon, you'll want to pair Purified Sableye with a Steel-type Pokemon like Registeel or a Poison-type Pokemon like Nidoqueen. Sableye's ability to easily defeat Psychic and Ghost-type Pokemon while also winning countless neutral matchups makes it one of the best safe switches and closers in the Pokemon GO Championship Series. That's it for me. I am Will Dunphy, and I hope you enjoyed our Purified Sableye Spotlight.
Shadow Sableye, Purified Sableye. It just brings me back to my young days of playing Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, where Shadow Pokemon were such a key component of that game. To see one of those mechanics come back and just have such an impact in Pokemon GO, especially in PvP, is truly a lot of fun. And also, I gotta say, it's a lot of fun to maybe take a couple shots at Giovanni, you know, get those Pokemon back and give them hopefully a happier life, all things considered.
Exactly right. I think in the right hands, these Pokemon can enjoy their existence, especially with the right trainer, right, who nourishes them, gives them those X-out candies that they might need to reach their maximum potential. But so many Shadow Pokemon making appearances, but the only Purified Pokemon that has really stuck around in this tournament so far has been Sableye. Now, that being said, periodically these Shadow Pokemon get added to the roster. Maybe you see that dark rocket balloon hovering over you. Maybe you're not exactly sure what to expect. It's always good to check those balloons because other Pokemon like Shadow Skuntank, you can even go with Shadow Swampert from a Shadow Mudkip. Those Pokemon are so powerful, and you can always get those from those Team Go Rocket grunts.
Yeah, you know, I was helping out backstage earlier, and I had one of those balloons, you know, following me around on the map, and it was a Shadow Weedle, which you can evolve into a Shadow Beedrill. Unfortunately, I don't think the stats were quite where I would like it to be to add it to my Go PvP roster, but you know, sometimes you can actually hit the Purify button and get a hundo. So, you know, a perfect Pokemon, if you will. So,
exactly.
Might be doing that a little bit later on. But first, we have to get through more of the competition here today, as we're still coming back on the loser side of the bracket. You know, we're still letting these matches play out and trying to figure out who exactly will be moving on to the semifinals, to the finals, to the grand finals. You know, every single match we feature, we are one match closer to seeing that play out here on stream. And I hope y'all have been having fun watching along at home. I can't express enough just how much fun it's been to feature these matches here with y'all.
It's amazing to watch these stories unfold as these trainers kind of write their own storyline. They know how they want to succeed. Everyone is the star of their own life. And we have seen some interesting developments as well. For example, if you looked at Marto Galde's last matchup, he did have that Toxicroak, which on paper had at least 4 positive matchups against his opponent's team, but still was unable to overcome it. Maybe a bit of a surprise there, maybe a wake-up call. These trainers are incredibly talented, and they will fight with everything in them to win this championship. So I'm interested to see how these two trainers, both in the losers bracket, will advance, because again, once you've been knocked on your heels, that's the real testament of your fortitude as a trainer.
Yeah, the pressure just keeps getting higher and higher as you get closer and closer. You keep using this mountain analogy. I like running, so I'm going to use a running analogy. It's like you're in mile 20, 21 of the marathon, and you don't know why you're maybe doing this at this point. You know, your body's like, I think we should just stop, but you want to keep pushing to get to that finish line. And you know, the ability to stay calm and focus and play these games at such a high level with all that pressure cannot be understated.
Well, if you're going running, Gabby, I encourage you to definitely use your 15-minute daily incense activation.
I always forget. It's awful.
And you need to as well give your buddy some berries so that they can run with you.
Yeah.
Or maybe pick a Pokemon like Lugia that can just kind of casually fly. You know, it's a little bit easier for the flying type Pokemon. But speaking of flying, Gabby, I think we're headed back down to the main stage as we have more battlers queued up and ready to go here. Familiar faces on the screen. One trainer from Germany, one hailing from Argentina, Dancing Rob and Marto Galde, respectively.
Yeah, this is going to be such a fun matchup, and we get to see that lovely, fuzzy, fluffy Turtwig on the stream as well again. It's always cool to see what Pokemon trainers bring along for some moral support, but we actually can go ahead and take a look at these players' accomplishments as well. So when they're ready, we'll go ahead and talk about that. But just as a little recap, We had a Deoxys defense form earlier from Zardy, who's also our Joinville regional champion. And Dancing Rob, I believe this was mentioned before, top 4 at the European International Championships. Again, that was really the first major tournament that Pokemon Go featured in the circuit.
No, I do apologize as well. This is Zardy on the stage here. I got a little bit ahead of myself, but I'm really excited to see how this trainer will match up against Dancing Rob, because you do have that normal type Lickitung, which can be problematic for the Psychic and the Ghost type Pokemon here in that defense form Deoxys and the Kofagrigus. But how will he respond? I think Azumarill actually, if I could pick one Pokemon out of the bunch, it has a lot of play here neutrally across the board. It just really needs to avoid that Shadow Venusaur.
It does, but I think that Zardy has the tools to make that happen. The Deoxys defense form can use Psychic type attacks, and really, as long as it's not the Nidoqueen or the Walrein, that Venusaur takes neutral damage. You know, the Kofagrigus and the Obstagoon are both interesting options. I'm trying to think back, have we even seen Zardy go for the Obstagoon play yet so far? I think maybe there was a Night Slash activation earlier on in stream the other day.
No, there absolutely was. I think we've seen the Obstagoon maybe once or twice, and when you throw that Night Slash, there is a chance that you achieve a 2-stage attack boost, which is just so formidable because it means that those counters from the Obstagoon still dealing super effective to Pokemon like Galarian Stunfisk or Lickitung, the pressure suddenly gets amped up to 11 as those fighting type attacks start to pile on. Obstagoon does not have the same type attack bonus with counter, but a lot of trainers use it as their traditional counter user because in Pokemon Go, you have to account for not only typings, but also fast and charge attacks.
Yeah, and Deoxys defense form is also another one of those Pokemon where it's not a fighting type Pokemon on paper, but because it gets access to counter and because counter is just a fantastic fast move, most people will run it as their fast move of choice. And you know, I also would love to talk a little bit more about that Kofagrigus as well, as that's just a Pokemon you don't see often in the Go Battle League. I believe it was very, very popular during the Halloween Cup of previous years, and I would imagine that we'll probably see a return of it at that point, at some point. But it's very interesting to see it all the way here. Losers round 7.
I just want to emphasize as well how important the Go Battle League is for helping trainers to prepare for tournaments like these, because if you are just used to those typical Ghost type Pokemon like Trevenant and Sableye, maybe you never give Kofagrigus a chance. And then you play the Halloween Cup, you say, oh my goodness, this Pokemon has way above average bulk. It's got Shadow Ball, Dark Pulse, and Psychic. It can really hang in against Pokemon like a Nidoqueen, like an Alola Ninetales, and deliver a lot of damage over time. Maybe this is a Pokemon that deserves a spot on my team of 6, and I think that's the conclusion that Zardy came to.
Yeah, and if you're at home watching this, I believe the special cup of choice right now is the Fighting Cup, where fighting-type Pokemon are reigning supreme. So not something to worry about in this matchup. I think that we've pretty much settled in on our fighting-type Pokemon between Zardy and Dancing Rob. But, you know, something to take to the creative stage of team building for next year's regional championships. But jumping over to Dancing Rob's side of the field, I think a strategy we saw him rely on earlier was the use of that Alolan Ninetales plus the Swampert and the Medicham to have a really nice core. You had the big damage from the Charm, and then you also had the Swampert there as well with those really fast Hydro Cannons. I don't think you can really run that line into Zardy's team, as while Charm is still an amazing move to have access to, I feel like Zardy does have a couple answers to it thanks to that Nidoqueen.
He does, and we saw that Shadow Venusaur kind of standing out on Dancing Rob's team. We saw a lot of that during the Last Chance qualifier in day 1, but it's still here in the lineup. I think it also has a tremendous amount of utility. As we get queued up for our battles here, our leads are on the screen for you all watching at home. We have Shadow Swampert against Shiny Azumarill.
Yeah, both these water-type Pokemon are going to probably sit on the field for a little bit, get some energy. The Shadow Swampert will get to the Hydro Cannon first, but we'll have to rely on the Earthquake if it wants to try and do significant damage to this Azumarill, and actually goes straight for the Earthquake. Does not go for a Hydro Cannon initially, and Zardy does not use the Protect Shield. It won't be enough to knock out, but a second one certainly will.
Oh, it's switching in on this attack. Catches a resisted Play Rough onto the Steel-type Galarian Stunfisk, making this energy very inefficient.
That was an amazingly timed switch from Dancing Rob. Zardy waited a couple of seconds after that Swampert finished its attack to throw that play rough, but Dancing Rob was just ready for that switch. Huge resistance. This Ice Beam is going to do a little bit more damage, but Galarian Stunfisk already had an Earthquake, already practically at 2 Rock Slides. It's really going to be forced to throw those moves immediately now that Deoxys defense form has been revealed.
And we've spoken about these Pokemon that learn the fast attack counter, but do not have that fighting type status. And we do see the defense form Deoxys come on the field here. It's going to deal some super effective damage, but it really needs the Stunfisk in manageable health range to deliver the knockout, and that's exactly what his Azumarill helped him to achieve. Psycho Boost does get fired off here. This is a bit curious here to me, Gabby, because you've already kind of been in this matchup. You just debuffed yourself as well, so you're going to deal less damage going forward.
Yeah, I think that Deoxys defense form was worried about the Galarian Stunfisk throwing a charge move of his own and was forced to throw. Now going for the Thunderbolt against this Lickitung, but with the defensive drop from the Psycho Boost, these Licks are just so critical. Zardy doesn't have to throw a charge move at all.
Lickitung does secure the knockout there as defense from Deoxys unable to clinch it, and it's got so much stored energy, it's going to try to slam the Azumarill out of the stadium.
I think this is going to be a knockout. Not yet, actually, Azumarill able to hold on, but more curiously, both these trainers still have access to both of their Protect Shields.
This is a defining matchup in this set. I think that this is the pressure point here. The Lickitung versus the Walrein, still 4 shields, and a great call on a potential Power Whip. Zardy, really great calls there.
Yeah, this Walrein could build energy for the Earthquake, but honestly, those Icicle Spheres probably are going to do enough. This Body Slam will be blocked by the Protect Shield, but Walrein able to throw 2 attacks and try to remove 2 shields of Rob's own, but Rob not going for it.
We've seen Dancing Rob really lean on this Shadow Swampert, and he's going to do the same thing again. Lickitung does survive the attack, going up for the Body Slam. Can it get there? And it does!
Oh, that Body Slam won't be enough for a knockout and does not draw the final shield from Zardy, possibly wanting to respect that this Swampert is just going to have so much bulk thanks to the double shields left on Rob's side of the field. Now this Hydro Cannon actually pulls a shield from the Walrein, so the Walrein most likely looking to throw its own charged move, possibly an Icicle Sphere, to try and whittle down this Swampert's health.
Forcing the charge move priority there, the Swampert does get to go first, and we've seen Dancing Rob mudshot down a Walrein before. Can he defeat this Ice and Water type Pokemon as we look at another Icicle Spear coming through here?
All right, that Walrein was at about 1.5 Icicle Spheres at that point in time, so it will take a couple more turns of attacks here to get to that third, but it builds to it, and the Azumarill swaps in to try and take a charge move, but the Swampert did not throw. It's possible we're going to see yet another charge move priority event. That Hydro Cannon just going to get the knockout.
Switching in the Azumarill, but Dancing Rob Swampert does not blink, delivering the Hydro Cannon here and adding an exclamation point onto the sentence that is Dancing Rob up 1-0.
Such a close matchup in the end. Had that Azumarill waited a couple more seconds to swap out onto the field, it's possible it could have caught the charged move from the Swampert, but instead it looked like Zardy went for that switch exactly when the Swampert hit the Earthquake in terms of the energy available to it. And you sometimes just waiting that little fraction of a second can really throw your opponent off and give you the advantage.
We saw Zardy there playing a lot with his energy, making a lot of switch-ins, kind of throwing charge attacks at really interesting intervals. I think he really had a tough time managing that lineup from Dancing Rob. No clear-cut answers. We didn't see a situation, for example, where Sableye comes in to meet a Medicham, where the Alola Ninetales stares down a switch-locked Altaria. We didn't see a lot of that. We saw more energy play, more kind of generous expressions here of these Pokemon and their teams. Now, the question I have for you, Gabby, is I think that Kofagrigus deserves to come out and battle. Will we see it in game number 2?
I mean, I think it deserves to come out and battle because it's made it this far in the tournament, but I also think it would be an interesting adjustment given that it's the ghost typing, and you know, while we did see some play from the Lickitung, I believe, in that game 1 from Dancing Rob, I think that the Deoxys and the Azumarill really managed it well enough. You know, you do have to be careful. Lickitung can hit that Azumarill super effectively with Power Whip, but overall, the amount of pressure on the field, assuming Deoxys isn't locked on the field with the Psycho Boost defensive drops, does give Zardy an out to use that Ghost-type Pokemon. So it's going to have to be a read on his part. I think he has to make this call. What is he comfortable with? And if he's comfortable with trying to play through that strategy. But if you lose one more game, you are out. I think you have to take those risks.
I think risk is the option here. I think that's definitely what these trainers need to consider. I mean, again, like you said, this is it. This is your only shot, your only opportunity here. Dancing Rob needs one more game. Zardy needs to win 2 straight in order to bring this back. And I actually wanted to ask everyone watching at home, there's a strategy that we like to call in the grassroots community. It's called chip and dip. You deal some damage and then you switch. I want to hear from everyone at home. What is your favorite kind of dip? And Gabby, you can answer whenever you want. I think there are 3 main options, right? There's guacamole, salsa, and queso, right?
No. No, I like ranch dip, honestly.
All right.
I was gonna say, like, there's only 3. There are lots. Also hummus occasionally, depending on the party I'm at. But I would also wonder what the British equivalent of that would be, because, you know, chips are actually crisps here and fries are chips if you're American. There's other words for those things, of course, but just something to contemplate while these trainers are contemplating the much more important situation that they're in. Though I will say snacks are important too.
Yeah, I mean, breakfast was great, but maybe time for lunch here pretty soon. But let's not stray away from the screen. One of our trainers is locked in and ready to go, and the second one follows suit. We're going to fly down here to our battle screen and check out what these trainers decided to lead. It looks like Defense Form Deoxys versus the Galarian Stunfisk.
All right, that Deoxys already going to be using those counters to threaten damage onto the Galarian Stunfisk. But the Galarian Stunfisk as well is going to get to those rock slides very quickly. So it almost seems like they're evenly matched.
Yeah, you can see those mud shots really adding up on that Defense Form Deoxys as an Earthquake does come through. An early Protect Shield by Zardy, a little bit surprising to me here, but he wants to maintain some HP.
Yeah, Deoxys Defense Form, looking at the Pokemon he brought into this matchup, really is his best answer if Dancing Rob has Lickitung in the back, but I don't think Dancing Rob has that. Zardy can also throw these Psycho Boosts, knowing that he can switch out almost instantaneously to get rid of that attack drop. So again, key things to keep in mind.
Key factors to consider, and I think another one is that there's no Protect Shield on this Earthquake, but the Defense Form Deoxys has 2 Psycho Boosts loaded up and ready to go. I think if it lands this one single counter might secure the knockout, and then Zardy is free to switch that Deoxys out with some energy.
All right, there's the attack, and it's going to be a couple more counters, but that Galarian Stunfisk able to get to the Rock Slide ahead of time. Zardy could use his last shield here, but instead lets that Deoxys and all of that energy go.
Trying to make a calculation there. Unfortunately, the formula did not work out, and we do see that Galarian Stunfisk just kind of waiting there for the next Pokemon. Actually, no, it switches out. Here comes the Venusaur. This is a Grass-type Pokemon, but these Icicle Spears will threaten it.
Yeah, both these Pokemon can hit each other super effectively, which makes this matchup really interesting to watch play out. We see the first shield on an Icicle Spear from Venusaur and Dancing Rob. Both these trainers down to 1 shield. Dancing Rob building to 2 Frenzy Plants, probably hoping to throw them back to back to draw out that final shield.
I absolutely agree, and as we see here, the Walrein building extra energy. It wants to gather more for these Icicle Spears. Tried to deliver 2 of them to strip away the shield and secure the knockout, while Venusaur just tries to deliver a Frenzy Plant, which definitely would KO.
Definitely would KO, but now Dancing Rob is out of shields, just like Zardy is, and that Frenzy Plant will connect with that Walrein.
This Venusaur is going to show why it's so powerful and why it deserves a spot here on Dancing Rob's team. Here comes the Nidoqueen. Can it get to 1 more Frenzy Plant? Venusaur can't quite reach it.
Unfortunately, Venusaur has been taken out of the match, but Dancing Rob has plenty of options against the Shadow Nidoqueen. Swampert able to hit it super effectively, and the Stunfisk switching in to take the Earth Power from that Nidoqueen. What a play!
Dancing Rob's instincts took over as he sends out the Stunfisk, and now the Swampert is clear to dominate this matchup. What a clutch play.
What a clutch play, and what a great show of showmanship from Zardy, applauding the catch from that Galarian Stunfisk. Dancing Rob moving on in the tournament 2-0 in an incredible win.
That was absolutely amazing. And you know, sometimes your opponent is just incredible. There's just nothing you can do. Sometimes they have just the right call at the right moment, and you just have to respect it. I think respect is the key here. A lot of these trainers know each other. They're friends. They've battled and trained before. I think respect is key here, and we saw that play out on the stage. What an incredible showcase. I mean, Dancing Rob, so formidable and intimidating here at this moment.
Yeah, just really has the momentum on his side of the field. That was a very confident switch. And I think that's exactly what you need to carry you through to the finals here at the World Championships. You need that confidence, you need the practice, you need the ability to stay calm under pressure. And Rob, after a really incredible read there, just really kind of looked calm, you know, just was like, yeah, okay, I won, let's go on to the next one.
Well, you know, I don't think it's dissimilar from being in a basketball game and hitting that game-winning three. You know, you line up for the shot, you cue it up, your feet leave the ground, and the ball just flies towards the net. And we did see there as well, when that switch was made and the catch was made, Dancing Rob just had so much pressure off of him, almost like he was flying a bit himself, right?
Yeah, I think so. And hopefully he'll have a little bit of time to rest up before his next match, as we are really coming down to the wire here. There's only a couple of more battles we'll be featuring before we hit the losers finals, the winners finals, the grand finals, and I think we're also going to be showcasing the seniors grand finals as well later on. So again, another opportunity for these trainers to breathe, but also an opportunity for us to showcase some more great Pokemon Go action.
There's so much to look forward to as well, because as we turn our attention to the seniors here in just a few moments, it's so fascinating to see these young trainers just excel. I mean, there was one trainer that actually was so good, they dominated the seniors bracket in Milwaukee and then moved up to the Masters division and still placed in the top 3. These young trainers are so amazing to watch because they show us that the next generation is so promising, so talented, and so skilled, and you just love to see the continuation of a game like this.
Yeah, so that is already waiting for you in the future if you're watching along at home, but we have a couple more Masters level battles to feature.
Sorry, I didn't mean to get too far ahead of myself, but
that's all right.
Yeah,
that's all right. I mean, it's something to look forward to, and I think that's exactly where I'm at. You know, I can't wait to see where we're going to move on with this competition. But for now, we are going to take a bit of a short break just to get those matches queued up. Maybe get Caleb and Butters back up here to lead us through some incredible games. So if you're watching at home, please stay tuned because we'll be right back.
Hey trainers, my name is Will Dunphy, and I'm here to talk to you about... Oh? What's that? A wild Lickitung just appeared. Let's take a closer look at Lickitung, one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the Play Pokemon Championship series, and go over a few tips on how to master it as well. Lickitung is a normal type Pokemon, so it is only weak to fighting type attacks. This gives Lickitung a tremendous amount of neutral matchups, and combined with its bulk and consistent moveset, Lickitung is a very comfortable addition to a strong Play Pokemon Tournament roster. Lickitung's best fast attack is, unsurprisingly, Lick. Lick is a one-turn Ghost-type fast attack that deals super effective damage to Psychic and Ghost-type Pokemon. Advanced Lickitung players use Lick to mask their Lickitung's stored energy. They achieve this by gathering more energy than required for their charge attacks and then throwing them at unpredictable times. Recognizing your opponent's fast attack speed is key to mastering Lickitung because every single lick adds up. Lickitung's optimal charge attacks are Body Slam and Power Whip. Body Slam is a legacy charge attack that can only be learned with an elite technical machine, but it's key for maximizing Lickitung's potential. Power Whip is a grass-type coverage attack that, despite Lickitung's low attack stat, can still one-hit KO a Swampert. Power Whip also provides valuable coverage against common Championship Series Pokemon like Azumarill and Walrein. Finally, Lickitung's role on a Championship Series team is less obvious than most. Due to its normal typing and Lick Fast attack, Lickitung actually excels as a counter for Ghost-type Pokemon. Due to its tremendous bulk, it can even win matchups against Pokemon that use the fast attack counter, like Deoxys Defense Form and even Medicham. While other normal-type Pokemon like Greedent and Linoone have similar coverage attacks, none of them can match the immense bulk that Lickitung can offer to its trainer. It can really take a licking. Don't forget to capture as many Lickitung as you can because Lickitung needs to be powered up to level 50 to reach its full potential. Let's capture this Lickitung and test it in battle.
Welcome back to the final day of the 2022 Pokemon Go World Championships. And I'm so excited, Caleb, because we're almost at the end here. We're almost getting into the grand finals to see who will become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champions.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. You know, the good part is there's still a good chunk of battles as well, so I'm excited because we can see even more incredible battles. We saw that incredible catch on the Earth Power on the Galarian Stunfisk in the last set. Really well played from Dancing Rob there, and we saw some incredible battles. There was an interesting 50-50 call there where there was a simultaneous knockout, and I believe it was JB Yang versus Dancing Rob as well, and you know, just a coin flip right there can determine the outcome of maybe who becomes a world champion and who gets sent home early there. So a lot on the line here.
Yeah, one of the toughest positions you could be in Pokemon Go PvP in that situation. But yeah, Dancing Rob with the swap of his life to secure that game. That Earth Power would have got really close to knocking out the Shadow Swampert, caught it on the Galarian Stunfisk with almost no health. And that's why you see some of these players what we call pivot, where you're in the lead matchup and it's playing out normally, but these trainers will either save some energy or save a little bit of health on that Pokemon to use it later, to use that energy more efficiently, or use it that health efficiently as a third Protect Shield.
Yeah, and we see a lot of incredible plays from Dancing Rob as well, who came in third place at the Europe International Championships, but the only one remaining that qualified from that tournament. We had Frika that was knocked out earlier today, and then we actually had Aries, the champion of the Europe International Championships, get taken out in day one of competition as well. So really quite the performance from Dancing Rob tonight.
Yeah, when the competition is so stacked, the previous winners are just dropping like crazy, and it's just like you see It's Axon was actually the last North American left in the tournament. Yes. Unfortunately, he was knocked out, but there's still a lot of amazing competitors left. I think next in the future we will have Marto, who is still a champion remaining.
Yeah, Marto running that Toxicroak as well, who I believe might be going against Lurgan Rockets. And we talked with Marto backstage earlier, and Marto actually mentioned how the last time he faced Lurgan Rocket was back, I think, in 2019, and did actually end up losing to Lurgan Rocket in that matchup. So Marto's definitely looking for a little bit of revenge here. What, 3 years later? That's kind of wild.
This is the inaugural season of Pokemon Go, but there has been grassroots tournaments going on for a long time. So, you know, you battled in 2019. You have to wait all the way here to be at the main stage to get your revenge. Marto has been waiting, and so is this Toxicroak.
Yes, absolutely. You know, that's actually says a lot too about those trainers, both veterans of the game, playing Pokemon Go PvP since 2019, the first full year that it was out too. So between both trainers, they probably have thousands and thousands of battles and thousands of wins here too. But between them, there's only 3 battles remaining to determine who will be making it through that loser semifinals.
Yeah, and there's only a couple competitors remaining, right? I mean, it's getting down to the wire. I think Marto also, when we were talking to him backstage, mentions he thinks he has the spiciest team remaining. I'm curious what the chat might think out there, if who has the spiciest team remaining with the most off-meta Pokemon. One Pokemon that I thought might have a good chance to succeed was kind of my underdog pick call, besides the electric types, was Cresselia.
Yes.
I thought maybe Cresselia would be better in this match, in this meta, and Lurgan Rocket has a Cresselia.
Lurgan Rocket has a Cresselia and the Diggersby, and I believe the Tapu Fini as well too. So I don't know. I feel like Lurgan Rocket might have a slightly spicier team than Marto, but Marto definitely is still banking a lot on that Toxicroak. So we'll definitely see which one comes out on top.
And Lurgan Rocket was the first ever champion in Play Pokemon, and he's trying to make himself the last champion of this inaugural season as well here today.
Yeah, so we'll definitely see. Yeah, that was pretty crucial there, running that Diggersby in that first ever regionals win too. A Pokemon that I think is quite underrated in a lot of Great League open metas, but Lurgan Rocket making it look so good, especially against Nidoqueen as well. So popular in this meta, strong against the Galarian Stunfisk and the Registeel.
And we see the Nidoqueen being swapped in all the time. Say swap, and Diggersby is one of the best answers to that and Sableye as we swap on down to the main stage because we have our next matchup available.
Sure. And here we go. We have Marto Galde and Lurgan Rocket matching up against each other here on the main center stage for Pokemon Go PvP.
Wow, this is the moment. This is the finale. These are the best of the best trainers in Pokemon Go PvP going to go at it. And as far as plushie matchups go, I think the Cresselia has a slight advantage.
Yeah, we see that the Cresselia and Lurgan Rocket side actually, and we got the Bidoof as well too. You know, I know there's a lot of Bidoof fans out there, so they might have a lot of hopes and dreams in that furry little Pokemon, but Cresselia might have the edge here.
Yeah, maybe plushie type advantages don't really matter. It's all about the cuteness advantage. So maybe Bidoof has that one, who knows? But as we're gonna be getting into this matchup, and we see that Marto was the Mexico City qualifier champion, taking first place there. And Lurgan Rocket was another champion, the first ever Play Pokemon Regional, the Liverpool Regional.
Yeah, I believe the Liverpool Regional was definitely the first regional of Play Pokemon for Pokemon Go, and Mexico City Qualifier was one of the last ones too. So the beginning and the end for the competitors in terms of qualification time periods. But here we have Marto running the Azumarill, the Toxicroak, the Shadow Walrein, the Lickitung, Trevenant, and Registeel.
And then Lurgan Rocket's team, the Shadow Nidoqueen, the Walrein, Cresselia, Scrafty, Diggersby, and like you mentioned, the Tapu Fini.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I think Lurgan's Rocket team is a little bit spicier than Marshall Galte. Here's the main thing, too. Lurgan Rocket's team is super bulky. You got the Scrafty, one of the bulkiest fighting type Pokemon. Diggersby, one of the bulkiest Pokemon in all Pokemon Go PvP. For Great League, you got Walrein, the non-shadow variant, too. Cresselia, that Psychic Wall. And then you have Tapu Fini, a little bit more on the frail side, as well as the Shadow Nidoqueen.
Yeah, and as you see here, the unusual matchups, because we don't see that much Diggersby, right? And you see the top line of Marto's Pokemon, the Azumarill, Toxicroak, Walrein, are all going to be quite good against it. And then that bottom half, because the Lickitung does have Lick, which is a Ghost-type move, it will be double resisted by that Diggersby. And the Trevenant doesn't really want to match up because I think you mentioned this in previous matchups, it just can't take too many Fire Punch compared to Diggersby can take a lot of Seed Bombs. And then a big reason to bring the Diggersby is it has a pretty good Registeel matchup. I know it takes a lot from the Focus Blast, but between the Earthquake and Mud Shots, and then it has that quicker move, Fire Punch.
Yeah, the Fire Punch is going to be really great coverage against that Trevenant as well. Diggersby does have that super effective Mud Shot. Even though Mud Shot doesn't do a lot of damage to Toxicroak here, it's still going to really start adding up damage over time against Toxicroak. And here's the thing, Toxicroak only has neutral charge moves to throw at Lurgan Rocket's Diggersby. Unless it's running Dynamic Punch, which Marto Gallade's Toxicroak is not, it can only throw super effective counters and neutral Mud Bombs. Diggersby, on the other hand, could one-shot knock out the Toxicroak if it lands the Earthquake, but you always have to respect it, and the Fire Punches, even though not super effective, will definitely still add up over time. So definitely a kind of a tough matchup for that Toxicroak here.
Yeah, 50-50 one, right?
Yes.
And as you see, the Nidoqueen for Lurgan Rocket probably has a lot of good matchups versus Marto here, because if you safe switch it, you know that if you match up with the Shadow Walrein and they don't shield a Poison Fang, sometimes you can just Poison Jab through that matchup and win alignment. And then otherwise, how do you handle it besides the Shadow Walrein? Because it beats the Azumarill, it can do a lot versus Trevenant, it can beat Registeel, it can do okay versus Lickitung, and if it's a head-on energy against the Toxicroak, it can probably beat that as well. As we get into match number 1, here is that Toxicroak, and this is the worst case scenario. It's the Cresselia lead.
This is super bad for Marto here, and we see the counter swap straight away to the Diggersby. This is looking really dire, especially if you look at the back-end matchups for both trainers here, and you see the first Fire Punch coming out before Seed Bomb is thrown.
And it seems like this Diggersby is always hiding in the back because it's such a good answer to common safe swaps in the meta, as it is going to be taking this first Seed Bomb. You see that Marto does have 2 Seed Bombs, but this isn't the strongest move. It will be super effective, but as you see, the Diggersby can take 2 of them.
Yeah, and here's the thing, the Shadow Claws are double resisted on the Diggersby here, so it's really, you can't really fast move down this Diggersby in most situations here, making it very easy for Lurgan Rock to really extend the advantage as much as possible and get as much energy here. And we do see the first shield come out from Marto.
Yeah, and wants to have alignment here, does not want any part of that Toxicroak into Cresselia, but I'm not sure if the Trevenant can get it because these mud shots and the fire punches are just so quick. And here comes another Protect Shield. So it looks like Marto's fully investing on alignment.
Yeah, you know, definitely needs alignment here. Actually charging up so much energy that was not even throwing the first C-Bomb when had it ready. So I take a second fire punch, shield it, and now forces Lurgan Rocket to let that C-Bomb go. This is actually not a terrible spot now for Marto, but now this Nidoqueen is building up so much energy. If it gets that Earth Power, it's going to one-shot knockouts the Toxicroak as well.
Yeah, here's that Shadow Nidoqueen that we were talking about. Might have a lot of good matchups, and there's a backline double weak to ground, so there's no Protect Shields remaining. What do you even do? You can't bring anything into this. You bring the Registeel because the Registeel can survive one Earth Power.
Yeah, I think that's the right play here, but this is going to be super tough. I mean, you're not really even trying to catch anything because Earth Power is the preferred move against both remaining Pokemon with shields down here, and look at how much damage that does. And if you let this Registeel go, what do? You have no answers to this Cresselia. Cresselia with a shield advantage even is going to do so well against the remaining Pokemon. Cresselia could probably even take out the Registeel at this point.
But the problem for Lurgan is you need to get the 3 Earth Powers because the Fang isn't enough. It's swapping on the Earth Power. This is going to knock out the Toxicroak, just completely sacrificing. This is a sack swap if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, you're really sacrificing the Toxicroak there. I mean, you know, it's great to absorb all that damage, but what can you do here? You're not even able to farm it down, and we see the Poison Fang here come out from Lurgan. The resistant move here, maybe going and giving Marto a little taste of his own medicine, throwing a resisted poison damage against the Registeel. And I think Marto knows the writing on the wall and is going to just let this match go.
And here comes the Protect Shield. And yeah, like you mentioned, trying to win the game with the resisted poison type. No taps going in, and then there it is. That's the win for game number 1 against these 2 champions.
Yeah, you know, Marto famous for throwing poison when resisted, and it seems like Lurgan Rock is a big fan of his content, also taking a note out of his book and throwing the Poison Fang there against the Registeel. Now we are going to game number 2 here. That was a really tough matchup for Marto. Not only did he lose his first lead matchup, he lost a swap matchup, and he lost the third matchup, and was not even able to get a shield advantage in any of that process there. So really tough there for Marto, and you know, let's see how Marto adjusts for game number 2.
Yeah, not only was it a team composition call, but you still had that Shadow Nidoqueen in the back, which is just kind of a problem for Marto's team. So 2 key factors for Lurgan to take out that game number 1. Diggersby just seems often to be in the back. So do you bring answers to that Diggersby in the back for game number 2 if you are Marto?
Yeah, and you were so right there, too. You said that Diggersby's in the back is so good to catch a lot of the common safe swap Pokemon, such as the Trevenant, the Sableye, you know, a Registeel even, and a lot of these Pokemon, they do so great with the energy advantage, but Diggersby has that type advantage and the moveset advantage to make quick work of it without even having to invest shields.
Oh my goodness, and it looks like these trainers just ran it back, and it's another Toxicroak lead into Cresselia, and it's going to be once again a swap in the Trevenant, and then to Diggersby.
Yeah, we saw this again. We saw this earlier in day 1. Marto running into a trainer, running that Macargo, and doing the same thing, bringing the same Pokemon and same lead matchup in both games, and it looks like Marto employing the same strategy, but this time around not paying off.
And at this point, you have to think Marto is expecting the exact same line in the back. So he had time to think between game number 1 and game number 2 as that Fire Punch does land. How will he play this differently?
This is so tough, too. I mean, we've seen it happen once. Let's see if Lightning strikes again in the same spot. And we do see again that first shield come out, and Marto is going to start throwing these C-bombs here against the Diggersby. Does Marto throw the second C-bomb right away, or decide to take another Fire Punch? And we see a shield from Lurgan Rocket this time, so Lurgan Rocket playing out a little differently here too.
So now we have shield parity, and it looks like a charge move priority here onto the Diggersby. The C-bomb will land, and I believe Lurgan did register that Fire Punch, so if Marto does not protect shield, this will knock out the Trevenant.
Yeah, let's see how Marto plays this out. It is going to charge move priority here, which is kind of nice that Marto doesn't shield. And Marto is actually going to invest this last shield here. And let's see if he gets to C-Bomb, and no, the Fire Punch is going to come through first. It's going to be really tough now for Marto.
This is really bad for Marto because not only did he lose switch advantage, he lost shield advantage. You can try to go for a lock-on down, but there's just so many hit points for Diggersby. Lock-on only does 1 damage and swapping on the Earth Gate. Once again, Marto is a pro at sack swaps because you're literally sacrificing your Toxicroak.
Yeah, just using the Toxicroak as a 3rd shield in every single matchup here. But again, now you have the Nidoqueen with the shield advantage locked into this Registeel, and I think we're going to see some poison moves being thrown at this Registeel very shortly.
Yeah, you maybe throw the poison thing first so the Registeel is within range of Earth Power, or maybe Lurgan wants to switch up the order. You know, a little bit of flattery there because he's imitating Marto with this Earth Power first, and then I think he's going to throw the Poison Fang.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case here too. And actually, no shielding the Zap Cannon. What a call, and there's a complete undercharge as well, doing almost no damage as well. Lurgan Rocket knowing that this game is in his hands and going for the Poison Jab down. And that is going to be a 2-0 decisive victory for Lurgan Rocket. It looks like Marto is not going to get revenge this time around.
Yeah, there it is. The first winner of the Play Pokemon season is moving on to try to be the last winner of the season, as you see them embrace in a nice hug there. Lurgan Rocket takes it 2-0.
Yeah, you know, we talked about how both trainers like to, what some people call bad manner a little bit, throw resistant moves when unnecessary, but I think it's all for good fun and show and entertainment. At the end of the day, both trainers showing great sportsmanship there.
Yeah, I was mentioning, I think it's the highest form of flattery if you're going to imitate someone,
Yes.
and he, you know, saw that Marto is famous for this, so wanted to try to do it himself, and just tough break for Marto. I think he was trying to double down on his team composition, thinking, okay, he won the game. I think he'll switch it up because he expects me to switch it up, so then he just locked in the same team, but Lurgan Rocket kind of just sniffed that out and played the same exact team, and unfortunately, tough team composition, 2 games in a row for Marto.
Yeah, that was so tough too. I'm looking there sitting and thinking there's probably no win condition here, but you know, if anyone can find the win condition, it's going to be the trainers on the grand stage here. But even that matchup was too hard for Marto to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, he tried his best by bringing in that Toxicroak, but I think that Toxicroak, the only thing it did is switch. That's the
Yes.
only thing it did is switch in 2 games. It switched out of there, and it switched back in there. It took both times. First, it took the Earth Power, then it took the Earthquake. So 2 switches for Toxicroak, or 4 between 2 games, but nothing else.
Yeah, that Toxicroak took a beating in both games, unfortunately, but doing everything can to give Marto the advantage, unfortunately, it did not pay off. So very strong, decisive 2-0 victory for Lurgan Rocket, who I believe will be facing off against Dancing Rob because of that win.
Yes, in the loser's side, right? Trying to win the loser's finals between Dancing Rob and Lurgan. I believe we're just getting down to the last stages here of who will be crowned the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion, Caleb.
Yeah, we had quite a interesting set there. We saw that Nidoqueen put in a lot of work in both matches. So before this next matchup, let's take a look at the Shadow Nidoqueen highlights.
Welcome back, trainers. Today, we are going to spotlight Shadow Nidoqueen, one of the most strategy-intensive Pokemon in the Play Pokemon Championship series. To obtain a Shadow Nidoqueen, trainers must first defeat a Team Go Rocket Grunt and then rescue the Shadow Nidoran female that they leave behind. Shadow Nidoqueen deals and receives more damage than a Wild Nidoqueen, but its increased damage output is the key factor in its matchups against the meta. Shadow Nidoqueen is a poison and ground type Pokemon, which is an excellent defensive combination, as its thick scales would imply. Nidoqueen's primary fast attack is Poison Jab, a very balanced energy per turn and damage per turn fast attack. Nidoqueen has access to multiple charge attacks, including Earthquake, Stone Edge, and Sludge Wave. But the most common charge attacks in this season's championship series are Poison Fang and Earth Power. Poison Fang is a low-cost charge attack that decreases an opponent's defense by 1 stage. This changes the dynamic of a battle in 4 key ways. First, it applies pressure to the opposing Pokemon's hit points, and deciding whether to shield a Poison Fang early in a matchup or later is critical. Second, a Poison Fang debuff can only be cleared by switching the active Pokemon out of battle, so keeping more than one healthy Pokemon on your battle roster when battling against a Shadow Nidoqueen is vital. Third, Nidoqueen trainers can use Poison Fang to weaken an opposing Pokemon and then switch in one of their 2 reserve Pokemon to finish the matchup. Finally, Poison Fangs can increase Nidoqueen's momentum, causing the opposing Pokemon's defense to fall, up to 4 stages. These Poison Fangs help Nidoqueen to win neutral matchups, even when it's at a typing disadvantage. Shadow Nidoqueen's second charge attack, Earth Power, can devastate Steel and Fire-type Pokemon, and also has a chance to lower the opponent's defense. Shadow Nidoqueen can defeat Championship Series Pokemon like Registeel and Alola Ninetales, but trainers should pair Shadow Nidoqueen with a Pokemon like Araquanid or Obstagoon to protect it from its Ice, Water, Ground, and Psychic-type weaknesses. Adding a Shadow Nidoqueen to your roster forces opposing trainers to consider multiple strategies, because a well-timed Poison Fang or Earth Power can decide the entire battle. There is no escaping the power of Shadow Nidoqueen. Will you add it to your championship team?
Welcome back, trainers. We saw an incredible set of battles between Marto and Lurgan just now, and I believe we have upcoming the loser semifinals between Dancing Rob and Lurgan Rocket.
Yeah, both trainers pretty dominant through their matchups to get here, and one key matchup I'm kind of looking at is I believe Lurgan Rocket got pushed down into the losers bracket from a Venusaur, and now he's going to be facing a Shadow Venusaur on Dancing Rob's team.
Yeah, and the interesting part is I feel like I haven't seen Dancing Rob actually use that Shadow Venusaur a lot. I think mostly it's for bench pressure. Dancing Rob relying on different Pokemon there instead to use, but would be curious to see if Dancing Rob makes that adjustment for Lurgan Rocket's team, because that Venusaur is actually quite strong.
Yeah, I mean, it has a lot of really good matchups. 2 European trainers making it to a battle on the final stage here. I think they're some of the fan favorites. You hear more of the applause. I know we are in live from London, so we hear a lot of applause right behind us. It's really exciting. Such a fun atmosphere. All the Pokemon games are being featured. What an amazing time, Caleb.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right here too. I wonder if these trainers have faced off with each other quite a bit in the past or not here, especially from the same continent, and may have faced off in similar local tournaments. But yeah, both trainers bring some interesting picks, and as we predicted on day 1, I think at the grand stage here, there's going to be a lot more variety to these teams instead of the standard meta teams.
Yes, and we have variety of trainers, because in our winners finals, it's 2 trainers that we kind of hadn't heard of because we haven't been able to feature them, which is Crescent Angels and Godon, right?
Yes, yeah, Crescent Angels from Japan, Godon from Korea, and then yeah, so it's going to be an interesting showdown between them as well that we will have coming up later today.
Yeah, I think Crescent Angels has one of the more unique team compositions that I have seen. I think along with Lurgan Rocket, 2 unique strategies. And the thing is, I've talked about this a lot, but all these 4 trainers who made it to the very end all have significantly different strategies, which is awesome to see.
I agree with you here. And let's take a quick look at the bracket on the road to where we got here now. We have the Pokemon Go Masters top 16 losers bracket here. And we see a tough gauntlet of trainers that these battlers have to go through, Dancing Rob and Lurgan Rocket, to get to this stage here. We saw, just looking at the screen here, we had Dancing Rob battle through, if you could take this from Butterside, you can't see it from here.
No, yeah, no worries, no worries. Beauty, I think is how you pronounce it. Dancing Rob against Beauty, and then Dancing Rob just made his way against Valiant Vish, JB Yang, and Zardy to make it all the way there. And then now if we look at Lurgan's journey, joined it a little bit later, wasn't in the first, he started off on the winner's side. So then he started to face Rise to Occasion, and then had to beat It's Axton. So 2 North American champions in a row, one in Milwaukee and then the other North American International Championships, and then beating another champion. He beat 3 champions in a row to get to these loser semis.
Yeah, definitely. It is not an easy road here. And Lurgan Rocket going 2-1 in the first 2 battles and 2-0 in that one. Dancing Rob also going 2-0 in the losers quarterfinals against Zardy there too. So both trainers on fire here and feeling good about themselves.
Yeah, what a journey to get it to these loser semis. They want to make it to the losers finals and eventually to the grand finals. We will have the loser semis for you in just a bit.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, so both trainers looking and getting ready to lock in for these battles here. You know, what are you looking for in this upcoming set of battles?
You know, I think the dynamic between that Shadow Venusaur matchup is something I want to key in on, where I felt like in that last matchup, Lurgan had a team composition advantage where he just, the whole time, first of all, he made great reads, but then he just had an answer for everything that Marta was bringing. Does he have that same answer for the Shadow Venusaur? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, that Venusaur, even though it takes super effective damage from Psychic damage, that Cresselia only has Psycho Cut, not doing a ton of damage there. It has only resistant Moonblast and Grass Knot, so that Venusaur is definitely going to be at an advantage there, even against the Pokemon that's typically weak to, which is a Psychic Pokemon.
Right, and I just had gotten word that we have the next competitors ready for the losers semis here at the 2022 Pokemon Go World Championships.
Yes, here we go. And, you know, we have a lot of changes from Dancing Rob's team from Europe International Championships until now. But one Pokemon that's been a staple on Dancing Rob's team is that Alolan Ninetales. That Charm Alolan Ninetales doing so much damage even when resisted.
Right, I know that Dancing Rob put on a dancing show with Umbreon Shadow Swampert, but also heavily relied on that Alolan Ninetales to qualify for this tournament. This time he did drop the Umbreon, but still has that Alolan Ninetales, and we know he is well practiced in keeping that in the back and utilizing it to charm through the entire team.
Yes, and we saw a lot of great plays from Dancing Rob, catching charge moves on Pokemon with low health remaining and saving, forcing their opponents to throw all that energy away to build Dancing Rob an advantage. Whereas Lurgan Rocket relying so much on the lineman and the bulky Pokemon that he has to out-muscle through opposing matchups. So really curious to see how these trainers play out in the head-to-head matchups.
Yeah, as we see the accomplishments, Dancing Rob qualified by being top 4 in the European International Championship, and Lurgan Rocket was the Liverpool Regional Champion, which was our first series in Play Pokemon this season. And as we are going to get into the teams here, I'll go first with Lurgan Rocket. It is the Shadow Nidoqueen, Walrein, Cresselia, Scrafty, Diggersby, and that Tapu Fini.
Yeah, and on Dancing Rob's side, we have the Medicham, the Lickitung, the Shadow Venusaur, the Shadow Swampert, Alolan Ninetales, and Galarian Stunfisk. And we see there's actually not a grass type on Lurgan Rocket's side, although you do have the super effective grass knots that the Cresselia can throw, and you have the Tapu Fini that could really start water gunning down the Swampert.
Right, and so the 2 water types are probably the best answer for that Swampert. So how do you handle those 2 water types? You do have the Lickitung if you are Dancing Rob to try to handle the Walrein and the Tapu Fini, because you can power whip both of them. But you're right, there's probably going to be a lot of grass type damage that isn't same type attack bonus. And then how do you deal with that Lickitung? That's the thing is, Lurgan Rocket has a lot of options. You have the Scrafty, which can not only beat Lickitung, but just ramp up through it with the power-up punches and have impactful energy for the next matchup, which is pretty rare when you're facing a Lickitung. And then there's that Diggersby. If you want to try to safe swap a Lickitung, that is where the Diggersby is just going to pop out and stop the alignment in favor of Lurgan Rocket.
Yeah, the safe swap shut down Pokemon here, as you said earlier. Looking at Dancing Rob's team, I think that Shadow Venusaur probably makes it into all 2 or 3 games, depending on how far it goes. Shadow Venusaur having a lot of super effective or neutral play against the entire lineup of Lurgan Rocket. Lurgan Rocket is probably really sitting here scratching his head thinking, yeah, this is going to be a tough one. I haven't seen a Shadow Venusaur so far, but did have to face Crescent Angels Venusaur earlier, and that did not go so well for Lurgan Rocket either.
An important thing to point out is Lurgan Rocket only has one thing that resists Alolan Ninetales. Only having the Shadow Nidoqueen. Otherwise, you just have to rely on neutral matchups, and Scrafty is a terrible matchup. So how are you going to handle that? Dancing Rob has a lot of options. Can try to get Protect Shields up for the Shadow Venusaur, or get Protect Shields up for that Charm Alolan Ninetales. And which strategy is he going to pull out? How does Lurgan Rocket call it?
Yeah, and you know, here's the comparison here. Dancing Rob's team has a lot of threats to Lurgan Rocket's team, but Dancing Rob's team is definitely more frail, having 2 Shadow Pokemon on their side, whereas Lurgan Rocket's team is entirely built out of bulk. And so Lurgan Rocket, even though at a disadvantaged team composition-wise, looking at it on paper, might still just maneuver around and save a lot of Pokemon's health by just having more defense and health stamina.
And you know, I'm not sure if Tapu Fini was even available when Lurgan Rocket first won his regional, but now he has it on his team, and I think it has some of the best matchups because it beat the Medicham, it can beat the Swampert, it's neutral versus the Alolan Ninetales, it can beat the Galarian Stunfisk, and I'm sure with Protect Shields up, it's quite fine versus the Lickitung. Only really worried about that Shadow Venusaur, so maybe Lurgan is gonna feature that Tapu Fini, but if this is that same wrinkle I was talking about earlier. If your best Pokemon is weak to their best Pokemon, do you even bring it? And we saw in that series between Crescent Angel and Marto, not bringing Shadow Kanto Ninetales actually got Crescent Angel that series.
Yes, absolutely. I think you're absolutely right. That's definitely something huge to consider on Lurgan Rocket's side, and I believe both trainers are locked in, and we are ready to get started in the loser semifinals. It is going to be the Shadow Venusaur versus Scrafty.
And there it is, brought the best Pokemon, and it's matched up into Scrafty, and there's no answer for it. There's no wall ring even, so you just have to stay in this matchup, just play it out. Try to hit with some damage here. Maybe try to go for a Cresselia Psycho Cut down. We're going to see if this gets Protect Shielded.
Yeah, no, letting this first Frenzy Blade go through and does a ton of damage here. Going to throw this Foul Play here, and we see the first shield coming out from Dancing Rob. Dancing Rob knowing how valuable the Shadow Venusaur is, and if Lurgan Rocket stays in, could get even more energy off of this. And no, we see an instant swap out here, and it's going to be the Shadow Nidoqueen against the Galarian Stunfisk. Typically, this favors the Galarian Stunfisk, but the Shadow Nidoqueen does have a shield advantage.
And going for the Earth Power as soon as it has the energy. No Protect Shield by Dancing Rob. This is super effective, but not enough to take out the Galarian Stunfisk. Galarian Stunfisk is at Earthquake. Does he try to go for the bait? This is huge. There's 2 Protect Shields remaining by Lurgan Rocket. If he calls this bait, he's going to be so far ahead.
No, does not call the bait here. We get a crucial shield from Lurgan Rocket here, and now you see Dancing Rob going for that Earthquake, and we see another shield. This is actually a big shield from Lurgan Rocket. Lurgan Rocket can probably lead this matchup with a good chunk of energy if Dancing Rob does not choose to shield this next attack.
Yes, and you have to throw energy into this Galarian Stunfisk, and you actually threw the Earth Power. This might be a little too much energy to throw here, and this is definitely knocking out that Galarian Stunfisk, but now maybe Dancing Rob got what he wanted, a Protect Shield advantage on Venusaur in the back.
Yeah, and so here we have the Nidoqueen throwing that Earth Power. Really need to take out this chunky, beefy Lickitung, and Lickitung is going to shield. This is going to be really tough now because not only do you have the Venusaur that can handle the Cresselia, you also have the Venusaur. This Venusaur is going to leave with so much energy.
Quick reactions by Dancing Rob there to call that swap and then come and get the Vine Whip down. Did Nidoqueen have some energy there? It's going to be a race to get to it because the Poison Fang at this range will do a lot. So no, comes in with the Cresselia. So now this Venusaur is going to be trying to get to double Frenzy Plant before Cresselia could do anything. And and I think it will.
Yeah, Venusaur is going to win charging priority here too. Even if the Cresselia had energy for a move, it's going to do a lot of damage, almost half of the health of the Cresselia here. And Cresselia has nowhere to go here, unfortunately, with a Lickitung in the back with energy as well. This is such a tough spot for Lurgan Rocket.
And that's the strength of the Shadow Pokemon. 20% more damage, double Frenzy Plant knocks out. There is the Poison Jab down, but there is energy, like you mentioned, a Body Slam remaining. This Lickitung was out of range of Earth Power or Poison Fang, and it looks like Dancing Rob is going to take game number 1.
Yeah, how is Lurgan Rocket going to deal with this Poison Toad on Dancing Rob's side? It's so strong in the team, and especially when it has the advantage in the lead matchup.
Yeah, that Shadow Venusaur not only did well in the lead, but then he pivoted and was able to close the game pretty much as well. I mean, I've never seen Cresselia take so much neutral damage so quickly. It just came in and it just got knocked right back out by that Shadow Venusaur.
Yeah, you know, I think maybe the wall ring is necessary here for game number 2. You kind of need to take out that Venusaur with multiple tag teams here. Maybe the wall ring and the Nidoqueen, because that Venusaur just went off and did so much damage here by itself, taking out the Scrafty, taking out the Cresselia, and just, you know, putting Lurgan Rocket in such a disadvantageous position.
Yeah, and that huge rock slide bait too, to get both the Protect shields down on Lurgan's Rocket side. What will the adjustment be? That Shadow Venusaur just did too much. And I mentioned earlier how the Shadow Venusaur is the best Pokemon for Dancing Rob, and maybe a Tapu Fini is really good for Lurgan Rocket, but too scared to bring it because of the really negative matchup, and then tried to go backline kind of neutral, where Shadow Nidoqueen can be neutral, and Cresselia, because of the super effective Cycle Cuts, can at least fight back a little bit more than Tapu Fini.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough. You know, a lot of teams have that Trevenant as an answer to that Shadow Venusaur, but Lurgan Rocket not having that Trevenant, so putting Lurgan Rocket in a really tough position. Also does not have that Registeel, another answer to Shadow Nidoqueen. Let's see if Lurgan Rocket can make the adjustment here. Lurgan Rocket's been on fire all day today and all week, and ever since the first win of the regionals in Liverpool, but Dancing Rob might be the match.
Yes, and he went through 3 champions to get to this point on the loser side of the bracket, but Dancing Rob is not a former champion, so maybe Lurgan Rocket's really good at against the champions, but Dancing Rob so far has his number. But how does he bounce back in game number 2? We are about to have a lock-in here to see who will go to the losers finals here at the Pokemon GO World Championships.
Yeah, we got Dancing Rob the champion, but Lurgan Rocket the champion, but Dancing Rob might be the champion slayer, and we're going into battle number 2, and it's going to be the Lickitung into the Shadow Nidoqueen.
Wow, Dancing Rob did not bring the Shadow Venusaur. Thought that maybe Lurgan would have answers for it in the back, which he does in the wall rain. And here comes the first Body Slam. It's going to hit this Shadow Nidoqueen.
Yeah, and I think this is really going to be a matchup where alignment is crucial here. Cresselia won the best checks to Medicham in Open Great League. And now we see the swap now to that Medicham, and now this is going to be a really good position for Lurgan Rocket.
Yeah, what a catch, but I don't know if he was trying to catch the Earth Power there, and they got that the Fence fell, so it did 2 for 1. Did the same thing that Poison Fang did, but did more damage in that Earth Power. And another swap into the Cresselia on the Ice Punch.
Yeah, Lurgan Rocket saying, you could catch my moves, and I could catch yours back, and now here the Cresselia is going to have so much health, just out-bulking this Medicham's movesets here, and going to get so much energy for that remaining 2 Pokemon.
Here is the situation. You probably can Cycle Cut down easily as this Ice Punch goes through, but you'll be well over 100 energy. So how do you manage this? Do you throw a move? Do you undercharge it? You want to come out with as much momentum as possible as we see the Grass Knot being thrown.
Yeah, the Grass Knot is going to come out here, and looking at the back line here, this is going to be an uphill battle for Dancing Rob, because you also have to worry about the wall run against your Shadow Swampert. And here comes the Lickitung. Lickitung is going to be pretty strong here, but it can only outbulk so much.
Yeah, and here comes the Moonblast, and the problem, like you mentioned, the Swampert in the back for Dancing Rob just has nowhere to go. As the licks are going away, you'll need 2 Body Slams to knock out this Cresselia, and this Cresselia is nearing a Moonblast.
Yeah, Cresselia is feeling like it's in a good position, able to throw out probably one more charge move before getting knocked out here. And you actually see the swap over to the Nidoqueen here. And Nidoqueen is going to throw a poison jab, and Dancing Rob's going to let this go, trying to put everything on the line with the Shadow Swampert.
Was trying to deny the rest of the energy from that Lickitung, but now is setting up the Shadow Swampert. Dancing Rob is looking up. He knows it's a Poison Fang, but he has 2 Protect Shields remaining, so he had to use a really inefficient shield on that Poison Fang.
Yeah, very inefficient. I think Dancing Rob's really going to regret that once he does the Walrein here, but what can you do? Walrein already in a great matchup against Shadow Swampert, and the Grass Knot still here ready. We get the second shield. This Walrein is going to go to town with a 2-0 shield advantage, and I don't think you can even much shot down this Cresselia.
Yeah, you'll have to throw energy to knock it out, and there's 2 Protect Shields remaining, like you mentioned. If Lurgan Rocket once could probably even just stay in on this Cresselia and go for the Grass Knot, but no, lets it go. And now once Dancing Rob sees the Walrein, he's going to know he's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, this Walrein is going to be really tough for Dancing Rob to overcome here. Throwing the Hydro Cannons here, you have to respect it, and we are going to get the first shield from Lurgan Rocket.
Now there is nearly a body slam available, but no, now the Icicle Spear is going to be going through, and as we saw, this Swampert was dropped by 1 stage of its defense, so the Icicle Spear does knock out.
Yeah, and what a actually strong performance to Lurgan Rock here. What an adjustment. We're going to game 3 here. Dancing Rob with a strong performance in game 1, but Lurgan Rocket answering back with an equally, if not even more stronger performance in game 2.
Dancing Rob trying to make a team composition call, brings the Swampert instead of the Shadow Venusaur, maybe expecting answers to that Venusaur in the back. But the thing is, the same thing that answers Shadow Venusaur also answers his Shadow Swampert, and that is the Walrein, which Lurgan Rocket brought out in game number 2.
Yeah, and you know, in some ways, maybe the Venusaur is better there because it's going to have at least positive matchups against the Cresselia. And let's see how both trainers adjust. That Shadow Venusaur does look really good, but as expected, Lurgan Rocket made the adjustment and brought in the Shadow Nidoqueen and the Walrein, not even needing either of them to handle a Venusaur, but still easily handling Dancing Rob's team.
Yeah, speaking of Shadow Nidoqueen, it's been heavily featured in game number 1 and 2 from Lurgan Rocket, and I think maybe that's what Dancing Rob was going for, trying to get the alignment of that Swampert into that Shadow Nidoqueen, because not only can you win that matchup, but you can get momentum into further matchups as well. But in this situation, he did see that Shadow Nidoqueen, but it was very low health, and he had to give up a Protect Shield on the Poison Fang, maybe worried about fast move pressure, but Walrein doesn't fast move pressure you, it charge move pressures you.
Yes, you're absolutely right there. And it is a frail Shadow Swampert as well, so you can only do so much by itself. Let's see how both trainers adjust here. This is going to be the final battle of one of these trainers' World Championships run. So both trainers really thinking hard on how to play out this final battle at the loser semifinals.
Everything on the line in this decisive game 3. Does Dancing Rob pull a wild card and maybe try to bait out the Shadow Nidoqueen and win with the Alolan Ninetales? Because once that Shadow Nidoqueen is out of the way, that Alolan Ninetales can do a lot versus Lurgan Rocket's team. Or will he go back to that Shadow Venusaur? We'll have to find out in this decisive game 3 that's coming up really soon. These trainers are already half locked in.
Yeah, both trainers making it the top 4 here. A lot on the line, determining who is the best trainer from Europe here as well. So we're going to be very excited to see the outcome. But regardless, making the top 4 for Pokemon Go PvP's World Championships is no easy feat by itself.
Can Dancing Rob defeat the first ever champion, or will Lurgan Rocket make it all the way from Liverpool to the champion in London? And it's game number 1, and here is that Shadow Nidoqueen once again met by the Lickitung.
Yeah, met by Lickitung indeed, and now this is going to be interesting that Galarian Stunfisk actually has a lot of play against the entire line of Lurgan Rocket, but with shields remaining, that Cresselia can put in quite a bit of work as well as the Walrein, and we're going to see the first Bison go no shielded from Lurgan Rocket.
Once again, alignment might matter, but also an energy advantage, especially on a Shadow Venusaur, might matter a lot. Here comes the first Poison Fang. It is no Protect Shielded. You often do see pivots here. After you get the defense spell, you often see players go and switch out, but it looks like Dancing Rob just wants to try to win this matchup, but it gets Protect Shielded by Lurgan Rocket.
Yeah, these menacing Poison Jabs really start adding up, especially with the defense drops here, and now Lurgan Rocket building so much energy, maybe anticipating a catch. No, no, just throws the Poison Fang here. This puts Dancing Rob in such a tough position. I don't think the Lickitung has enough bulk to survive this Poison Fang, and it gets knocked out. Now the alignment is here. We see Lurgan Rocket actually spamming to potentially swap here. Let's see how it plays out here. Maybe that might be a costly swap depending on how it goes. And here comes the Galarian Stunfisk. Goes straight away for the Earth Power, knowing that this Galarian Stunfisk is going to cause some trouble for the team.
And gets the Protect Shield. Looked like Lurgan didn't want to give up that Mud Shot down, but is now going to give it. And an energy advantage is just as useful as alignment for Dancing Rob here. Now that this Galarian Stunfisk has extra energy, it's good against the Cresselia, and with energy up, it's good against the Wall Rain as well. So what do you bring in here to soak the energy? You actually bring in the Wall Rain. Now these Rock Slides will be super effective.
Yeah, this is going to be not the best call here because now the Cresselia is going to be stuck against that Shadow Venusaur. It's looking very good for Dancing Rob here. Let's see how Lurgan Rocket places out and going to build up to potentially Earthquake. We'll probably get the last shield here from Lurgan Rocket.
Lurgan Rocket was trying to call a Swampert in the back, I believe, but it's not that Swampert. It's the Shadow Venusaur as the last Protect Shield comes up. This is a huge bait. This is a entire tournament on the line. Bait call, and it gets Protect Shielded.
That's a huge shield here. And now we come with the Cresselia, but this is going to be so tough because now we have the Galarian stuff is leaving with the Earthquake full of energy and the Shadow Venusaur. We saw how much work this did against the Cresselia in the first game.
I talked about the strength of the Shadows, but here's its weaknesses. This is not very effective, but as you see, it's almost already in range of the next Moonblast here. So you're going to have to double Frenzy Plant. I don't think you're going to be able to come out of this matchup with energy.
Yeah, this is actually going to be really interesting here. Like you said, the Shadow Venusaur not be able to hang out, and this Moonblast is going to be thrown probably before this Frenzy Plant, right before getting as much energy as possible from Lurgan Rocket. What incredible counting and calculation here. Now, this Galarian Stunfisk has an option. You can farm a little extra or risk getting hit by Grass Knot. It does have a lot of energy here, though, and so it does throw this Earthquake before getting to get hit by a Grass Knot. Walrein needs to get to Earthquake now to stand a chance. Walrein has a lot of energy, but so does Galarian Stunfisk.
And one Mud Shot away to the Rock Slide, and no, it gets there! It's the Icicle Spear first. This is charge move priority, but this Galarian Stunfisk has a ton of bulk. It's gonna be able to survive, and it's gonna be able to throw back some rocks at this Walrein. Dancing Rob moves on to the Losers Finals.
Dancing Rob, the champion slayer here, placing third in Europe International Championships and climbing through this Winter Championships to beat multiple champions of regionals and international championships, and now punching his ticket to at least the top 3 of World Championships in London.
Wow, what an impressive performance. The Shadow Venusaur was in the back. I think Lurgan Rocket expected that Shadow Swampert, so brought 2 answers to it, the Walrein and the Cresselia, and decided to bring in the Walrein into that Galarian Stunfisk matchup instead of the Cresselia.
Yes, yeah, it was, that was going to be a tough matchup either way because that Galarian Stunfisk had so much energy and it's so strong against the back line of Lurgan Rocket there. And you see both trainers giving each other a hug and wishing each other the best here. What a great performance and what an incredible loser semifinals we just saw.
Right, and Cresselia, one of the best things it can do is soak energy. So maybe if you do go in, soak in some Rock Slides or Earthquakes, maybe you have a slight chance with that Walrein to knock out the Shadow Venusaur, but that is what makes Pokemon Go PvP so hard, is because you don't know exactly what your opponent is doing, and Dancing Rob made the proper backline call and was able to win with the Pokemon we thought might give Lurgan Rocket some trouble.
Yeah, Lurgan Rocket losing to 2 different Venusaur users, really tough, but sometimes that's just what happens when you build teams of 6. There's always going to be some hole on your team, and unfortunately for this time around, it was that Venusaur.
Wow, I mean, this has been an amazing inaugural Pokemon Go World Championship, Caleb. I mean, the plays are top level, the strategies, the variety, the poise, the precision, the showmanship.
Yes.
It's been amazing so far.
The entertainment as well. We hear the crowds roaring in the background anytime a move is caught, any sack swap, any big no shield calls as well, too. We love it, and we love that you are enjoying it at home as well.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure to be here for this inaugural Play Pokemon Go World Championships. I mean, we still have more remaining. We are going to crown our first ever Pokemon Go World Champions. And I say champions because we will be featuring the Seniors Division as well as the Masters Division.
Yeah, we have some really strong senior level competitors as well too. The one we saw in Milwaukee was Bird Power, sweeping the Seniors Division and then saying, you know what? I'm going to go and try my hand at the Masters Division as well, even though she already qualified for World Championships, going all the way to top 3 of Milwaukee in the Masters Division as well. So we have a lot of young talent in the Pokemon Go PvP scene on top of that.
The Seniors Division is stacked. I think I was talking to King, and he was saying he would like his chances against the top seniors versus the top masters as well. It's just a lot of talent in Pokemon Go PvP, and we're going to feature them coming up soon.
Yeah, King even said himself, he said, this game is run by a lot of seniors level competition. So would definitely love to cast that. And we are going to see the seniors finals in a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of young talent coming up, coming for Pokemon Go PvP, and really impressive by Dancing Rob there to win it through. And yeah, Lurgan Rocket made it through 3 champions as he dropped down into the losers side of the bracket, but could not handle the European international qualifier, Dancing Rob, who changed up his strategy a little bit from EUIC. He was really good with his Umbreon Swampert core and then the Alolan Ninetales, but just relying on something different. The Shadow Venusaur, which we've seen a new tactic, I think specifically more in the European region. We've seen that, we saw Though Technical bring it in last chance qualifiers. I think we saw Inadequance bring it as well. We talk about how these metas are a little bit different throughout the regions, and what we have in the winners finals is 2 regions we haven't featured yet with completely 2 different metas in way different teams.
Yeah, there's a Venusaur there as well as an Ember Shadow Cancel Ninetales. So really going to interesting to see how that's going to play out. Before we get into the senior finals, though, we're going to take a quick break to take a look at Azumarill highlights.
Hey trainers, let's take a closer look at a Pokemon that has become nearly synonymous with the Pokemon Go Championship series, Azumarill. My name is Will Dunphy, and I'm going to walk you through how to best utilize Azumarill on your team. Azumarill is an incredibly powerful Pokemon with high defense and HP stats, as well as a dynamic moveset. Azumarill's optimal fast attack is Bubble, and it has access to 3 versatile charge attacks, Ice Beam, Play Rough, and Hydro Pump. Choosing the right charge attacks for your Azumarill is key, so let's explore each of them. With Ice Beam, Azumarill gains a powerful coverage attack that helps it to deal super effective damage against grass and flying type Pokemon. Equipping your Azumarill with Play Rough can give it the edge against dark, fighting, and dragon type opponents. Play Rough is also enhanced by same type attack bonus due to Azumarill's fairy typing. Finally, Hydro Pump. Hydro Pump requires 75 energy, but it deals a whopping 130 base damage. Azumarill with Hydro Pump can defeat ground and fire type Pokemon with relative ease. Azumarill is a powerful Pokemon, but you'll need to build a team of 6 total Pokemon for a regional championship competition like this one. Azumarill, Sableye, Medicham, Shadow Walrein, Registeel, and Trevenant. This team protects Azumarill in several ways. For example, to combat grass-type Pokemon, Medicham can learn the charge attack Ice Punch. Shadow Walrein can use its powerful Community Day attacks Powder Snow and Icicle Spear. Registeel resists both grass and poison, while Trevenant resists grass and electric. Building a team of 6 for Pokemon Go PvP is a fun and challenging process, and beginning with a strong Pokemon like Azumarill is a great way to start. Azumarill's reliability and bulk make it consistently one of the strongest Pokemon in the Pokemon Go Championship series. Keep watching to see if Azumarill can earn a spot on your team. All right, trainers, welcome back to another Pokemon Go PvP Spotlight. My name is Will Dunphy, and I'm here to tell you about one of the most powerful and dynamic Pokemon in all of Pokemon Go PvP, Swampert. Swampert is a water and ground type Pokemon that is known for its versatility on the battlefield. Swampert has a double weakness to grass types, so trainers will need to use their Protect Shields to defend against grass type attacks and avoid matchups against Pokemon that learn the fast attack Razor Leaf. Swampert's optimal fast attack is Mud Shot, a 2-turn move that is spectacular for generating energy. What really makes Swampert exceptional, though, is its Community Day charge attack, Hydro Cannon. Swampert can reach 2 Hydro Cannons in just 18 turns. For Swampert's second charge attack, trainers often opt for Sludge Wave or Earthquake. Sludge Wave is a hard-hitting poison-type charge attack to fight back against grass-type Pokemon, while Earthquake gives Swampert a charge attack that can one-hit KO most Steel and Fire-type Pokemon. Don't forget that Swampert is also available in its Shadow form. You can capture a Shadow Mudkip after defeating a Team Go Rocket Grunt. Swampert is often paired with complementary Pokemon like Skarmory. Skarmory easily defeats grass-type Pokemon, and its weaknesses to Electric and Fire are countered by Swampert. Other potential teammates are Alola Ninetales and Walrein, who can deal super effective damage to grass-type Pokemon with their Ice-type attacks, as well as a Pokemon like Mandibuzz with its Flying-type attacks. Registeel and Mandibuzz also resist grass-type attacks, so pairing Swampert with these Pokemon can create several obstacles for trainers who want to bring a grass-type Pokemon to battle against your Swampert. To compete in a Pokemon Go Championship Series event, you'll need to build a team of 6 Pokemon. Here's an example team of 6 Pokemon that is built around Swampert. Swampert, Alola Ninetales, Walrein, Deoxys Defense Form, Registeel, and Mandibuzz. Building a team of 6 Pokemon for Pokemon Go PvP is a fun and challenging process, and beginning with a strong Community Day Pokemon like Swampert is a fantastic start. Swampert has blasted its way into the Pokemon Go Championship Series meta. Stay tuned and see if it will continue to wash away the competition.
Welcome back to the 2022 Pokemon GO World Championships. And up next, we have the Seniors Division's Grand Finals. And it's going to be between Alan and Weedle.
Yes, both trainers we haven't seen at all week because they are in the seniors division. But like we said earlier, the seniors level competition is very high as well. Very talented trainers. And we've seen a little bit of both trainers in the past as well. So very excited to see them on the big stage today.
And a prime example of that, Alan actually participated in a grassroots tournament to receive funding to travel here to London today. And he not only won that funding, but beat out a bunch of Masters qualifiers to the World Championships. So he went into that tournament up a division and beat everyone to make it to these seniors finals.
Yeah, there's no age minimum or maximum here for Pokemon Go PvP. As long as you have a smartphone, a smart device, and go out and catch Pokemon, you can also be here on the grand stage if you put in the time and effort. And we see that here as a prime example with these two senior level competitors.
And I think you mentioned also Alan participated in an open tournament in Japan, I believe, also against Master Division players. So he was able to beat those players to qualify here and then beat some more Masters Division players to receive funding, which maybe he wouldn't even be here today on this final stage if he didn't do so. So happy he's been performing so well, and now he has a chance to be the first ever seniors Pokemon Go World Champion.
Yeah, quite the story there too. I believe for Alan, the qualifier that Alan was a part of did not have an age group difference. So Alan had to beat out a lot of Masters level players to even qualify for World Championships. And I'm sure Alan is familiar with beating out Master level players on a consistent daily basis in Go Battle League as well.
Yeah, but you know, maybe the seniors divisions is really tough as well because we see all these seniors division players playing up and playing amazing. And I believe Weedle is from Switzerland and actually swept the European International Championship. So qualifying for this event all the way back then.
Yeah, this is incredible to see here too. And we love seeing this too because there's multiple different age groups in the Pokemon Go PvP game. So some kids playing the game and they may be our next champion in a future year to come.
I do have a little inside information.
Okay.
He's not running a Weedle or a Weedle evolution, but he does have a bug type on his team.
Okay.
He has the Araquanid. That means the Araquanid, it made it all the way to the seniors finals.
Yeah, I believe on day one you said Araquanid maybe not strong enough for this meta, but Weedle saying, hold up now, Butters, I got something up my sleeve here, and I'm going to try run this water bug type and make it look good.
Hey, in my defense, I think that might have been Speediest Chief saying that it only soft wins matchup, so maybe it can't do enough, but looks like this seniors division player knows how to use it well enough to make it to the grand finals with it. And we saw earlier that there was an Araquanid that made it pretty far. I believe winners round 4 to play against Marto with the Infestation Araquanid, but I would have to guess that it's probably the Bug Bite variant here today.
Yeah, I think it probably will be, but who knows? Maybe Weedle has a trick up their sleeves here too. If you're looking to run a Araquanid in Open Great League as well, this is actually the best time to build one. Part of the World Championship Series event. There are Dupiters spawning everywhere, the pre-evolution to Araquanid, so make sure you catch a lot of those so you can evolve your own bulky spider water Pokemon.
Oh, absolutely. It's a fun Pokemon to play too because you can set up your entire team. Because you have those moves like a Bubble Beam that will debuff your opponent's attack, that allows you to come in and a little bit more safe because their attack is lower. Now maybe you can get some more energy and maybe you have a Shadow type or something that can sweep in the back, get some momentum to close out a game.
Yeah, one of his weaknesses is electric, and you know, as we saw on the competitive stage today, there's not really a lot of electric Pokemon, so Araquanid looking pretty strong, I would say.
Yeah, speaking of that typing, I mean, that's why it's really strong, right? Because it's pretty much the only typing that resists the ice and ground that Walrein has. And we've seen Walrein heavily featured throughout every day of this tournament. Might be the best Pokemon in Open Great League just because nothing can really resist it. And it has that strong Community Day move. It has a really good fast move that generates energy quickly. But Araquanid, it's the one thing that can sit in the face of a Walrein and say, give me your best shot, I can take everything.
Yeah, exactly. Araquanid, one of the few Pokemon that can resist all of the moves. I think Golisopod is another one, but Golisopod not nearly as strong as Araquanid. So, yeah, Araquanid probably going to be the primary bug water type of choice here, too. You know, it's kind of funny because both of our favorite Great League Pokemon are pretty good against Araquanid.
Right. Yeah, we're good at defeating the spiders
Yes.
because I do tend to like some electric types, and Bastiodon, I mean, that matchup is probably a slow win because of how bulky the Bastiodon is and because of how many bubble beams it will probably take, but it is a dominant win.
Yes, it's a bug throwing water at a wall there, too. The wall's going to win, but it's going to take a long time to get through, for sure.
Yeah, so we're going to be looking forward to Araquanid. I haven't yet gotten a sneak peek of Alan's team that he'll be competing with today, but I have had the privilege to watch him play in that grassroots tournament, and he played amazing. I was really impressed, and I didn't find out until afterwards that he was in the seniors division.
Yeah, I believe when we're talking about, too, even our co-caster Gabby Snyder was like, wow, this was a seniors level competitor that just beat out a lot of Master League level competitors. And, you know, that's the thing with this game. You don't have to be a certain age to perform really well, and I know that Alan is here to make that point proven too. I believe Alan ran a Alolan Ninetales in that tournament, so maybe Alan will default back to that same Pokemon.
Yeah, and specifically because Pokemon Go PvP has been around for a while, but it's not like it's been around for like 10 years where some of these older players have been practicing for a decade, just fine-tuning their strategy. You know, it came out not too long ago, so now these younger players could have picked it up the same time as some of these Masters Division players and just been fine-tuning their craft, fine-tuning their teams, their play style, their strategies, so that they can make it to the stage today to become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion in the senior division.
Yes, no, most definitely. Now, looking at a lot of the event spawns here and a lot of the special research here, I have a question for you, Butters. There's the Galarian Stunfisk that's pretty common. We've seen it a lot in tournaments today here too. But what do you think about the other Stunfisk, the Unova Stunfisk, the Electric Stunfisk?
Yeah, you're just setting me up for all these electric type things, but I appreciate it. Yeah, I like it. You know, it has, the thing is that because it has that ground subtyping, now it's taking the super effective damage from something like a Walrein instead of the Galarian Stunfisk having the steel type. And the thing is about the Unova Stunfisk, I believe it has Thunder Shock. So I think it's not doing enough fast move pressure to really utilize what it can do. I think if it had something like a Volt Switch where it can pressure a flying type Pokemon and then maybe get some energy on it and knock it out with just fast moves and then unleash a ton of Mud Bombs and Discharge, that's pretty good type coverage. So I think in the future, it might have a lot of potential.
Yeah, okay, all right. So the resident electric expert here, as we say, so definitely take Butter's word on it. It is pretty bulky there too, having similar stats to the Galarian Stunfisk, but does lose that steel typing. Steel, as we saw, one of the strongest typing in Pokemon Go PvP.
Yeah, but we do see trainers make it really far without that steel typing. I know we saw It's Axon win the whole North American International Championships without it. I believe Lurgan Rocket only had the Shadow Nidoqueen to resist the Alolan Ninetales, so it's not running a steel type either. I mean, you will be able to hard wall a lot of times, like the Walrein if you're running the Registeel, but that Galarian Stunfisk does take neutral. So steel typing is pretty much amazing in this game, but it is a little bit risky because every single team tends to have counter users.
Yes.
If it's not just, you know, we saw it on stage today, that showdown between Medicham, we saw it and Toxicroak, and then you have the Scrafty also that we saw in Lurgan Rocket's team. And then, not to speak about the pseudo-fighting types that also run counter. You have the Obstagoon, you have the Defense Form Deoxys that we've seen as well. And, you know, another one, Vigoroth, that you often see in Open Go Battle League. You don't really see it in the tournament format in this Show 6, but that's another good pseudo-fighter as well.
Yeah, Vigoroth, one of the strongest Pokemon in Open Great League as well. Having that counter and the body slams too, really spamming out a lot of moves. It kind of feels like a Swampert. It's throwing a move every second. You're like, there's no way they have this much energy, but they just keep throwing on the body slams. So definitely another Pokemon worth considering if you're attending one of these tournaments.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you might see it in the future because that's the beauty of these tournaments. You're seeing so much variety. All these finalists are doing different things, and it's so refreshing that it's not just a hard meta that you're only making team call reads. You're making a strategy before you even arrive at the tournament. You're crafting it out, deciding what you want to do to build your team, to protect your team as best as possible. But that's what makes it also so difficult to make it to the top, is that there's so much out there you can't protect against everything.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see how it goes here. Backstage, we heard Gabby talk about how she got the exclusive event Shiny Pikachu.
Wow.
Have you gotten that one yet?
No, I not shiny.
Okay.
I've gotten it. I wasn't as lucky as Gabby yet, but I'll work on it.
Oh, yes. Okay. Well, we will ask for an update later. But yes, if you haven't gotten the event Pikachu yet with the British outfit, definitely look and find those Pikachus in raids as well. That is how you acquire them. And I have quite a few friends already message me their shiny Pikachus.
Wow.
Kind of like I would say a subtle brag, but I think it's just a straight direct brag, I would say.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
It is a little bit direct brag. They know you're casting. They know you can't be grinding for it anyway. So, like, hey, a little bit rubbing it in the face. But that's okay because that shiny, and specifically this costume Pikachu, I think is one of the most handsome costume Pikachus I've seen. It's really good looking.
Yeah, the Pikachu is dressed quite well, quite dapper as well, too. So neither of us have that. What would be your favorite shiny Pokemon?
That's a great question. I know already the list of shiny Pokemon that I love.
Yes.
I love shiny Lickitung.
Oh, something I noticed, I was going to say this the other day. You like a lot of shiny yellow/golden
Golden,
Pokemon.
yes. That's great. You did notice that's correct.
Oh,
that's
the instinct, the electric.
Yeah.
I'm catching on to the theme here.
Wow, that's a fine-tuned observation. I do love the golden shinies. One of my favorite shiny Pokemon is the shiny Steelix.
Yes.
Sometimes in limited metas in Go Battle League, I'll bring out that shiny Steelix. It performs really well. I'm trying to think of any other golden ones I would like, but you know what I would love?
Yeah.
Is a shiny shadow Pokemon. Those are really cool. They're very rare. I do have a shiny shadow Metagross that hits exactly 1500 CP.
Oh, okay.
And I use it a good amount in Go Battle League, even though it's not the best in Great League.
I'm sure your opponents love that you use a good amount in Open Great League as well there, too. So that is definitely a good one. Altaria is another shiny golden Pokemon, too. One of my favorites as well.
Right. What are some of the shiny Pokemon you're looking for when you're trying to get your next hunt for your next shiny?
Well, I will say, as the community calls it, they're Shundos, a shiny 100% Pokemon. And this one's actually a golden one, too, that I got back in GoFest in Seattle a few weeks ago, and is the shiny Ho-Oh from Master League.
Whoa.
That was one that I was hunting for quite a while, 100% one, and that one is going to be definitely making it onto my rosters in the future.
And that's the cool part about friendship in Pokemon Go. It's not only that it's good for real life building these friendships, but it's also good for your in-game Pokemon, because if you build up friendship, become best friends, and then there's a chance that you could trigger a lucky trade through interactions, sending a gift, opening a gift, raiding together, battling together, and you can get that lucky trade, and then you have a much higher chance of getting those sought-after Shundos.
Yeah, that actually was from a lucky trade from a friend I met.
Okay.
Yeah, so someone that I interact with a lot online and now is a local of mine in California. So big shout out to my friend there. But yes, a lot of reasons to trade with the community as well there too. We talked about Tapu Fini, a Pokemon that you cannot actually bring into Open Great League for Go Battle League unless you trade with another trainer. Catching them from raids alone is not enough because the combat power is going to be over 1500. But if you trade with a person that you're newly friends with, or even a friend that you've had for a while, you have a chance to get that combat power under 1500, and then you can use it for Go Battle League.
Yeah, another reason that friendship is rewarding. You can meet a new friend and then also get that low friendship to get those Pokemon under 1500 CP to use them later. So then you can make a new friend and then keep in touch with that friend. Keep having interactions, build up your friendships, and then maybe one day after you got the trade from the Tapu Fini under 1,500, you can trade and get a Shundo as well.
Yes, you're right. But you have to build up that friendship with daily interactions. And for those out there, I need a little encouragement from you all to encourage Butters to open some of my gifts I'm sending him, because we're struggling on the friendship level in-game. Not in real life, but in-game a little bit.
It's, I'm trying to, one day we're going to do a bunch of trades, low-level trades, so that we can utilize that part of the friendship. I'm just waiting to do that. Then we're going to get those out of the way. And then I'm going to open a gift, send you a gift every day. I'm even add a sticker for you, my friend Caleb.
Okay.
And I'll add you a sticker, then we'll get best friends, and then who knows? Maybe we'll have a lucky trade that has a double Shundo.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. One of the most interesting things about getting a lucky trade is it requires an interaction to trigger lucky friendship. Now, I don't know if you ever heard this, Butters, but I was trading with a friend back in Germany, and we did our lucky trade, and we hit lucky friends right on that trade. So we had back-to-back lucky trades. It was quite wild.
Wow, interesting. Because it uses the interaction, like pre-trade, and then post-trade, it's a new interaction. So, what are the odds? You got double lucky. And we're going to find out which trainers are going to get a little lucky to be the world champion here today. I mean, up next, we have the senior finalists. Once again, it's going to be me, Weedle, versus Alan. It's going to be down on the main stage, and we're already here at the end. I know we've been featuring the Masters division throughout these 3 days, but here we are at the seniors finalists, and we've mentioned, if you're just joining us, these senior players are up to par, if not sometimes outperforming some of those master players.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, a lot of these senior trainers I do not want to face on the battlefield as well, but that's why we're lucky to just be casting, because these players are definitely going to put on a clinic against some of their competition as well. Looking at these two trainers here, what is your prediction? What are you hoping to see from them?
I've seen so much from Alan already. I mean, the fact that he had to qualify in an open qualifier, like you mentioned, and face all those Masters trainers, got the qualification, and then participated in another grassroots tournament against players that qualified for World Championship that were trying to get funding. So he was already battling against the top of the top competition. It's one thing to qualify, but then also put your hat in the ring to battle against the best of the best, make it out on top there, get some funding, which is such an amazing story that he's able to be here today. Who knows if he would be without that funding, but now he is, and then he came here, he performed well, he's in the finals. So I've just seen so much from Alan. I feel like he has to be the favorite just because of his past performances.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of that support not made possible without the support of our community there too. One of the best communities in Pokemon Go, the PvP community, really supporting each other. And that's the thing I love the most, and we saw this a lot on stage today here too. Even though you lose, even though you're at World Championships, you're hoping to come home with the first place trophy, you might get eliminated from your competitors, and we see a lot of competitors embrace each other, give each other handshakes, fist pounds and stuff, especially after taking a tough loss there too. And that's the beauty of this game. Some of these trainers, even though they're taking a tough loss, not getting the outcome they want, they're still leaving feeling happy, feeling grateful to be here on stage with so many tough competition.
Yeah, and not even leaving, because I know a lot of people traveled out here for the last chance qualifiers, and I went out when we were backstage, when we weren't casting. I just wanted to get a picture of the stage. I was like, I mean, it's so beautiful. You guys have seen it throughout the stream. I was like, I need to capture this. And I turned around, and it's just a huge part of our Pokemon Go community within the crowd. I took a picture, and there was just countless trainers that you have known, you have seen for so long. You've also seen them through the Play Pokemon streams. A lot of these talented trainers came out here for last chance qualifiers, but then they're now in the front of the crowd cheering on their former trainers.
Yeah, exactly. I saw a lot of that chatter on social media as well. A lot of trainers saying, I came out all the way here. Unfortunately, my journey ended a little bit early, but excited to still be a part of this. And some of those trainers are probably feeling like they let their communities down, their regions down, but that is definitely not the case. Even just making it to London on this big stage is a huge feat in itself. They always have to remember the tough competition they had to go through in their regionals, in their international championships, in their qualifiers to even get here. And it's only a select few trainers that even make it here, so they should be very proud of their accomplishments.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. All of these trainers who competed in the Pokemon Go World Championships are so talented, and they worked really hard to get to this point. And the thing is, everyone is so good. You might just have a team composition disadvantage, which happens because we mentioned when there's all these amazing trainers that are going so wide out of the meta with variety, it's hard to prepare for everything. So even though you didn't make it to the finals or maybe day 2, that doesn't define you. You were at the Pokemon GO World Championships and the inaugural one.
Yes.
So it's just the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we talked a little bit before we even went live a few days ago on who we think could take the crown here. And that's the thing with Pokemon GO PvP. Anything could happen, especially on this level competition. All these trainers have ability to take the crown and run through the bracket or also lose very early on too. It just depends a lot on your shield calls, who you match up with, the team compositions, which 3 Pokemon you lock in. And, you know, I think that's what makes this game so great.
Yeah, and even though if you're not going to be on the stage behind us shortly in these winners finals, seniors finals, and losers finals, you still could have made a name for yourself. I mean, I saw Stone Collection bringing out that Samurai. That was, for me, he was the most impressive player through that day 1. I couldn't believe the pace and the tempo that he was using to win these games, and with a Pokemon that is just precise with that pace and tempo, the Fury Cutter Samurai. No one uses it, and not only did he qualify for the Pokemon GO World Championships and won throughout the last chance qualifiers, but he made it really far into day number 1 as well.
Yeah, very impressive too. The trainer I'll never forget brings Samurai into every single battle. Unheard of until Stone Collection doing that, and it was a Samurai as well there too. I'm always super curious though why Stone Collection brought that Shadow Victory Bell. So I'm definitely gonna have to see if I can find him and ask about that, because that was definitely an interesting choice.
Yeah, because he didn't bring it in that last chance qualifier. Maybe he wanted to just make your prediction correct. He did you a little favor that you called there's gonna be 2 Shadow Razor Leafers in this tournament. You got one of them with Cindy, and then you got the next one with Stone Collection. Yeah, didn't really utilize it. Maybe some bench pressure. I mean, there has to be a good reason to bring it, because we saw Cindy use it. Cindy was one of the most creative trainers throughout this season, bringing in that Shadow Kanto Ninetales with Ember, and maybe inspiring one of the trainers that's in the winners finals today.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you're right. I think it might be, was it Godon that asked the Shadow Kanto Ninetales with Emperor, I believe?
Yes, I believe it's Godon,
too,
yes.
So going all the way to the winners finals. And before we jump into the battles here, I believe we have a slight preview of the teams here. So looking at Alan's team, it's going to be the Obstagoon with the Shadow Swampert, the Shadow Alolan Marowak, Alolan Ninetales, the Shadow Nidoqueen, and you're going to love this, Butters, the Shadow Walrein. Now, it's not 3 Shadow Pokemon in the finals, but it's 4 Shadow Pokemon.
Called it. Not only 3, 4.
Yes.
And the Shadow Alolan Marowak, which I do remember in that grassroots tournament, I believe he utilized it as well. So it's not like this is a new Pokemon that's succeeding here today. Has been using it for a little while, but it's rare. I don't think we've seen a single one, or maybe we did see one. I think Speedius and Gabby casted one Shadow Alolan Marowak, but wow, I mean, it's a fire type and a ghost type. So we have seen a transition a little bit from those Trevenants into some Venusaurs, right?
Yes.
So Shadow Alolan Marowak is one of the best fire types to come into a Venusaur meta because it hard walls it.
Yeah, I know you could barely contain your excitement here. I know you said 3 Shadow Pokemon, but I'll give you 4. I think 4 is okay. You know, maybe at least 3 in the finals as well. And I think neither of us saw this coming. We're like, all right, there goes Butters' prediction. There's no way there's going to be 3 Shadow Pokemon now. But there actually is in the finals. Just instead, it's actually the grand finals of the senior division. So what a pleasant surprise probably for Butters here and a lot of our trainers back at home that love their Shadow Pokemon.
Oh, I saw it coming. I knew it was happening, and I knew it was happening. You know, it's the seniors division.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about how well the seniors have been performing in the Masters division, so they know what they're doing. And that's why they brought the 4 Shadows here today. And wow, you said the Shadow Alolan Marowak, the Shadow Nidoqueen, Shadow Walrein, and what was the 4th Shadow?
Shadow Swampert.
Shadow Swampert, wow. Okay, so 3 of the most common Shadows, I would say. Shadow Walrein, Shadow Swampert, Shadow Nidoqueen are probably the top 3 most common. But then Shadow Alolan Marowak, you rarely see, but you love to see it.
Yeah, Alan loves those hard-hitting Pokemon there too. The Obstagoon and the Alolan Ninetales cannot be Shadow yet in Pokemon GO PvP, but in the future, if they do, maybe Alan's running a 6 Shadow Pokemon squad there. That would be impressive to see.
And we do know that I mentioned earlier that Weedle has the Araquanid.
Yes.
Right? Has that bug water type. So it's actually just taking, most of the time, the Shadow Alolan Marowak uses Fire Spin, Bone Club, and Shadow Bone.
Yes.
So the Fire Spins will be neutral, but the thing is, if it's running Bug Bite, it's double resisted by the Shadow Alolan Marowak.
Yeah, and you're going to do neutral damage for those Fire Spins as well. If you're running Fire Spin on the Shadow Alolan Marowak. Alolan Marowak actually has quite the arsenal of charge moves there. You have the Bone Club, you have the Shadow Bone, you have the Shadow Ball, you even have the Fire Blast too, a big hard-hitting fire move that could really take trainers off guard. I personally have been hit by quite a few Fire Blasts, and it's a little demoralizing when you don't see it coming.
Oh no, it is a boom, as one of our fellow casters, Zionuk, would say. He would say the Alolan Marowak is the GOAT, so I'm sure, I saw him in the audience today. I'm sure he's pretty happy to see that up on the main stage. But yes, does have a lot of available moves, but as we've seen, sometimes these Mud Bombs or these these Bone Clubs, these low energy ground moves can be really effective in the meta, especially if you save it and use it later. Maybe it's not as efficient on paper, 100% health, there's 100% health, but a super effective move down the stretch of a game can be incredibly impactful.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And yeah, I also ran into Zionic, one of our previous co-casters for the Europe International Championships, probably sitting in the stands right now on the spectators. And you know what? I would not be surprised, Butters, if we see and hear some booms from Zionic in the background while watching these battles here too. He'd probably be screaming it, seeing that Shadow Alolan Marowak in action.
Yeah, what an exciting matchup we are going to have shortly. The Seniors Grand Finals to be the first ever Seniors Pokemon GO World Champion. And will it be that bug type, or will it be that ghost fire type that does make it to the end? I do know that the matchup is going to be coming up really shortly. That's super exciting. We could do a quick preview of the team. I believe I do have the team from Weedle as well. If I can just pull it up real quick. I do know it has the Araquanid, but also it has... one second. We'll get back to that. Yes. I do have that team there, but we'll get back to that. We'll do a whole team preview anyway. So we're going to have this battle really soon now. I do see the competitors are on the stage. They're getting ready for their big moment.
Yes, we are on center stage here. Going to be a great time to cast this as well. Weedle and Alan, this is actually a rematch of the winners finals here too. I believe Weedle had the advantage there here too. So Alan is going to have to beat Weedle twice in the grand finals. First to reset the bracket and then to win in the second set.
Wow, so I was calling kind of Alan the favorite because I've seen so much of his past performance, but it looks like Weedle should be the favorite coming into these grand finals because already moved Alan down, and now it's going to be a rematch on the main stage for the grand finals.
Yeah, and I think Alan made quick work of most of the competitors that he faced in the tournament, the seniors bracket. So Weedle may be the only trainer to take a win off of him as well too. So I'm sure Alan, even though it's the only trainer that beat him, wants a little revenge here in the grand finals.
Oh no, absolutely. And this is the time where you lost this matchup. You're only lost because this is double elimination, and you had time to think, what should I have done differently? How do I adjust if I do come back to meet him in the finals? So Alan is going to be prepared for whatever Weedle brought before because he's already seen it.
Yes, and we didn't see those matches yet, and they were not broadcasted, so we don't know how close the winners finals was. Maybe it was one health point difference there, maybe it's just one shield call or shield bait between the two trainers there, or maybe it was just a hard counter lineup. So it could be a very close one, and Alan still might be able to make this grand finals very, very close and interesting.
Yeah, and then just really impressive stuff from Weedle because sweeping EUIC and then coming here to London, and is now so far sweeping the entire competition in London in the Pokemon GO World Championship. So wow, I mean, all the way from EUIC to here, he hasn't taken a loss yet.
Yeah, very incredible to see here too. In our first inaugural Play Pokemon season of Pokemon GO, these young trainers have probably a long career ahead of them too. So really exciting to see them make such an early appearance on the competitive stage. And, you know, I'm sure regards to the outcome of this set, we'll go and see them a lot in future years of Play Pokemon competition.
And we have word the competitors are ready here on the main stage live in London.
Yes.
Let's take it over there to see Weedle and Alan.
Yes, both trainers are starting to pull up their teams and get locked in. Look at this beautiful center stage here with that Pikachu in the background. Here in London, both trainers are facing each other quite familiar here, and we're going to see their teams very shortly.
And look at that beautiful suit there by Weedle, I believe. I'll find out really shortly, but got the plushie game, and it is Weedle. But I'm going to go ahead and list off Alan's team. I know we mentioned it before, but if you're just joining us, it is the Obstagoon, the Shadow Swampert, the Shadow Alolan Marowak, the Alolan Ninetales, the Shadow Nidoqueen, and the Shadow Walrein. That's 4 shadows, Caleb.
That's a lot of shadows. I would happily defer the shadow team to you there, Butters. And now Weedle's side, we have the Registeel, we have the Galarian Stunfisk, we have the Araquanid, the Swampert, the Trevenant, and the Alolan Ninetales. An interesting turn on Weedle's side. A lot of bulk on this team, and actually 0 shadow Pokemon on Weedle's side. So very different approaches from both trainers.
Wow, so a lot on the line for my belief in shadow Pokemon, because it is going to be all the shadows versus none of them. But the interesting thing here too is there's no steel types from Alan. There's actually 2 from Weedle. There is the Registeel and Galarian Stunfisk.
Yes, definitely. So it is going to be quite interesting here too. No fighting Pokemon and no pseudo-fighting Pokemon on Weedle's side here. No fighting Pokemon on Alan's side, but does have the pseudo-fighter Obstagoon with the counter.
Yeah, and maybe the pseudo-fighting type is the Dark Normal, which makes it way better against Trevenant, which might be an advantage here. But that dark typing means it's going to take super effective from the bug bites of Araquanid.
Yes.
So maybe that was a little bit of problem for Alan in the winners finals, that it was a little bit scarier. And we're just going straight into it. This is the seniors grand finals. It's Galarian Stunfisk in the Shadow Walrein.
Yes, it's going to be an interesting matchup. We see an instant swap to that Shadow Swampert here, met by the Araquanid. Araquanid doing really well here, but you do have the neutral hard-hitting Sludge Wave. Do we get a shield here or not? And it's going to be a no shield, so this is going to be a big, hard-hitting Sludge Wave.
Wow, that did a lot. Usually the Shadow Swampert has the Earthquake, but this time Alan has that Sludge Wave, and it's perfect for this exact situation. And here comes the Bug Buzz. This is going to be a huge call. If Alan is expecting the Bubble Beam, he'll know Protect Shield. There it is. It's the Protect Shield.
That's a huge Protect Shield. And looking at Alan's team, this is actually very interesting. You have the Shadow Swampert, the Shadow Walrein, and the Obstagoon. Triple weak to this giant water spider.
Wow, no respect for Weedle's bug types. He has it in his name. And here comes another Sludge Wave. Will Weedle commit to try to have alignment? No. Actually just letting it go and letting Swampert take the alignment here.
Wow, that's going to be huge here too, because now Alan is so poised in the alignment here. And here's the thing, this Shadow Swampert is going to do a lot of damage to the both remaining ground types of Weedle.
And it's shield parity. I can't believe that Shadow Swampert was able to take switch advantage and keep shields equal. And it's still going to take another Protect Shield on its way out against the opposing Swampert.
Yeah, Weedle here, you can see just wanting the energy, not even want to throw a charge move here, but now Weedle's in a tough position because you got the Shadow Swampert. This is going to be a bait call with the Hydro Cannon. Does Alan shield this? And let's see, and Alan does not shield the Hydro Cannon. What a big no shield call here too. Hydro Cannon still doing a lot of damage, but not before this Icicle Spear is going to be launched at this Swampert.
And without any Protect Shields remaining, this is going to hit Weedle. That bait was maybe his way to get back into this game. Now he's going to try to swap into the Galarian Stunfisk, but he's out of Protect Shields, and he's met by that pseudo-fighting Pokemon. It's the Obstagoon.
It's the Obstagoon running that nice slash cross-chop combo, having super effective counters and super effective cross-chops. All shields are down on Weedle's end, and this is going to start adding up a lot of damage.
And the counters are just adding up, like you mentioned. Here comes the Earthquake, an instant no Protect Shield. Thinking Weedle baited earlier, he might bait again, but the Obstagoon can take it. But is it now in Rock Slide range? You might have to throw that cross chop. The Rock Slide is going to be coming out first, though.
Yeah, we're going to see the rock side in a quick no-shield call from Alan. Alan said, you know what? I'm going to clean up with the Shadow Walrus here. That's exactly what happened. But no, not before. The Obstagoon actually survives the rock side and now going to throw a no bubble nice slash, undercharging this, not wanting to give the Swampert too much energy.
Yeah, in either move could have knocked out, was trying to maybe go for the boost, but was, and look at that Galarian Stunfisk, didn't throw a single mud shot because he wants to get the mud shot down with Swampert. Really high level play by Weedle here in the grand finals. And here comes the Earthquake. This is where you need to use the Protect Shield. Do you call it bait? No! You call it properly on the Earthquake.
Yeah, what a call from Alan. Alan knowing exactly the win condition here, and now going to throw this Icicle Spear first. This first win in this grand finals. Alan putting on quite a show here. Not bringing a single true counter to the Araquanid from Weedle, the Bug Master, and still making it work.
But who knew? Shadow Swampert is just a counter to the Araquanid. It was able to get a couple of mud shots ahead and land those Sludge Waves, which is really uncommon. But I would have to think Weedle knows about the Sludge Wave because they have battled in the winners finals before.
Yes, yes, absolutely. You know, and here's the interesting part too. I've seen Alan perform in previous tournaments to a high level. It was with the Shadow Swampert with Hydro Cannon and Sludge Wave. A lot of Swampers, regardless of Shadow or non-Shadow, prefer the Earthquake, but the Sludge Wave is actually a better move set for the potential Araquanids here. It was actually so great. I ran a Shadow Swampert with Sludge Wave myself too because of Alan. Alan was very inspiring there.
Wow, interesting. And because the games just started so quickly, we didn't get to mention Weedle and his bug type Araquanid. It's just really good against Alan's team. You mentioned, oh, it's a team triple weak to it. The whole entire team is kind of weak to that Araquanid.
Yes, it is. You know, I think Alan definitely favors that Alolan Ninetales if possible. It's actually very hard to bring that Alolan Ninetales into that double bulky steel combo of Weedle, making that Araquanid very, very strong.
Yeah, and you have to expect it's going to be here in this game number 2. And it looks like Alan, maybe he thought of that in between the winners finals and the grand finals, thinking, hey, maybe if I get a couple mud shots advantage on the Shadow Swampert, bait out the Araquanid, I can actually land enough Sludge Waves, and if I properly shield the Bug Buzz, which he did, I can win the alignment and still get another Protect Shield with that Shadow Swampert.
Yes, absolutely, and I think both trainers are locking in for game number 2 of this grand finals. Here we go. We have the Araquanid again into the Shadow Walrein. This is not the matchup you want at all for the Shadow Walrein.
Yeah, and you see that Shadow Swampert in the back once again, but not swapping it out because maybe this Araquanid would have an energy advantage, but you just have to play it out. You just have to deal with this thing. You're just going to be throwing the Icicle Spears.
Yes, and this Walrein is going to do whatever he can. Walrein looking so good in so many formats, but this is one of those matches where you're like, how is Walrein even good when you see against Araquanid? And Araquanid is built to counter the Shadow Walrus here.
Yeah, the Spider making this Walrus not look like the best Pokemon in Open Great League because it is the one typing that can resist everything. Once again, not messing around with Bubble Beam baits, going for the full Bug Buzz, and it has to be Protect Shielded, but great call by Alan.
Yeah, you see Alan again bring 3 Pokemon quite weak to Araquanid here, but the Shadow Walrein is actually making this matchup a lot closer than you would expect.
Yeah, it's just the strength of it, right? And here comes the pivot trying to save that Araquanid for later. You know it's so good, but I don't know about this. Now you're switch locking the Galarian Stunfisk, but it looks like Hydro Cannon and Earthquake are going to be there at around the same time. There is only one Protect Shield left for Alan.
Yeah, look at Alan here too, shielding every move correctly here, not wanting to wanting to minimize as much damage as possible, building so much energy here. And this is actually a really interesting position now because typically Earthquake is enough to one-shot knock out the Galarian Stunfisk. Is the Shadow Hydro Cannon enough? And it looks like Weedle's just going to let this Hydro Cannon go, and it does knock out the Galarian Stunfisk.
Oh wow, there is no Protect Shields remaining for Alan, 2 for Weedle here, and this Swampert is very healthy, so you bring in your own Swampert, but at this point, you're just probably have to give back your Protect Shields.
Yeah, you're going to have to give back the Protect Shields indeed here, and there's so much energy on this Shadow Swampert. What do you do here? And here comes another Hydro Cannon going to be met on Weedle's side here. Weedle's dumping both shields. Now all 4 shields are down on both sides of the field.
And Shadow Swampert, the best closer in Open Great League, has just been doing so much. Knocked out the Galarian Stunfisk, took 2 Protect Shields, but it finally meets its fate with its own Hydro Cannon, gets a knockout.
Yeah, now we have the wall rain here and the Obscune. Now I would expect maybe the wall rain coming in here because you have to throw quite a bit of energy. Maybe it's not enough, but actually no, coming in with the Obscune here. Obscune is going to throw this Night Slash, not before the Hydro Cannon is going to register.
And this is going to do a decent amount to this Obstagoon here. Maybe a little bit more than half of its remaining health, or just about half. And it was charge move priority here in this Night Slash. We know that there is that Araquanid in the back there. This Swampert gets the move so quickly. There's a wall rain in the back for Alan as well.
Yeah, there's not going to be a boost here. And we see the Araquanid here coming in, and now we're going to be met by the Shadow Ice Ghost Spear here. What am I looking at? Is this a Shadow Wall Rain that might take out an Araquanid, the best counter for it?
And actually went for the undercharge. It does not want to knock it out. It's going to be taking the Bug Buzz. But the problem here, even if you counter down as this Bug Buzz is going to knock out, I believe Weedle has a Hydro Cannon banked. So this is perfect undercharge to get the counter down. But I think it's going to come to charge move priority, and Swampert!
It is. Wow, what a calculated play from both trainers here. Alan recognizing that situation needs a move, but Weedle also countering it by leaving with a Hydro Cannon, knowing that Weedle's Swampert is going to win that charge move priority.
And Weedle puts a point on the board there. That Shadow Swampert was a force in game number 2 as well for Alan. And like you mentioned, it's just running 3 things weak to Araquanid. And I guess you know this thing's going to be here anyway. So you kind of just ignore this giant spider and think, what other matchups can I win? And that was the Galarian Stunfisk versus Swampert, right? So you win that matchup and get a lot of momentum out of it to get your Protect Shields back. And at the end, it was very close.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing too. As strong as the Araquanid is into Alan's team, Alan has a slight advantage in the sense that there's almost always going to be that Araquanid in every matchup. So in some ways, you just have to predict the other 2 Pokemon in Weedle's side. Now, it's good and bad there because the Araquanid is so strong, but at the same time, you have a slight advantage. And we are going into game number 3 here of the Grand Finals, best of 5. It is going to be the Galarian Stunfisk into the Shadow Wall Rain.
Kind of a neutral matchup because there is super effective damage on both sides. The Rock Slide and the Earthquake from the Wall Rain. You can try to go for the baits here. So this is going to be the Rock Slide, and we'll see if it's an early investment, and it is by Alan.
Yeah, so this is going to be very interesting here too, because and here comes the Araquanid, but it's met by the Charm Ninetales. This is the matchup you want here because these Charms are doing a lot of neutral damage, whereas the Bug Bites are doing resist hit, and we see a quick no shield from Alan here, knowing that it's only the Bubble Beam that can do any damage that's not resisted.
And finally, Alan gets an advantage against that Araquanid and goes for the Side Shock here. I believe if there is a Protect Shield, sometimes Araquanid can flip this matchup because of its bulk, but no Protect Shields here, so it's going to take the full wrath of the Side Shock, and now these Charms are adding up. Are you going to go for that big Bug Buzz or just another Bubble Beam, but you're going to get to that energy no matter what?
Yeah, and you see, actually, it looks like Alan's trying to swap over here onto the Wall Rain, but it looks like the Bug Buzz is going to come through on the Lone Ninetales. A quick no shield, and the Lone Ninetales still hanging on there. Does not get to the charge roof, but this is actually kind of tough still for Weedle because you're going to get a lot of energy on the Swampert, and this is going to be really disastrous because that whole backline is not going to enjoy the Swampert, and now throwing the Bulby on the last second here. Let's see Alan confident in the counter, knowing it can't be a Bug Buzz, a quick no shield, and now still has a lot of energy on the Swampert and the Shadow Wall Rain.
Bug Bite is so hard to count. Knew it was the Bubble Beam. Now the best closer in Open Great League has a lot of energy, and it's met by a mere Swampert, but it's not Shadow, and you are debuffed 1 stage of attack.
Yeah, and this is going to be very interesting. Throwing that first Hydro Cannon here, still doing a lot of damage. Now throwing a second Hydro Cannon here, probably going to be met with the shields here, and is exactly going to be what Weedle does, but we still have a lot of energy on the Wall Rain. And we see Weedle actually swapping in simultaneously into the Wall Rain, maybe expecting the swap there from Alan.
Yeah, I think Alan, as he takes the Rock Slide, super effective. That does so much. I think Alan actually brought the wall rain into that Galarian Stunfisk. And now throws the Icicle Spear bait, and it's called by MeWeedle. Now this is neutral instead of super effective.
Yeah, what a huge no shield call. But you still have almost 2 more Icicle Spears here. You're probably going to see a shield here, but no shield. And it's going to be the Wall Rain against Swampert. Swampert against the whole world here after taking out the Wall Rain and the Shadow Swampert.
It just goes for the Icicle Spear that it already has. This is going to force the Protect Shield. MeWeedle is shaking his head, thinking he might be in a bad position here. The Switch Timer is not back up, so the Swampert has the opportunity to Mudshot down, but Wall Rain just gets his energy so quickly.
Yeah, you know, MeWeedle trying to build to 2 Hydro Cannons here, but just falling a little bit short. Alan again somehow beating the Araquanid, this time around at least with a Charm Ninetales. So Alan up 2-1 in this best of 5 grand finals. Alan is on the loser side of the bracket, so we'll have to win this set to force a reset on the grand finals here.
And finally finding a decent matchup for that Araquanid, but still the Araquanid won that 0 Protect Shield. Am I right?
Yeah,
it came in there against the Alolan Ninetales, bubble beamed it, and then bug buzzed it and knocked it out. I can't believe it. This thing is so strong. But I think, like Speediest Chief mentioned, it wins matchups, but just barely. And the thing is, when it wins the matchup in its low health and it resists the mud shots, that allows Swampert to then come in and mud shot it down and build up a ton of momentum.
Yes, absolutely there. And those Araquanid looking really strong in these matchups, but Alan somehow making it work. Not shielding a lot of situations and also giving up switch, but just running around with energy advantage and really putting MeWeedle in top spot. These matches are super exciting because you don't see very hard wins or hard losses in any of them. It makes all the plays super exciting because they're not very clear cuts.
And Alan in game number 4 is going to try to reset the bracket, but can MeWeedle hang on here, swap into the Alolan Ninetales? Met by the Shadow Swampert, this isn't the best answer to it, kind of didn't have any options.
Yeah, and you look here, it's actually going to be kind of a tough matchup. This is Alolan Ninetales chooses to invest a lot of shields here because really not having a lot of options to take this Alolan Ninetales out, maybe catching Alan off guard here, showing the Shadow, the Alolan Ninetales for the first time here.
MeWeedle is very aware that Alan has Sludge Wave, but no Protect shielded anyway, knowing that he can survive the Hydro Cannon. Really smart play there. Back-to-back Hydro Cannons, no charge on it because it will knock out no matter what.
Yeah, actually enforcing the first shield from MeWeedle here, but this is actually kind of a good position because this Alolan Ninetales is actually quite weakened at this point. It's going to charm down this Swampert, but that's okay because you really want to avoid that Obstacle, but again, the Obstacle doesn't have a lot of places to go either. You have to worry about the Araquanid now.
You have to think that there's going to be a Powder Snow down. Because it's not very effective, you can get multiple Powder Snows. You only get 2 there, and now you're met by the Araquanid. This is the only Pokemon that makes your energy go nowhere. It's not very effective, but you can't bring the Obstagoon into this either.
Yeah, so now Alan actually has some interesting information that MeWeedle doesn't. Alan has seen all 3 Pokemon MeWeedle's side, whereas MeWeedle has not seen the Obstagoon yet. And if MeWeedle knew this, then you would probably say, okay, I have to protect the Araquanid because it's going to have a lot of play against the Obstagoon. So this is exactly where you want to see the Araquanid if you're Alan.
And MeWeedle might want to just protect the Araquanid anyway because it just beats everything, it seems, on Alan's team. As another Icicle Spear is going through, this is going to be a huge call on which move MeWeedle will throw. Will he go for the big Bug Buzz or finally bait with the Bubble Beam?
Yeah, and looks like MeWeedle is going for the Bug Buzz here, and this is going to take out the Wall Rain here, but this is going to be an uphill battle for this Obstacle, having to take out the bulky Araquanid, and now here comes the Bubble Beam as well, now permanently debuffing this Obstacle because it has no Pokemon to swap and clear the debuffs on.
And unfortunately for Alan, that was not just a soft loss. This Araquanid is way too healthy, so you have to throw a Night Slash to try to knock it out. Looks like MeWeedle thinks Araquanid did its job. Swampert, time to close this up for me.
Obstacle needs a boost here. That's the only win condition. It doesn't look like the boost is going to happen here. Swampert building up so much energy so quickly, and this is going to really start chipping away at this Obstacle with 1 shield remaining here. Alan choosing not to shield it.
And as you see, he barely survives. He might be in Mudshot downrange. It's a little bit scary. You absolutely need the boost here. So no protection shielding the first one, just in case Alan does get that boost.
Yes, and even with the boost, it's going to be a tough battle here. No boost here, and you see the Mudshots really adding up here and just going to Mudshot all the way down, not before one more Night Slash comes through and going to respect this with a shield. but it looks like the next few muchachos is going to knock out this Obstagoon.
And Weedle is going to tie it up with that mud shot. It is now 2-2, and Weedle has a chance to become the first ever Pokemon Go Seniors Division champion.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line here too. Weedle definitely with the advantage on the winner's side of this bracket, but Alan has already proven that he has a way to beat the tough Araquanid without any hard counters here. How does Alan adjust for this final game here? And you know, if we get a win from Alan, we got a lot more battles to go, which is very exciting for a lot of people here.
Yes, trying to get that bracket reset, like you mentioned here, needs to pull off this victory. And yeah, I mean, you just have to hope that you can get that Araquanid in some type of situation where maybe you can mud shot it down or powder snow it down, because that has been the key for Alan. If he ever put this Araquanid in a compromised situation, he has been able to take advantage of it to put 2 points on the board. But it is tough. I think he is at a team composition disadvantage, but can he pull off this game number 5 and reset the bracket, or will Weedle take the crown?
Yeah, and here we go, Araquanid once again here, and we have the Shadow Wall Rain, and we're going to do a quick swap, and it's unfortunately met by this Steel-type Galarian Stunfisk. However, the Nidoqueen does not want to see the Stunfisk.
And as we see the back line, there are 2 ground types for Weedle here. It is the Galarian Stunfisk as it throws that super effective Rock Slide, and the Swampert. So if that Swampert is also allowed to match up with the Nidoqueen, Weedle is so far ahead.
Yeah, this is going to be a super uphill battle here too, and this is the non-Shadow Swampert too, so you can tank the Poison Veins and the Earth Powers much better than the Shadow variation here, and this is such a tough matchup to go here, and we see the Lone Ninetales reaching that Weather Ball, but not before this Rock Slide comes through. Do we get a shield from Alan or not?
And there was 2 Rock Slides remaining, so even if you protect shield and as it goes down, you would just take another one back to back, and you don't even have a good avenue to finish off this Galarian Stunfisk. It's just loaded with energy, and you have to either powder snow down or throw the Icicle Sphere, and another super effective Rock Slide is hitting Alan.
Yeah, I think Alan's going to try to bank everything on this Shadow Nidoqueen here, but unfortunately this Nidoqueen is going to be met with the Swampert. Let's see how Alan plays this out. Is going to shield this Rock Slide. So trying to go for an aggressive farm down here with this Shadow Wall Rain.
And has to find some type of momentum. Maybe try to swap on the Rock Slide. No! Does throw the Icicle Spear right when the Rock Slide was available to deny that. We'll see if this forces a Protect Shield so that Weedle can throw the Rock Slide. No, just lets the Galarian Stunfisk go.
Yes, and here comes the Shadow Nidoqueen, and it's going to be met with a Swampert. This is an incredibly uphill battle because you have 2 shields on the side of Weedle. Now you see Alan going for that Earth Power, maybe the only chance, but it's going to be met instantly with a shield from Weedle.
Alan was going for the win condition to try to sneak that Earth Power through 2 Protect Shields, but Weedle knows he's so far ahead, he can give up the Protect Shields and still win this battle. The Nidoqueen lets it go. It gets knocked out here, and now this Swampert needs to get to 2 more moves.
Yeah, this is going to be so tough here. We still have the Araquanid on the side of Weedle, very healthy, and unfortunately this Wall Rain is quite low on health here. We see Alan doing everything possible here, but I think this is going to be a tough one for him to come back from.
And it looks like he has back-to-back on these Hydro Cannons. Will he throw it? He is going to throw the next Hydro Cannon, and Weedle is going to become the first ever Seniors Division Pokemon Go World Champion.
What an incredible step from both of these young trainers in the Senior Division. Our first showcase of them in London at the World Championships. A big congrats to Weedle for taking the Grand Championship crown here, and also an incredible performance from Alan playing into such a tough team composition from Weedle.
Yeah, well done to both these trainers. The Araquanid and that amazing suit. Look at the handshake there. These 2 trainers know each other. You love to see that. You love to see the sportsmanship. And Weedle takes the first ever crown. But Alan making it all the way here through some tough competition in Masters Division to get to this final stage and almost reset the bracket, even though having no answer for Araquanid. I was highly impressed with Alan's play, especially with that Shadow Swampert.
Yeah, I agree with you there too. Such a tough team composition to go into, but Alan making it almost work there in the very end. So much talent in these young trainers, and it's very exciting to see them take it all the way to game number 5. They're almost resetting the bracket for Alan.
Wow, and I've never seen Araquanid look so good. It was such a force there by Weedle, and I mean, just those bug bites, that big bug buzz, even being able to flip negative matchups, which you would think. The Alolan Ninetales came into the Araquanid. It's throwing resisted bug bites and a resisted bug buzz, but it won.
Yes, absolutely. And you know, what a tough matchup there. But I think you're right. We did see quite a few shadows in the grand finals here, Butters. And, you know, I think very excited to see how these trainers play out in future tournaments years to come. This might be a rivalry that is starting to build through this competition in London.
Yeah, I was thrilled to see the 4 shadows there from Alan. And like you mentioned, this rivalry can build, but once again, congratulations to Weedle and his Araquanid. Let's take him to the interview right now.
You're the first ever Senior Division World Champion in Pokemon Go. How does it feel to hear that?
It actually really feels very amazing. I'm very honored to be here right now.
Yeah.
My opponent played extremely well, almost got back. Yeah.
What do you think ultimately was the deciding factor that made you win that match?
It was mainly the matchups. I mean, I got quite lucky on the final game. He brought basically the same team every time. So it was kind of 50-50 read almost, but yeah.
Now having this win under your belt, what comes next for competition?
Well, that's next year as well. Just continue to try and do my best and compete even against the other better people, the Master Division as well in the future.
Yeah. There's a lot of people out here taking pictures, cheering for you. Is there anyone you want to say hello to or thank you to?
Yes, my family, they're just there. There's my team members also there. Hi. There's also my Swiss colleagues that are cheering, hopefully, at their houses in bed or on a chair or whatever, watching the stream. I'd like to say hi to them as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Congratulations again. And now, casters, back to you at the desk.
What an incredible performance from Weedle there. What a humble champion as well, thanking the family, friends, and colleagues and teammates, training him to be poised and ready to take the first ever World Championship for Pokemon Go PvP.
Yeah, I liked the suit. I love the suit. And like you mentioned, I love the humble answers. I mean, he gave credit to his opponent, played really well, knew he kind of had a matchup advantage, and that Alan was kind of forced into that team composition the whole time. Made the read in game number 5. Like you mentioned, it was kind of a 50-50 read on his end, and it worked out to become that first ever Pokemon Go World Champion in the Seniors Division, and technically the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion because this happened before the Masters Division.
Yes, absolutely there too. Yeah, full-on Pokemon suit with the Eevee hat. I don't know if you caught this, but also had the Team Mystic pin on there too. So Weedle also getting the memo to sport your team there. So what an incredible performance from Weedle. And I don't know if you caught this as well, but Weedle saying, you know, Anna asking what's up next for you. He said, well, there's next year, and I think Weedle is already ready to start defending his title here in the following year of competition.
Yeah, this is just the beginning for Play Pokemon. Is the inaugural season, but there's still so much remaining. We have the losers finals, we have the winners finals, and then we're gonna have the grand finals in the Masters Division.
Yeah, so many more incredible battles to come. So excited to be here too and see this high-level competition. Many of us have been fans of Pokemon Go PP for years. Some people just getting started this past week. Either way, I think the future is very bright for this game and PvP.
Yes, and this is it for us. We're going to give it to our co-casters, Will and Gabby, for the rest of this. It's just been such a pleasure and honor to be here live in London and to present these Pokemon Go World Championships to you.
Yes, absolutely. Very excited to see the future battles to come, and Gabby and Speedy will close it out for us.
And that's it for us. I'm 2O Butters.
And I'm Caleb Pang.
All right, trainers, it's time for us to venture deep into the caves as we try to shed some light on Sableye, the darkness Pokemon. Sableye, in its purified form, is the ultimate generalist of the Play Pokemon Championship series. As a ghost and dark type Pokemon, Sableye only has one weakness: Fairy. Sableye is viable at level 40, but skill trainers can power up their Sableye to level 50 while still remaining under 1500 combat power. Sableye is available in 3 forms: in the wild, in shadow form, and in purified form. In all 3 of its forms, Sableye has access to one of the best fast attacks in all of Pokemon Go, Shadow Claw. In the wild, Sableye can learn the charge attacks Foul Play, Power Gem, and Shadow Sneak. Sableye's other 2 forms, Shadow Sableye and Purified Sableye, can only be obtained after rescuing Sableye from a Team Go Rocket grunt. Shadow Sableye's Shadow bonus makes it a more aggressive version of its wild form, as it deals more damage with its attacks, but also receives more damage from opponents' attacks. You'll need to TM away Frustration to give Shadow Sableye access to 2 viable charge attacks. Once you obtain a Shadow Sableye, you may choose to purify it. Purifying Sableye will boost its appraisal, and it will learn the exclusive charge attack, Return. Return is a powerful normal type attack that completes Sableye's nearly perfect moveset coverage. Tiny but mighty, Sableye has returned many opposing Pokemon back into their Pokeballs throughout the competitive Play Pokemon circuit. Due to its incredible typing, moveset, and stats, Purified Sableye easily fits into most team compositions. However, due to its weakness to Fairy-type Pokemon, you'll want to pair Purified Sableye with a Steel-type Pokemon like Registeel or a Poison-type Pokemon like Nidoqueen. Sableye's ability to easily defeat Psychic and Ghost-type Pokemon while also winning countless neutral matchups makes it one of the best safe switches and closers in the Pokemon Go Championship Series. That's it for me. I am Will Dunphy, and I hope you enjoyed our Purified Sableye Spotlight. Welcome back, trainers. Today, we are going to spotlight Shadow Nidoqueen, one of the most strategy-intensive Pokemon in the Play Pokemon Championship Series. To obtain a Shadow Nidoqueen, trainers must first defeat a Team Go Rocket grunt and then rescue the Shadow Nidoran female that they leave behind. Shadow Nidoqueen deals and receives more damage than a Wild Nidoqueen, but its increased damage output is the key factor in its matchups against the meta. Shadow Nidoqueen is a poison and ground type Pokemon, which is an excellent defensive combination, as its thick scales would imply. Nidoqueen's primary fast attack is Poison Jab, a very balanced energy per turn and damage per turn fast attack. Nidoqueen has access to multiple charge attacks, including Earthquake, Stone Edge, and Sludge Wave. But the most common charge attacks in this season's championship series are Poison Fang and Earth Power. Poison Fang is a low-cost charge attack that decreases an opponent's defense by 1 stage. This changes the dynamic of a battle in 4 key ways. First, it applies pressure to the opposing Pokemon's hit points, and deciding whether to shield a Poison Fang early in a matchup or later is critical. Second, a Poison Fang debuff can only be cleared by switching the active Pokemon out of battle, so keeping more than 1 healthy Pokemon on your battle roster when battling against a Shadow Nidoqueen is vital. Third, Nidoqueen trainers can use Poison Fang to weaken an opposing Pokemon and then switch in one of their 2 reserve Pokemon to finish the matchup. Finally, Poison Fangs can increase Nidoqueen's momentum, causing the opposing Pokemon's defense to fall, up to 4 stages. These Poison Fangs help Nidoqueen to win neutral matchups, even when it's at a typing disadvantage. Shadow Nidoqueen's second charge attack, Earth Power, can devastate Steel and Fire-type Pokemon, and also has a chance to lower the opponent's defense. Shadow Nidoqueen can defeat Championship Series Pokemon like Registeel and Alola Ninetales, but trainers should pair Shadow Nidoqueen with a Pokemon like Araquanid or Obstagoon to protect it from its ice, water, ground, and psychic type weaknesses. Adding a Shadow Nidoqueen to your roster forces opposing trainers to consider multiple strategies, because a well-timed Poison Fang or Earth Power can decide the entire battle. There is no escaping the power of Shadow Nidoqueen. Will you add it to your championship team?
Pokemon trainers, it has been an incredible weekend for us here at the 2022 World Championships in London. My name is simply Gabby Snyder. I'm joined here by Chief 2 Speediest, Will Dunphy, and we've crowned our Seniors World Champion, and now it is time. We started at the Last Chance qualifier. We had day one of competition, and now we are only 3 more rounds away from our first ever Masters Division World Champion. Speedy, what are you thinking? What are you feeling right now?
I just can't believe it. I mean, my goodness, this has felt like such a long road, a victory road, if you will. And now we are approaching those final opponents, those final minutes, those final moments of this incredible first season of play Pokemon for Pokemon Go. I mean, what an honor to be added to the tournament circuit. I'm seeing all of the energy, all of the love, all of the hype online on social media and on our live streams as well. Thank you so much if you've been watching at home. We sincerely appreciate you, and we believe in this game just like you do. We believe in a bright, bright future for Pokemon Go. And Gabby, even though we're approaching the end of this first World Championships, this is just the beginning.
It really is. You know, you think about these competitive cycles and, you know, yes, the World Championships is really the culmination of the 2022 season, which admittedly was a bit of a fun one, a little bit unusual, but the perfect opportunity for Pokemon Go to come in and join us. And right on the heels of this World Championships, we already have the 2023 season starting to shape up. So I've said it so many times on this stream already, but I'll say it again. If you are sitting at home right now thinking to yourself, hey, maybe I can be in the winners finals, maybe I can be in the grand finals of next year's World Championships, go to Pokemon.com/play and figure out how you can compete. It is literally as simple as finding a tournament near you via the tournament locator on the Pokemon website, showing up, having a good time, and maybe, you know, punching your ticket to Worlds.
Well, I just wanted to mention Pokemon Go players are no strangers to showing up for events. What we have here in each of these teams from these trainers is hundreds of hours of gameplay, miles walked, adventures that have been had, memories that will last a lifetime. Each Pokemon on this team has a unique story. It's a signature Pokemon, and a lot of them have come from friends in the community, whether traded, given in gifts from eggs, or maybe caught together at a community day or event. So my suspicion is I think Pokemon Go players are really going to show up here for Season 2 in numbers. They're going to get out. They're going to get out there to these tournaments, to these events, and show them what they've got, right?
Yeah, you know, when you were just talking right now, I remembered a little trend that was going around prior to the World Championships last week. People were naming their top 5 Pokemon in Pokemon Go and just saying why. You know, maybe there was a specific memory. Maybe there was just, you know, it's their favorite Pokemon. It was their first Pokemon. So, Speedy, if you have a Pokemon in Pokemon Go that would be in your top 5, what would that Pokemon be?
That's actually a great question. So I remember Go Fest in Orlando, Florida with 2 of my friends, Joe and Lyndon. I remember we were riding around trying to catch all the spawns because, you know, Go Fest is just so insane. And there was an Azumarill there, a Marill that had spawned. I said, guys, what if this is shiny? Could you believe it? What happened if this was shiny? And I clicked that Marill. It was shiny. I evolved it up to that beautiful golden Azumarill, and that was my Azumarill for months and months and months throughout the Open Great League meta. And we've seen Azumarill be incredible. There have been some shiny Azumarills here on stream as well. And Gabby, I just wanted to say we really loved having you not only at NAIC, but also in Seattle Go Fest. We had so much fun at these events. Can you just talk a little bit about like the community and like how fun it is? And everybody seems so uppity, but it's very enjoyable, right?
I know, and I feel like I'm becoming the poster child for talking about how friendly the community is, because people always ask, you know, how has it been coming into Pokemon Go, coming from the Video Game Championship Series? And I'm like, everybody's so nice, but it's true. Everybody is so nice. And Go Fest was so special this year because it was the first one that happened in person in a couple of years. Seattle was also my hometown for a very long time, and being able to go back there and not only, you know, have all this amazing Pokemon action happening, you know, there were so many cool sets. There was the incredible stadium that we all took over for the competitive competitive aspect of things, but I was also able to get with a raid group of my friends, and we were just walking around my own old neighborhood. And it was almost like this is the goodbye to Seattle that I didn't really get to have because everything was different. But then I had that lovely moment. I caught some incredible Pokemon. I believe I actually got a Hundo Darkrai, a perfect Darkrai, if you will, from that experience as well. So just those Pokemon tie into those memories and just, you know, keeps me coming back for more.
You're exactly right. I had similar experiences as well in Seattle, just walking down familiar streets, whether it was the Fresh Market, whether it was the Bubblegum Alley, if you will. And just remembering having walked those streets when I was a young kid and when I had traveled there with my family and then being there together with friends as well. I mean, you go to all these different locations and you experience all these amazing things, but the people are really what stick in your mind. That really is what holds value in your heart as you move through these events. And we have so many more events looking forward to as well. For example, the Global Go Fest celebration that's coming out is August 27th this month. Anywhere in the world you can participate. You can catch some legendary beasts. Gabby, I'll let you name off a couple of these because I know they have some interesting names. So Buzzwole is one that I can nail, but you can get those Pokemon as well as tons of other unique spawns. It's a real just kind of bow on this present that has been Pokemon Go Fest 2022.
Yeah, the Ultra Beasts were introduced as a part of Pokemon Sun and Moon, and those were the last games, or the last series of games, if you will, to come out on the Nintendo 3DS system. And it was a really cool addition at the time because you had to travel into these ultra wormholes to encounter them. You know, they're beasts of time and space and different dimensions, if you will. Yeah. And they're coming to invade Pokemon Go, which I don't know what that means about the current state of the world, and the fact that Professor Willow is still missing is a bit concerning, I'm not going to lie, but I'm sure he'll turn up eventually, probably. But in the meantime, you can also encounter Pheromosa, Nihilego, all those incredible Ultra Beast Pokemon as a part of the Go Fest finale next week.
But what you can get right now in this current time is that free t-shirt. Make sure to redeem that code in the stream chat wherever you might be. I believe it was actually posted on Twitter as well. You might be able to get that code there. Get an awesome t-shirt for your avatar so that you can show that you are a part of this amazing experience. Gabby, we talked a little bit before the cameras came on. This is a first, right? There's only one first that ever happens. Every single moment is written in history. It's etched in stone. And we're crowning a first ever Master Division champion of Pokemon Go. And we just saw the Senior Division champion as well.
Yeah, it's incredible that we get to be a part of this. And I say we, you know, you and I quite literally, but also everybody at home who's watching, because at the end of the day, you can't have a competition if there isn't that community to support it, if there aren't other competitors. You know, it took these trainers this entire season to get to this point where we are. And even if you're just watching along at home with some popcorn or some other snacks, hopefully in hand, you know, you are a part of this too. So thank you for joining us here today. I hope that you're having good luck at the Pokemon World Championship event that's happening in Pokemon Go as well. You know, I feel like we're a little bit lucky over here because we get that awesome little geotag that says that, you know, we caught those amazing Pikachu at the World Championships, but they're also currently spawning worldwide in addition to Zacian and Zamazenta raids. So if you are looking at this stream and you think, hey, I want to participate as well, or maybe, hey, I just want a really cool Zacian for the Masters League because apparently it's absolutely busted in this game as well. Now is the time to go out and grab one.
Well, we do have an update on our battlers. They are finding their seats, but I have a question for you in the meantime, Gabby. Where do you plan to play this Go Fest finale event on August 27th?
I think I'm going to play it from home because it's been a quite exciting week of travel, you know, coming to London, getting to see the sights, getting to hang with all my friends here in person for the first time in several years, honestly. But after a long journey, sometimes it's nice to just go around your neighborhood and maybe go to that familiar park that you know with all the stops and see your local friends.
No, I absolutely agree. I'm going to do something similar as well. Definitely a nearby city to where I live. I mean, even then, it's a great excuse, if you will, to go out and see friends, to have a good time, eat some great food, and just have a great IRL experience, right? Because Pokemon Go, again, I think it's set such a unique precedence for games in general. This is an AR esport. This is a game where you physically have to go out and gather these resources to become competitive, to hopefully win a world championship, and no other game is like that.
Yeah, and there's also just a lot of potential, I think, as well with that. And I'm not just saying that because we're here. You know, it's always very interesting to see how you can create something that's a unique experience. And I think Pokemon Go really does capture that, because you get to go places, but you also get to take the game with you. I mean, there's so many times when I'm on vacation or I'm traveling for work or whatever reason, and you land and you're like, okay, first thing I'm going to do is boot up Pokemon Go and just see what's around, you know? And the awesome thing about the World Championships is that you also get to have a lot of that experience here as well. You know, I love seeing all the gyms with all the, you know, turnover between all the different teams, duking it out to get those gold medals. All the stops around here are just constantly having incense, which is amazing. And that's all a community effort. So again, fantastic game. You do not want to miss next year's World Championships, of course, if you can qualify, but we got to determine this year's World Champion. So why don't we go ahead and take to the stage for the winners finals of this 2022 Pokemon World Championships.
As we glide gracefully over the stage here, the majesty just does not escape us. We have two trainers seated here ready to begin the conclusion of their journeys. And what an incredible journey it has been for both of these players. I cannot wait to get into this series.
Yeah, we started out with the LCQ. Now we're here all the way at the winners finals. Crescent Angels versus Godon Hada. Crescent Angels actually coming to us from Japan, placing top 8 in their qualification tournament. Godon Hada coming all the way from Korea, also placing top 8 in their qualification tournaments. And both trainers are running some pretty similar teams with a couple of small adjustments. Let's go ahead and start with Crescent Angels. You know, we saw it earlier, the Obstagoon, the Venusaur, the Sableye, Swampert, Registeel, and Alolan Ninetales. Of still a very interesting composition, given that, you know, Obstagoon is a Pokemon that we thought we were going to see a lot of this weekend, but really this is the first time I think it's made it this far.
The meta is so unpredictable here in Pokemon Go in the Open Great League. We did see Obstagoon really take over that Milwaukee Regional Championship with both of the finals competitors having it on their roster. Then we've seen the rise of Shadow Venusaur here, and we see a regular Venusaur for Crescent Angel. I really just love these Kanto Pokemon. That was my first generation as a kid, so whenever I see a Blastoise, a Charizard, or a Venusaur, my eyes immediately gravitate towards that. But speaking of that Pokemon, there are some obstacles in its way, most notably that Shadow Kanto Ninetales and the Altaria. And don't forget about that Shadow Walrein, because that Icicle Spear does sting.
Yeah, and if my notes are correct, Godon Hada actually used the same exact team to place in the top 8 of the Korean qualification tournament, but we don't have time to get into that as these trainers are ready to go. Game 1, winners finals, Purified Sableye versus the Shadow Kanto Ninetales.
And the first bit of information that we can glean is that this is an Ember Shadow Kanto Ninetales, which means that 2-turn attack is going to be much more flexible here against the 2-turn Shadow Claws from the Sableye. First foul play coming off here, and a Protect Shield early as well from Godon Hada.
Yeah, Shadow Kanto Ninetales, one of the frailer Pokemon in the metagame right now. A lot of trainers choosing to invest their shields into keeping it around, and Godon Hada already making that one investment. Crescent Angels, on the other hand, choosing to shield the Weather Ball from the Ninetales.
Ninetales does apply a lot of pressure here, but the Sableye is trying to do the same. We see a double Protect Shield situation going on here. Godon Hada really thinks that Shadow Kanto Ninetales is going to be strong for him in the middle game.
It's going to be a tough call, as I see one Pokemon in the back that Ninetales does not want to see, but Ninetales just barely missing the opportunity to farm down that Sableye. Crescent Angels going for the shield to protect it. He wants to get that last charged attack ready to go.
And we see the switch out to catch the foul play on the Walrein as well, banking that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Just a sliver of health, but I believe it has enough for a charge attack. Walrein easily absorbs the foul play, but now the switch out occurs here, and we see the Alolan Ninetales hit the field.
Yeah, that Alolan Ninetales with Charm does so much damage as a fast move. Yes, it is a little bit slower, but that Ninetales more than capable of tanking this Icicle Sphere and able to use that Charm to pick up the counter KO.
And we do see that not very effective Icicle Spear just bounce off of that Ice-type Alolan Ninetales. And the best counter is so weak that Shadow Kanto Ninetales is just waiting in the wings. Does it come out here? And it does, reaching for the Weather Ball, and this is it!
All right, Weather Ball will connect and pick up the knockout on that Alolan Ninetales. In this battle, the Kanto Fire variant will reign. reigns supreme.
Whoa.
Except it's able to hold on and fire back a weather ball.
That was an undercharge here of Godon Hara. He did not swipe all those bubbles. He kind of minimized the damage here, brings in the Medicham to get some counter damage, but it took a lot of charm damage on the way in.
It did, and with a fully healthy Swampert in the back for Crescent Angels, you have to wonder just how many Psychics Godon Hara is going to need, but that Sableye makes the catch!
Oh my goodness, Crescent Angels reaches high and grabs that Sableye out of the sky onto the field to absorb that Psychic. Here comes Swampert, and it is ready to deliver a strike.
All right, 2 Hydro Cannons queued up and no Protect Shields remaining. That switch absolutely key in giving Crescent Angels the advantage in this matchup. Will throw the second Hydro Pump immediately to take game 1 in this best-of-5 set.
Crescent Angels, shiny Swampert, looking great there. The Hydro Cannon is more than enough, and Medicham does faint. What an incredibly clutch play there. And that was just game 1, Gabby.
That was, and that's the kind of play, though, that we want to keep an eye out for as both of these trainers duke it out to become the first trainer qualified for the grand finals here in London. That Sableye, I mean, that just took a split-second decision to make that catch. What an incredible play from Crescent Angels. I couldn't help but notice, though, Godon Hara threw that Psychic immediately as it was available to him, which meant that it was a little bit easier, I think, for Crescent Angels to make that catch, assuming he was counting along.
No, I absolutely agree. I think it's definitely key to notice those counts, to recognize when your opponent reaches those charge attacks, but sometimes the key is putting them in a difficult position and forcing them to use that charge attack, because if they hang on any longer, if they wait any longer, the Swampert gets the double Hydro Cannons and it doesn't even matter. So if you put your opponent in an uncomfortable position, you can predict these attacks. And we did see exactly that. Sableye making good use out of its health there to absorb the Psychic and secure the win. What kind of adjustments do you think we see here in game number 2? Do you think Crescent Angels needs to change anything at all?
I don't think Crescent Angels does. You know, that felt like a very comfortable win on their part. They had that timing perfectly down, and that Swampert had so much health and energy remaining for it at the end of the game. I think Godon Hara is the one that has to make the adjustment here. And I think the adjustment has to be maybe lead with the Medicham and then bring something bulkier to pivot to in the back, because with the Shadow Kanto Ninetales taking those 2 shields immediately at the start of that game 1, he just did not have the staying power to keep up with Crescent Angels.
We see trainers kind of make these decisions early on as well. Once they decide on their team composition, they know how they want to approach the battle. They know how they want to play it. The 2 shields in the opening matchup is a bit rare. Typically, players like to save those Protect Shields for key situations down the stretch, but if they will fight for it. Speaking of fight, the fighting continues here as we see the Shadow Kanto Ninetales versus the Obstagoon.
Obstagoon, again, one of those more recent Community Day Pokemon having Night Slash and Cross Chop in this competition. Going to be taking a decent amount of damage, but gets to that Night Slash fairly quickly. The one thing you have to watch out for here is the possibility of an attack boost after this attack. No shield, and it got the boost!
Goodness. Let's go, Obstagoon! It gets the boost there, but the Shadow Kanto Ninetales is going to strike back here. Here comes a Weather Ball, and it forces away that first Protect Shield. I think Shadow Kanto Ninetales is not done yet.
I don't think so either, but Crescent Angels, you know, being so lucky to get that attack boost, has to invest as much as he can into this Obstagoon to keep it. You see him looking. It looks like he is going to just take this Weather Ball, but that Ninetales is just at such little health. One more counter should be enough to pick up that KO.
Now, that was a great flashy win of the opening matchup. However, Crescent Angels is down a Protect Shield, and that Medicham is raring and ready to go. And here it arrives. That second counter came through, so only one Night Slash will get triggered here, saving both of these shields. Godon Hara going with a very different strategy here in game number 2.
It's going to take a decent chunk of damage, but gets a interesting matchup here now, taking double damage from the charm on the Alolan Ninetales.
We do see Medicham queue up the Psychic here, and the Protect Shield comes out as well. This time, Crescent Angels is out of Protect Shields early.
And this time it may work out for the best, as he does have a Pokemon advantage, just barely. That Shadow Walrein swapping in, Medicham barely holding on in the back. This Weather Ball is a bait, and it looks like Godon Hara takes it.
We've seen some unconventional use of Medicham here from Godon Hara, countering down the Alolan Ninetales in game 1. Now bringing in the Medicham here to chip away that Ninetales, and we see the swap in to the Swampert, but this Shadow Walrein is loaded with these Icicle Spears.
Yeah, that Shadow Walrein has more than enough Icicle Sphere power at this point in time to threaten a knockout on this Swampert. If it can't get to the Hydro Cannon in time, it will throw it, but That second shield is right there waiting to protect that wall rain.
We see Godon Hana recognizing these energy intervals, gathering additional energy, trying to get to as much as possible, and he finally gathers enough. He's going to throw this first Icicle Spear, but Wall Rain has so much left in the tank.
And that's why Shadow Walrein is such a scary Pokemon. These Icicle Spheres are just ready to go, and Godon Hana, having a little bit of energy to spare in this matchup, goes straight for that Earthquake to knock out the Alolan Ninetales and tie this set 1-1.
We are all tied up here. Godon Hana with a fantastic response there after going down early. 0 Protect Shields in game number 1. Really kind of was more patient in his approach this time. More clean cut in a lot of these decisions that were made. I thought those were great adjustments. The Obstagoon is so exciting when it does get that boost, and we did see it win the opening matchup, but it couldn't carry him much further than that due to the composition from Godon Hana.
Yeah, it makes me honestly wonder if the Obstagoon even needed that boost in that matchup. It seemed like Godon Hana was willing to just let that Ninetales go, forego those double shields, knowing that maybe your opponent is expecting you to make that investment a second time around. But instead, with the Ninetales out of the field, it allowed the Shadow Walrein and the Medicham to find the alignment against Crescent Angel's Pokemon that he needed in order to tie the set. And I think that was just a great playstyle adjustment. But you have to wonder, though, just how many playstyle adjustments can you make in a best of 5 before you have to consider swapping around your Pokemon?
Speaking of adjustments, we are seeing the trainers refresh their applications, and while we're doing that, let's take a moment to refresh everyone watching at home. Now that we have reached the winners finals, this is a best of 5 competition. So normally you would see one more win for either of these trainers and they would advance. However, 3 wins is the key to victory here. We still have a long series ahead of us, a lot of adjustments here that can still be made, but I think Godon Hana has a little bit more momentum here, especially given the Medicham play he's had as of late and the team composition calls.
I agree. I mean, I think it takes a lot of skill to recognize that you don't have to make Pokemon adjustments. You can go ahead and just let that Ninetales have no shields and just do the damage it's going to deal and then get out of the way. And you can see why this Pokemon has been so popular since it's showing at the Vancouver Regional Championships. It's just one of those Pokemon that is so powerful. One of the few Fire-type Pokemon, really, that can survive in the Open Great League metagame. And for it to make it this far in this tournament as well just shows exactly how strong it is. Now, whether or not we'll see it again, we'll have to wait as these trainers are locked in and ready to go in this game 3 of 5. Obstagoon's on the field, but this time it's against the Altaria.
Altaria, not a Pokemon that we see very often here, but primed to succeed in this opening matchup, is going to start to apply this Dragon Breath pressure and load up some Sky Attacks, and also does have the Moon Blast as well. But the difference is, after all these Dragon Breaths have added up, Sky Attack might be enough.
The other thing you have to keep in mind is look at Crescent Angel's backline. There's a Sableye in the back as well. This Altaria is more than happy to see those Pokemon. If this flying type attack is enough to knock out the Obstagoon, assuming it's allowed to connect, which it is, that Sableye would not be happy facing off against the Altaria.
And this is already sending signals here to Godon Hana. We don't see a switch out. We see the Obstagoon staying in the matchup, maybe trying for a third Night Slash after this one. No shielding the second one as well here. This sends signals about team composition. Maybe there are other weaknesses, additional weaknesses to this Altaria in the back. Obstagoon unable to clench that third Night Slash as well.
And now Sableye forced out onto the field, and Godon Hana throwing that flying type attack immediately. Both these trainers do have shields available to them, but Crescent Angel's happy to just let Sableye take that data and damage and charge up that energy.
Some trainers might say that Dragon-type Pokemon are the mightiest in the meta, and Altaria really showing why it deserves a spot on most championship teams. We do see the foul play finally coming through here and allowing it to connect against the Altaria. Still 2 Protect Shields remaining. I think Godon Hana is fully in control here.
I think he is too, as he sends in a Lickitung to farm up some energy off of this Sableye. Will have to take a foul play or 2 for its trouble, but again, has access to both Body Slam and Power Whip. If it can get a couple of those under its belt for when the Swampert takes the field, that's going to continue to give Godon Hana the momentum.
We do see a Body Slam, no shielded instantly here by Crescent Angels. A great early call, but he's got to make a couple more of those calls if he's going to extend this matchup. We see the counter swap into the Medicham now. Going to start pounding away at this Water Ground type Pokemon, and the Power Up Punch only ramps up the pressure.
This Medicham is in the perfect spot now to just increase its attack and try and deal as much damage as possible so that Lickitung can come in and secure the KO once it's done. Godon has such a lead here that just the presence of these fast moves on the field is enough to put pressure down and, quite frankly, might knock out the Swampert outright.
Crescent Angels trying to cool off this Medicham with a couple of Hydro Cannons, and the second one will connect here as no Protect Shield is deployed, but Medicham hangs on there. It takes a little bounce, but it does not fall. It's got a Power Up Punch loaded and ready to go. Actually, just fires one single counter. We're going to see a game where no Protect Shields are used at all.
I don't think I've seen this at all happen this weekend here at the World Championships. You know, one thing we like to say as casters is, you know, the shields do not carry over to the next game, but here we are, both these trainers just happy to play it out without the use of Protect Shields, which I find very interesting. You know, you would think that after a while you have the shields available, you might as well just use them and see what happens, maybe try to maneuver to an out, but I don't know, Will, do you think that's an indication that these trainers just didn't have a need for the shields in that matchup?
That's a really good question. I think against certain team compositions, for example, you see a lot of fast attack pressure from Pokemon like Alola Ninetales or a Shadow Victory Bell. Sometimes you need to manage your HP just as carefully as you need to manage your shields and your energy. And we do see some situations where even if you have Protect Shields remaining, the fast attack pressure is just too much. Now, this game in particular was an interesting circumstance because we did see a lot of charge attacks fired, a lot of different variables at play here, and just, I guess, not finding a real opportunity to really try and leverage those Protect Shields in key moments. I mean, did it make a huge impact not to shield some of these attacks? Maybe not, but it's a bit arguable. Maybe if these trainers went back and replayed this match, it would turn out differently. Gabby, how do you feel? I mean, it's a bit rough when you have one Pokemon remaining with a little bit of HP, you save both shields for it, and then something like a Galvantula comes out with Volt Switch, and you absolutely just get shocked out of the battle.
Yeah, I think that there's definitely a lot of pressure applied on the field when you have some of these Pokemon like the Medicham, like that Alolan Ninetales that you have to keep in mind when playing through these matchups. But overall, I also think that you got to play to your outs. You know, when you are one win away from being a grand finalist or one loss away from dropping down to the losers bracket and getting farther away from that goal of our first Masters Division World Champion here in Pokemon Go, you have to play to every single out given to you. And even though, yes, you know, mathematically speaking, maybe the shield would not make a difference in the matchup, you have to try. You have to buy a ticket to enter the raffle. And even though these players are playing at such a high level and they know probably with certainty whether or not those shields would have made a difference, I think you just got to take that chance.
I think there are key moments where these trainers take a mental snapshot and they try to visualize forward. They try to project what their win conditions could be. They try to figure out, okay, so this is how the matchup is going. This is what's likely to happen here. This is my opponent's position. For example, we've seen some insane shield calls here where trainers will only have one Protect Shield remaining and the opponent throws a bait and we see the no shield come in that situation. And that's just because these trainers recognize that their opponent they had their back against the wall, they're at a deficit, they're working from behind, and they're trying to, I guess, catch up, right? So you need to throw that bait, that attack that's not very effective in order to kind of make up that lost ground. And again, recognizing your opponent's win conditions is equally as important as recognizing your own.
I definitely agree. So let's go ahead and take a moment to talk about win conditions as these trainers are getting repaired and ready to go. You know, Crescent Angels is a bit on the back foot. It felt like Godon Hada's decision to bring not only the Lickitung, but the Altaria as well in that matchup just gave him such a decisive lead. If you're in Crescent Angels' shoes, how do you respond to that?
Well, I think that in this best of 5 series, it's actually an extension of the best of 3, right? By 2 games if all matches are played. And what that does is it extends this mind game out further than a lot of trainers are used to or are comfortable with. For example, if you're playing chess, you might want to maneuver your knight into a particular position, but then you just leave your rook totally exposed. And we see these trainers kind of manipulate each other's chess pieces, if you will, as the game goes on. For example, that team that Crescent Angels just brought to game number 3 was not prepared for Altaria. It had no check there for the Altaria, and the Queen Altaria moved right in there and applied tons of pressure.
I like how you called Altaria the queen, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like that's a very apt comparison for this tournament, also possibly for our location, you know, in London after all. But still, I agree. I think that Crescent Angels really has to look at his team and figure out if Godon Hada follows a similar strategy, or even if Godon Hada splits the difference, if you will, and brings out Altaria, but maybe leaves the Lickitung behind, or vice versa. You know, how can I best handle this situation? I think that the Alolan Ninetales is probably one of the best Pokemon on his team to sort of adjust to the adjustment, if you will, as that charm not only just does so much damage, you know, it has the bonus of being super effective against Altaria. But I also think that we've seen Godon Hada manage that threat so well throughout the set so far. You have to wonder if you just leave it behind and maybe just hope the surprise factor is enough to tie this up and bring you, again, one win closer to the grand finals.
And the pressure is really on Crescent Angels here. One more win will secure this series here for Godon Hada on the right. So again, a little less pressure here on the right side, but you definitely don't want to let anything slip through your fingers. It's like grabbing onto a rope that's tied to a heavy object, right? The rope starts to move, it starts to slip, and you have to grasp it. You have to clinch that moment and not allow your opponent any chance to come back into this series. And these two trainers, if anyone can do it in the entire world, they can do it at the World Championships here today.
Yeah, the other thing you have to keep in mind is that the player who wins winners finals will have a significant advantage in the grand finals. If you are coming in from the winner's side of the bracket, you only have to win one best-of-5 set in order to take the title of world champion. If you win your way in from the loser's side of the bracket, you have to win not one, but 2 sets of best-of-5. That is up to 10 games of Pokemon Go battles, which can be very, very difficult. I mean, you talk about how scrambled the mind games get after an extension of a best-of-3 match. Just imagine if you make that essentially a best-of-10.
Exactly. As you stretch that road forward, more obstacles can appear in your way. And you definitely need to be ready for everything, but you really want that easy route. If you can take a left at the fork and just have that cruise all the way to the grand finals, that is definitely the right route to go. But we are locked in and ready for another battle here. This could be a decisive game as we see Godon Hada lead that Altaria into the shiny Swampert.
All right, Altaria, the lead that did so well for Godon Hada in the previous game, now against the Swampert, but that Sableye actually taking the field in its place. It will take a few turns for this Altaria to get access to the Moonblast, but Godon Hada not even going for it, just immediately throwing that Air Slash to get the shield off of Crescent Angels.
It's already pretty evident here that Godon Hada does have an advantage as we see the Altaria bear down on the Sableye. This is a familiar situation, but that advantage is even larger because he's already seen that Swampert in the lead, and he has a Shadow Kanto Ninetales on his back line, so he needs to secure switch advantage here and avoid that alignment.
A second foul play will draw the first shield from Godon Hada to ensure that that Altaria is on the field to get that switch advantage. Altaria now gets to the second Sky Attack and again immediately throws it into the Sableye.
No Protect Shield here. Crescent Angels unable to secure switch advantage, which is really tough. It makes this uphill climb even more steep. What can he do here? He's got to bring in the Obstagoon, I think, to try to deal some neutral damage here, but a lot is going to fall on these last two Pokemon as the Swampert actually hits the field, trying to outpace here to a charge attack, I believe.
Well, that Hydro Cannon is certainly one of the faster charged moves in the game right now, and Crescent Angels will get there with plenty of time, but Godon Hada just does not shield, lets the Altaria go down. And now it's really going to be on this Medicham to find a way to knock out this Swampert, so it's safe sailing for the Kanto Ninetales.
We've seen some moveset reveals already. We know this is a power-up punch and Psychic Medicham, and we draw the first Protect Shield away as well, which is huge as Swampert looks to apply pressure here. Do we see the final shield in kind?
It's going to be a tough call as Crescent Angels will be taking even more damage from these fighting type attacks from the Medicham after that power-up punch, but Swampert able to get to the Earthquake just in time, and there are no Protect Shields remaining for Godon Hada.
Swampert doing the best for its teammate Obstagoon, trying to weaken that Medicham, but in comes the Dark and Normal type Pokemon, and this is where the power-up punch really pays off.
The last shield is now gone from Crescent Angels' side of the field. That Swampert barely has any HP left, and just look at how much damage this Medicham is able to do before it's knocked out by the Obstagoon.
Medicham looking to land this second uppercut onto that Obstagoon. It does so much damage. Can the Obstagoon secure a knockout? No! The switch in Shadow Kanto Ninetales appears, and the majesty of it is on full display.
that Shadow Kanto Ninetales will happily take this Knight/4 Godon Hada and use Ember to pick up the knockout on not just the Obstagoon, but that Swampert as well. And Godon Hada, coming all the way from Korea, is your first entrant in the grand finals of the World Championships here in London.
Just talk about the poetry of that. The Shadow Kanto Ninetales comes onto the field. That fast attack animation is so beautiful as that Pokemon spins around, showing all of its tails. Godon Hada really showing why he deserves to be here today.
And what a well-won game indeed. But it's not over for Crescent Angels just yet, as he has one more opportunity to get into the grand finals here at the World Championships. A very close match, but ultimately it felt like after those first two games when they were tied 1-1, Godon Hada just figured out the formula, figured out how to beat Crescent Angels, and just doubled down into that strategy.
And Crescent Angels actually doubled down as well. If you notice, in that game 3, he led an Obstagoon, he had the Sableye and Swampert, and just had a really hard time addressing the Altaria, and then he suspected that his opponent, Godon Hada, would see that and try to change the lineup, maybe to the Alola Ninetales or to the Registeel, and instead he just stuck with the Altaria. Both of these trainers doubled down, and unfortunately only one of them can come out as the victor in that set.
Yeah, and again, it's such a unique thing to see. I mean, I think we spent a lot of this tournament talking up its accent and how he used the same team from his qualification tournament, the North American International Championships, to bring it almost all the way here into the finals at Worlds. But Godon Hada actually was able to do that. You know, he has the same team that he used to qualify for this tournament already in the grand finals here. And Altaria really seems like it was the star of the show. I think that a lot of us really underestimated that Pokemon and its potential in the metagame right now coming into this tournament, but yet here we are. There's already one in finals.
Well, I think that's just the allure of a Pokemon like Altaria. It does hard lose a lot of matchups to key meta Pokemon. However, we saw against those team compositions from Crescent Angels, it almost felt hopeless at moments. Just the Dragon Breath kept piling on. That Altaria is too high in the sky for the Swampert to reach it with the Hydro Cannons. And then you had the Sableye and Obstagoon just doing their very best. But there's so many resistances, so many key situations where Altaria can really just dominate the skies if it's left unchecked.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing you have to keep in mind. Again, if you are going to be the world champion, you need to find those openings in the metagame that you can use to give yourself the advantage. And I really do love seeing Pokemon like Azumarill, like Altaria, like the Venusaur do well here at the World Championships, because those are, quite frankly, some of the original Go Battle League Pokemon. You know, my first team in the Go Battle League was actually Altaria, Venusaur, Azumarill. None of them were Shadow, none of them were too special, but yet, you know, they did the job, and I was able to get a couple of Pikachu Libre from them, which was pretty great too.
Well, there's one Pokemon that I love to use, but it's not the most applicable in the Open Great League. But when we have cups like the Great League Remix in the Go Battle League, where these top meta picks are banned, Pokemon like Altaria, Walrein, Registeel are not available to trainers, you have to dig a little bit deeper to use some interesting Pokemon, and I got to use one of my favorites quite a bit, and that is Shadow Fortress, a Pokemon that is a bug and steel type. It's definitely afraid of a Pokemon like Kanto Ninetales. It does not want anything to do with that matchup, but it is so powerful. Super effective damage against the Psychics and the Dark type Pokemon. Earthquake can absolutely just crater out a Bastiodon or a Registeel. Incredible play with that Pokemon, and it's really fun to watch as well. It spins a lot.
I believe Rapid Spin was actually one of its signature moves back when it was first released in Pokemon Gold and Silver, way back in the day. But I don't think I want to reminisce that far back, but I will reminisce to a couple weeks ago where one of my favorite unusual Pokemon to run in the Go Battle League was actually Bibarel in the Hisuian Cup, because Bidoof is my favorite Pokemon. I gotta say, I've been loving the Bidoof representation over on the TCG side of things this weekend. Not so much in Pokemon Go, but you know. But the Hisuian Cup, that was great. That was truly great.
I mean, when you have a Pokemon that's a normal and water type, it's got so many weaknesses to grass and fighting and electric as well. But when you put it in a specialized meta, I mean, it gave Driflims headaches for days, right? You had the water guns that were really solid, dealing neutral damage across a lot of matchups, and then super effective to rock type Pokemon as well. I mean, there's so many different ways to explore battling in Pokemon Go PvP, and a great way to get started is the Go Battle League, where a lot of these trainers picked up their skills and learned how to utilize their Pokemon to the best of their abilities.
Yeah, so I believe the Fighting Cup is the meta currently active in the Pokemon Go Battle League. And I know we were talking a little bit about this behind the scenes earlier. I think Buzzwole, Toxicroak were Pokemon that were being thrown around. If you were at home looking for something to do, maybe while we're waiting to queue up Losers Finals, which will be starting shortly, we're just making sure our players are ready to go. What Pokemon would you recommend? Maybe real quickly, because apparently they are ready to go.
They absolutely are, but for the Fighting Cup, you want to look for fighting type Pokemon that resist other fighting type attacks. I think that's key. Buzzwole with the sub-bug typing, even Como-O with that sub-dragon typing. Really, really fun in that meta currently. But with that being said, we have more battles here on the stage. Why don't we go and take a look at our next pairing? A familiar face is going to appear here for us shortly.
Yeah, unfortunately for Crescent Angels, he did not have to go far, as now we are entering the losers finals of the bracket. This is another best of 5 set where the winner of this set will be moving on to the grand finals. Crescent Angels will be facing off against Dancing Rob, coming in from Germany, who qualified for this tournament by placing 3rd place at the European International Championships. Now, you can imagine he was here already once at a losers finals at a international tournament, not quite the World Championships, but still an international tournament. You know he must be hungry to go for the win this time around.
And we have seen some adjustments in the team composition as well. I remember Dancing Rob bringing the Umbreon as a key staple component of his team of 6, but as we look at the updated team, he's really shifted some things around, and there are lots of threats to a Pokemon like Umbreon on Crescent Angels' team, so probably a good call there because it does not appreciate the Alola Ninetales, the Obstagoon, or the Registeel matchups. But one key Pokemon I really want to zero in on is that Shadow Venusaur. Oh my goodness, is that Pokemon strong. If it can land some of those Frenzy Plants, get into a position with shield advantage. I mean, we saw it take down a Cresselia, a Scrafty, all kinds of Pokemon. Venusaur just doesn't care. It just Frenzy Plants everything.
I have to wonder, though, if that Venusaur will have the opportunity to Frenzy Plant everything, given that Crescent Angels not only has a Venusaur of his own ready to go, but also feels like he has a decent option to run like the Registeel and the Sableye to try and slow that Shadow Venusaur down as much as possible. I think that it's a fantastic Pokemon, but I also feel like it's not something that you commit to in game 1 of a best of 5 set. It feels more like it would be an adaptation. You know, I see that my opponent is planning this kind of strategy, and now I know confidently that this Shadow Venusaur is enough to ensure my win condition. I will now bring it. I think if I were in Dancing Rob's shoes, I would play it a little bit safer to start. Maybe bring that Lickitung, bring that Shadow Swampert, and one other Pokemon to try and just get this bulky core going for this matchup, and then wait and see how my opponent handles it.
I think you identified something really key. A lot of these trainers have unique personalities that show throughout the battles, and Dancing Rob is one of those trainers that to me the most has seemed like a person that leaves his best things in reserve. For example, in the last series we watched, we did not see that Shadow Swampert until a decisive battle number 3. That is a key Pokemon that he loves to use, and his opponents know that. They recognize that he really is comfortable playing that Pokemon, and he is likely to bring it. So kind of shuffling things around, maybe not revealing everything all at once, has been a key component to Dancing Rob's success thus far. That being said, I don't know. I feel like that Shadow Venusaur looks like a problem, and is sometimes, like our co-caster Tua Butter said, if you have the best Pokemon on your team, you just throw it out there and ask your opponent to stop it.
I mean, that is a very fair strategy, and also something to consider as you go into game 1 again of losers finals, where everything is on the line. This is your last opportunity to get into the grand finals of the first ever Pokemon Go World Championships. And while these trainers are getting ready to battle, I just gotta say, the fact that Dancing Rob was able to bring his starter type Pokemon Turtwig all the way here to this grand stage is something truly special. You know, sometimes you don't have an opportunity to showcase your first partner Pokemon in their smallest form, let's say, in their cutest form, depending on your taste. I think Turtwig is the cutest personally, but I might be a little bit biased on that front as well.
Turtwig is an adorable design. I really like Torterra's design as well. It's one of my favorite overall Pokemon designs, but we do have a gigantic fuzzy Turtwig there on the stage. I think that's been a good luck charm for Rob as well. You know, you want to be comfortable. You want to, just like you trust your Pokemon, you need them to trust you as well. Bring them along for your journey and have a great competition competition. But Dancing Rob needs to settle in here because he has a tough series against Crescent Angels. You know that coming off of a loss here, Crescent Angels has extra motivation. If he needed any more, has extra motivation to try to win this and stay in this tournament.
Exactly. I mean, we're just rolling straight on through here from the winners finals into the loser final into the grand final. So these trainers just have that momentum going for them, which could be something great or could be something that Crescent Angels has to overcome. You know, it's hard to say how he felt about that winners finals matchup, and knowing that you have to go straight into a game like this, it really takes a lot of strength as a trainer to be able to say, okay, that game happened. You know, whatever it was, it was. I have to play the game in front of me. This is the mountain that I have to climb to reach that grand finals summit.
Sometimes short-term memory is the best memory. You only want to remember things that are relevant for the current situation. You can't overload yourself thinking about the past. You just have to focus on these key moments and be the very best. Now, this matchup might come down to alignment in a lot of situations because there are overwhelming matchups here for the Venusaur and Swampert duos. If we see either of those Pokemon line up against each other on whatever side, that is a decisive win. And we've seen these Venusaurs with additional energy really get out of control. Those Pokemon get unleashed and those Frenzy Plants just absolutely sprout all over the battlefield, disrupting everything else. Whether it's a neutral matchup or resisted, nothing likes to absorb 2 or 3 Frenzy Plants.
I wonder, just given how big of a threat Venusaur is really on both sides of the field in this matchup, if we're going to see Crescent Angels try and just focus on Pokemon that really will shut down that Venusaur, you know, I think the Registeel is one that I would find an interesting pick for him, as looking at Dancing Rob's team, you know, yes, he does have answers to the Registeel, but I think if he decides to bring the Venusaur, he would definitely need more than one answer, as it would be so easy for that Venusaur to just come out onto the field locked in against that Venusaur after it switches in on something else and just take no damage.
Yeah, absolutely. There are lots of situations here where the trainers not only evaluate the typings and the fast attacks here on the teams, but they also look for opportunities to gather additional energy. If there's a Pokemon that takes a long time to get to a charge attack and you're resisting those fast attacks, for example, Venusaur versus Alolan Ninetales, you can gather so much energy before you finally release that charge attack and secure the knockout. But speaking of knockouts, we're going to get a few of those queued up here on the screen as Crescent Angels and Dancing Rob are locked in. Let's see what our leads are.
Registeel and Stunfisk are on the field. That Stunfisk must be so happy to see that Registeel, as it will be able to do a little more damage thanks to its ground-type fast move, but that Focus Blast is charging up not too far behind the Earthquake.
Focus Blast hits hard, but a Galarian Stunfisk looking to hit the Registeel first here with a same type attack bonus Earthquake, and does not draw away the Protect Shield. Registeel bounces a bit there, but it's still in the battle.
Yeah, Registeel can take one Earthquake from Galarian Stunfisk, and Galarian Stunfisk can take one Focus Blast from that Registeel, but at what cost? Both these Pokemon are now down into the red, and again are racing to get to those charge moves as quickly as possible. But Venusaur comes in to catch the Zap Cannon from the Registeel.
This is quite interesting here. You're switching in a Pokemon. Now it's switch lock for 60 seconds and you are debuffed, and you allow your opponent to bring in something else to answer it. And we do see the Sableye hit the field. This is actually not ideal for Dancing Rob looking at the team compositions, but he's going to strike back here with the Frenzy Plant. The question is, does he get to 2 Frenzy Plants in this matchup?
It's going to be tough, as those Shadow Claws from the Sableye are dealing so much damage, and it's just not enough time. The Purified Sableye, able to take down that Shadow Venusaur, is still at plenty of health and now has so much energy it can just throw this return straight into the Alolan Ninetales.
Oh, what a great shield call here by Dancing Rob, shielding up that return. That would have been a heavy hitting charge attack, and the Alolan Ninetales now looking to bear down on the Sableye, and he does almost get the KO, but here comes a resisted foul play. How good is the mid-game counting? Does Rob know it's a foul play? And he does.
Dark-type moves will be resisted by this very ice Alolan Ninetales. That Sableye now knocked out, and it's the Venusaur out on the field for Crescent Angels. Now, Venusaur will be taking some significant damage from these ice-typed moves, but can fire back with Sludge Bombs of its own. And now that the Galarian Stunfisk is on the field, really all Venusaur needs to do is use this as an opportunity to get to that energy so that it can threaten the KOs.
This is such a precarious moment here for Dancing Rob. He needs to throw the exact right, correct charge attacks here. Reaching for an Earthquake, and it's swapped on. Registeel happy to take this for the team.
Dancing Rob doesn't even need to power up that move, as just the fact that it happened was enough to ensure the knockout. Now the Venusaur is out on the field against the Alolan Ninetales, but unfortunately just goes immediately for the charged attacks. This is going to be a Frenzy Plant, but Dancing Rob happy to just let it go, as it's going to be enough damage for the knockout. Crescent Angels up 1 game in this set of losers finals.
Crescent Angels, my goodness. We saw the swap earlier on in the previous set with that Sableye absorbing the charge attack. This time, sending in the Registeel to absorb the charge attack. Even though it dealt that super effective damage, that was all he needed to clear the path for Venusaur to succeed. Very interesting plays here. I mean, there's key advantages in Pokemon Go. Shield advantage, energy advantage, and switch advantage. And a good rule, if you're just working on your own Go Battle League battles, is to not give up more than one of those to your opponent at a time. If you give up a Protect Shield, switch in your Pokemon, then you're kind of like 2 steps behind. And I think Crescent Angels really recognize that and capitalize on the moment. Dancing Rob, though, needs to make some magic happen here. Again, this is a best of 5, so Crescent Angels needs 2 more wins. Dancing Rob needs to make a streak to come back here.
Yeah, I like how Dancing Rob tried to use the Galarian Stunfisk to knock out that Registeel. And I mean, admittedly, that is technically what happened, but it was very much on Crescent Angel's own terms. He was the one who switched in that Pokemon to catch the Earthquake, to get that KO. And I think you can't necessarily give your opponent that control in one of these matchups. Galarian Stunfisk is a fantastic Pokemon, but I think he just needs a little bit more power in order to get through the Registeel. It's just so bulky. It can sit on the field, it can take those attacks, and it can really define the approach to this game for Crescent Angels, which is why we might even see it in the back of his party as we get into this Game 2, Venusaur versus Venusaur already out on the field.
Best Buddy Venusaur versus a Shadow Venusaur. These 2 Grass and Poison type Pokemon on the field. They will pace in the moves at the same time, and we do see a Frenzy Plant that gets Protect Shielded up here by Crescent Angels, and I believe the Frenzy Plant was also pressed on Rob's side.
So that was most likely charged move priority event taking place in this game. And as the shadow variants of Pokemon typically have a higher attack power, you know that that's exactly what played out in this sequence. But both these trainers deciding to invest a shield into their Venusaur to keep them around for a bit longer. A little bit of a mix-up now, though. Dancing Rob choosing to throw the Sludge Bomb instead of a Frenzy Plant.
And the Sludge Bomb takes away that second Protect Shield as well. We've seen Dancing Rob kind of manipulate his strategies, run with a Protect Shield advantage or energy advantage. This time he's hoping for the former. We see a Sludge Bomb coming through and another shield. Scratch that. We are at 0 shields on both trainers' sides.
Once again, both trainers deciding to invest both of their shields on their first Pokemon, but this time it's the Venusaur, and now both these trainers instantly switching. Registeel now locked on the field against the Galarian Stunfisk, and the Galarian Stunfisk just getting to that Earthquake that much quicker.
We do see the Earthquake coming through here, going to deal a lot of super effective damage as well. Looking over to the judge's side as well. I don't know if this is the Registeel that Crescent Angels had intended, as it does get KO'd there pretty quickly. We do see 2 reserve Pokemon remaining here for Dancing Rob, or excuse me, for Crescent Angels. Dancing Rob, again, deciding what to do here as that timer ticks down. And we do see a game exit as well. So sometimes, right, we have multiple Pokemon. In Pokemon Go, you have to catch a lot of Pokemon in order to gain candy, to power up, to double move, to kind of increase your resource storage. And you have many duplicates of some Pokemon that could appear on your roster at any given time. And I mean, my goodness, they all look the same. I wish a Registeel had, definitive marking. I wish it had some kind of symbol on it that you could recognize, but unless you add that Best Buddy ribbon, it's kind of hard to tell sometimes.
Yeah, and definitely nerves are in play as well. So while we wait for these trainers to repair and for the judge to make a ruling on what happened, let's just take a moment to breathe and reflect, because that game was so incredibly heated. I mean, that Venusaur showdown just opened up the game. Both of the trainers deciding to invest those shields on their Venusaurs just made me wonder, how would have that played out? Venusaur is such an interesting Pokemon to focus in on. We spent so much time talking about it in this matchup in particular, and clearly both of these trainers thought that it was their key to victory. I don't think we saw Swampert, though, on either side of the field, which makes me wonder what exactly was the Venusaur there for both of these trainers?
Well, Venusaur has a lot of great neutral matchups here. It's got an inability to straddle a lot of interesting situations with its typing, dealing super effective damage not only to water and rock, but also to fairy-type Pokemon with that Sludge Bomb. So it can be very versatile. I think that Venusaur deserves a spot here on the teams, but you're right, there were no Swamperts in play. And I think that the Swamperts are just a high-risk Pokemon, especially if you're not expecting your opponent to bring something you can easily counter. I mean, it's such a dreadful feeling when you have your Swampert out on the field, just being Vine Whipped down by that Venusaur time after time, and then you know you've given your opponent such an energy advantage it's hard to come back from. So let me ask you this, Gabby. Do you think that the Swampert should appear here in this next game after we saw 2 Venusaurs in the lead?
It's certainly a risky play, but I think Dancing Rob, if he's anticipating, needing that water and ground typing in this matchup, I think you just have to make that call. I think that the Swampert, again, is one of those meta favorite, meta relevant Pokemon for a reason. And even if you are afraid of the opposing Venusaur, you know that you sort of had a decent advantage in that matchup. You saw the Venusaur versus Venusaur play out, and it wasn't necessarily the end of the world. So you can maybe feel comfortable taking that risk. But for now, we're going to go ahead and jump into this next game. Already, though, the Swampert versus the Registeel out on the field, and now it's both Venusaurs once again.
Whoa, the Venusaurs are on the field here. We are in a very similar situation to that earlier game 2. If you notice, the scoreboard has been updated. You must bring the correct Pokemon on your battle teams, otherwise you concede a victory there. So we are tied up here in the series 1-1. The Sludge Bomb does get Protect Shielded up, and we do see a Sludge Bomb in kind. Will Dancing Rob match the shields as well?
Last time we saw these trainers match the shields, but this time Dancing Rob happy to let it go and carry that shield on into a future matchup. Now, that being said, Venusaur isn't taking a lot of damage from those Vine Whips, and as a result, could possibly just catch up anyways in terms of shield usage and damage threats and whatnot. But for now, we'll shield that Frenzy Plant, getting some more energy banked and almost getting to 2 Sludge Bombs there.
This Sludge Bomb will come perilously close to knocking out this Venusaur for Crescent Angels. Does he decide to use a Protect Shield? And he does, continuing to apply pressure here. We've seen the Swampert on Dancing Rob's side, and that Venusaur is trying to find it. Going to throw a Frenzy Plant here to try to secure the knockout, and he will secure it here.
Dancing Rob does have that 1 shield available to him, but I don't think that's going to make much of a difference with the Swampert. May make a difference with this Galarian Stunfisk, though, as that extra time will allow it to build to an Earthquake and throws the Earthquake immediately as the Sableye switches in onto the field.
This is a sacrifice here of the Sableye's HP, trying to pull that Swampert back onto the battlefield so that Venusaur can finally find that alignment. Dancing Rob, recognizing that, is going to stay in the matchup and then catch a foul play. If you think that the Swampert is not useful to your team, this extra damage is fine. You actually keep it away from your Stunfisk.
Yeah, and you don't use the shield, as Swampert will go down when it goes down, but does have the time to get to a Hydro Cannon, possibly even an Earthquake. Will go ahead, just throw the Hydro Cannon immediately into that Sableye for the knockout.
Sableye does fall off of the field there. Venusaur likely will come out here to meet the Swampert, and it does. Just 2 Vine Whips, so but Venusaur is loaded up and ready to go. Here comes the Stunfisk, going for an Earthquake on charge with priority. This might actually be a key play.
That Frenzy Plant will connect with the Galarian Stunfisk first, and Dancing Rob preserving the shield for later. Here comes the Earthquake. Venusaur is at below half of its health. This should do neutral damage, and it is enough to KO. So now it's just going to be Registeel versus the Galarian Stunfisk. And Galarian Stunfisk needs 2 Earthquakes, I think, in order to win. But that Registeel is already at the Focus Blast.
So here's the difference as well. It's about 7 Mud Shots or so until that Registeel has a charge attack. We do see the Earthquake come through at full power before this Focus Blast can be fired off. And these lock-ons are doing very little damage. Stunfisk needs to hang on, deal some super effective Mud Shots, and maybe get to another Rock Slide to close this out. But it's going to be very close.
It's going to be very close, and Dancing Rob looks like he's trying to go for the Earthquake. Will he get it? The Rock Slide now available, the Earthquake available, and it's thrown!
Dancing Rob clinches the Earthquake and clinches the victory here as Registeel takes yet another super effective ground type attack, and Dancing Rob glides by to victory with just a sliver of HP remaining.
just a sliver of HP remaining. That game was so close. Had that Registeel had just a couple turns of extra energy lying around, it would have gotten to those focus blasts first and outpaced the Galarian Stunfisk. Given how close that matchup was, again, you have to wonder, do these Pokemon trainers change their strategy? Do they change their Pokemon? What exactly do you prioritize adjustment-wise when these games are just so close?
Well, we saw Dancing Rob kind of defaulting to his comfort pick there with the Shadow Swampert, trying to bring it into the battlefield. What was curious to me was that early switch out in the opening set of the matchup. We did see both trainers switch into their Venusaurs, whereas the Registeel versus the Venusaur is a solid matchup there. And I'm really curious why that Pokemon stayed in, but we did see the simultaneous counter swaps, and again, the pressure point moment there was triggering the Earthquake on the charge move priority. It doesn't matter how much energy you have stored. If you have no Protect Shields remaining, that charge attack will come through from your opponent, and in this case, it did KO and essentially nullified an entire Frenzy Plant, which could have flipped this game.
Yeah, those energy management skills are so important. It's almost as if getting rid of a charge move from your opponent is more important than using your own. And that's the kind of skills that you need to have to take you through into the grand finals here at the World Championships. This is now game 4 of the set. Dancing Rob 1 win away from moving on. Medicham versus Venusaur are the leads.
Dancing Rob looking to close out this series again. This is a best of 5, and Dancing Rob is only 1 game away from punching his ticket to the grand finals. He will start things off with the Frenzy Plant and a no shield on the Medicham here.
Those Frenzy Plants are just gotten to so quickly by these Venusaurs. Medicham, this one at least, has both Ice Punch and Psychic available to it, so that Venusaur going to go ahead and go for that first shield, as Ice Punch would do super effective damage otherwise.
Now we do see the Swampert there on the left side for Crescent Angels. That's a key indicator that he is willing to shield up this Venusaur. He has seen the Venusaur for Dancing Rob. Does he give up alignment here? The Psychic is coming through and a last second shield.
That Medicham, unfortunately, will not deal much damage from the charge moves, but the fact that Dancing Rob has a 2-0 lead in shields cannot be understated. Galarian Stunfisk is now facing off against the Swampert on Crescent Angel's side of the field, but this Earthquake is going to connect and put that Swampert well within KO range from a second charged move.
Now with very little HP on that Medicham, Rob has basically 2 routes he can go, and he can either commit to the Stunfisk or to that Venusaur, and he's committing to the Grass and Poison type as this Hydro Cannon does come through and connect. This Stunfisk, though, looking to secure the knockout, doesn't quite get it. We see another attack from Swampert. He's putting it all on the back of that Venusaur here.
That Stunfisk has done its job. Swampert is within KO range from 2 more Vine Whips from that amazingly powerful Shadow Venusaur, but the Registeel revealed on Crescent Angel's side of the field. This Venusaur is really going to struggle to deal damage to this Pokemon, and with Medicham at such low health, he needs to have an attack or 2 already banked up, ready to go in order to win this victory.
Essentially, Dancing Rob is operating with 3 Protect Shields here because he can always switch in that Medicham and try to catch a charge attack. He's got 2 shields, and he uses neither of them on this first Zap Cannon. I'm really surprised by this play here.
It's not very effective, but I think more importantly, it is going to drop the attack of that Shadow Venusaur, forcing Dancing Rob to swap in this Medicham for the Venusaur. Will get to an Ice Punch here. It's going to do a little bit of damage, but I think we have to keep looking ahead to the next matchup as this Registeel is able to lock on down the Medicham.
And we see the Venusaur come in. This might be detrimental to Dancing Rob's plans because it is a ton of energy. Does he know that this Venusaur is so close to a second charge attack?
We saw the Sludge Bomb on Crescent Angel's side of the field. Now we see it from Dancing Rob. It will connect with Crescent Angel's Venusaur, and it's enough to pick up that knockout. It is just Registeel remaining, but there is the Zap Cannon.
Registeel delivers the Zap Cannon. That final Protect Shield comes into play, and Dancing Rob has to sense that victory is close. Venusaur going to reach for a Frenzy Plant here.
Venusaur is so close, it just needs a couple more seconds, and he gets it! This Frenzy Plant will do enough damage to pick up the knockout on that resisted Registeel, and Dancing Rob is your second competitor moving on to the grand finals here at the World Championships.
That wasn't a double down. That was a triple down on that Shadow Venusaur, and did it pay dividends as that Pokemon just frenzied its way through the competition to win that series. Dancing Rob advancing, if I'm correct, to our first grand finals.
These trainers have come from all around the world to face off on this stage, and Dancing Rob has just won his way through to the grand finals. That must be an incredible feeling, knowing that you are 1 win, or 2 wins in his case, away from becoming the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. But before we spend too much time talking about the grand finals, I just got to say a congratulations to Crescent Angels. Came into this tournament getting top 8 in the Japanese Pokemon Go qualifier tournament, and now making it all the way here to the losers finals, getting a top 4 placement here. That is really an incredible accomplishment.
That is insane. It's just incredible how talented all of these trainers are. And your Worlds is such a unique experience as well, because you get to see these play styles from all different corners of the globe just mesh. And there's no telling how your opponent's going to respond. What works in the North American region for some trainers might not work against these players from other countries. It's just incredible to watch the dynamic, I guess, play styles play out in front of our eyes.
Yeah, it is an international metagame, and I think that's something that not a lot of people prepare for when competing on this stage. You know, you would think that maybe you always see the same Pokemon on the Go Battle League ladder, or you see the same Pokemon competing at your local tournaments, or maybe your regional tournaments, you know, wherever you typically compete. But that doesn't mean that somebody across the globe isn't using something completely different from your strategy. So you have to be prepared. You have to be able to adapt your own play style to face off against what's popular in Japan, what's popular in South Korea. And, you know, I love that Dancing Rob was able to take such a unique team with the Shadow Venusaur, the Shadow Swampert, and make it work all the way into the grand finals. What a truly interesting matchup we have coming up, is, if memory serves correct, that Shadow Venusaur is going to be facing down Godon Hada's Altaria.
Oh my goodness, and that matchup usually goes one way. Definitely goes in favor of the flying and dragon type Altaria, as those sky attacks deal super effective damage. They can almost KO a Venusaur from full health, especially after some of those dragon breaths have applied. So that matchup is perilous, excuse me, for that Venusaur. However, we've seen Dancing Rob just operate his way out of so many tough situations, bringing in Pokemon that you wouldn't think would work in the situation. And then again, he had a distinct decision to make there in that final game. Does he put everything on the back of the Galarian Stunfisk? Is there an obstacle to Venusaur in the back, like a flying type Pokemon, for example? And he said, no way, no chance. I'm doubling down on the grass and poison type Pokemon. So it's one thing to like pick a great team, but you have to pick the winner on that team. What Pokemon can carry me to victory?
Yeah, I have to wonder. I mean, we've seen all of these teams revealed on stream at this point in time. You know that these players have been watching the other matches that they're not playing, trying to figure out what the strategy is against their opponent, what their lines are, what their options are. And to get to this point and just to have all of that weight on your shoulders just must be so much to think through. You know, I think that these players do need a bit of a moment probably to breathe and get ready and get into the mindset here at the grand finals of the first ever Pokemon Go World Championships. But, you know, I can't wait to see just what they're thinking in this matchup, because I'm trying to line these teams up in my head and think like, okay, if I were in Godon Hada's shoes, you know, how would I approach this matchup? If I were Dancing Rob, what would be my top priority against his team? But we'll just have to wait a few minutes while these trainers are getting ready before we really can dive deep into that and really get into the fun analysis of the matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all these battles have been spectacular. The other finals that we got to watch as well with the senior division was so incredibly close, and I think our grand finals for the Masters division will be very similar to that as well. But we have more battles on the way. I think we're going to queue up a short segment here in just a moment, and then we will have our battlers seated. But you're right, Gabby. Maybe you need to take a walk around the arena with your buddy Pokemon, feed it some berries, spin some Pokestops, kind of let this tension loose, and then just get dialed in and ready for this final match, because this is your moment to become a champion.
Hello, Pokemon trainers and fans! It is an honor to welcome everyone to the 2022 Pokemon World Championship! It's been a long journey for all of us to reach London, and the hard battles fought have earned your way. here today proves that you are part of an elite group of trainers, and each of you now has a chance to compete for the title of Pokémon World Champion.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, or should I say Pokemon Go trainers if you're watching this stream. That was just an incredible showcase of what this event has been like. You saw the stadium seating there as well. All of those trainers just watching, cheering on their friends and their allies as they try to, I guess, support a first ever world champion. Gabby, this arena is incredible. I've really enjoyed my time here in London. What a magical experience.
Yeah, that recap video was really excellent as you get to see some of the incredible offerings we have here at the World Championships. You know, it's not just this incredible level of competition. It's also movie screenings. It's also a Pikachu parade.
Oh, yeah.
It's also boba tea, ice cream, cookies, all that lovely stuff. There's so much going on here, and I loved especially how that video featured the grand finals from Pokken Tournament, as this was their last time here at the World Championships, and it was truly such an incredible moment to be a part of. And, you know, you think about the energy there and how the community came together to celebrate that game. Here we are on the precipice of our own celebration of crowning the first ever Masters Division World Champion in Pokemon Go. This is truly a moment that you want to be checked in and ready to go for, as we are ready to take to the stage. We're not quite ready to take to the stage, but that's okay. Now we have a few more minutes to steady ourselves and prepare.
Well, Gabby, I just wanted to mention as well, it is very bittersweet to see Pokken exit the Play Pokemon Tournament circuit, but it's important to remember there are beginnings and there are endings, and everything has its eventual conclusion, but the moments are really, really what matters. As funny as it sounds, the journey is the most important part. This journey through life, through this Pokemon Go tournament, through the Play Pokemon Tournament circuit, this is it. You have to seize every single moment, and these battlers are taking just a couple extra moments to make sure that they are ready and primed for the battles of their life. Gabby, I don't know, this tremendous amount of stress. I mean, what are you doing? Are you drinking a Red Bull? Do you want some caffeine? Are you drinking some water? I don't know how you're going to approach this.
Honestly, when I was competing, my secret was chocolate-covered coffee beans, because it was a great, tasty way to not only get sugar, but also caffeine into my system. That being said, though, I always had to be very careful, because you go too close to the sun, so to speak, and you get burned. So that would be my tip to the trainers on the stage. You know, make sure you have that energy, but I think it's also important to manage like the adrenaline of the situation. Yes. I don't know if you're the kind of person that I am, but if you are, you know, adrenaline can kind of take over. It gives you like the shaky hands, the sweaty palms, and sometimes you just need to take a moment to breathe and just let your body sort of, okay, you know, yes, this is happening, I can handle this, you know, and just let your body calm down a little bit. Which goes counterintuitive to the caffeine pick, and maybe that's why I'm here and not up there competing, but I don't know. We can analyze that later. There's plenty of time for that.
Well, it just goes back to instincts, right? Sometimes your body just takes over. Instincts, exactly right. We have two mystics on the stage here, but it does come down to instincts. I definitely think that you have to kind of balance your mind and your heart as you move through these critical moments, because that extra little bit of caffeine, that extra coffee bean that you had, it can help you tap the phone a little bit faster, make a switch a little bit faster, but you don't want to dial in too fast and be a little overzealous and maybe make a misplace. These trainers are trying to find that right balance. And I'll tell you what, throughout this competition, 3 days, this feels like a marathon that is essentially a lot of components of small sprints as we get into all of these games, right? So it's a very unique test of endurance, of duration, of patience, of perseverance. And we do see these trainers finally progressing to this stage. I mean, if anyone has warmed up and is capable of doing it, it's these two trainers we're about to watch.
Yeah, this is mile 26 of 26.2. I cannot do the conversion to kilometers because we don't have time. These trainers are ready to go. Let's take to the stage for our first ever grand finals for Pokemon Go here at the World Championships.
One more time, we glide down to center stage. This is it. Tell your friends, tell your family, everyone who's interested in Pokemon Go needs to see this. A champion is sitting on this stage. We just don't know which seat.
I mean, you have a 50-50 chance, and I know that will probably anger some of the video game players out there, as it's not usually favorable when you phrase it that way, but you know that one of these two trainers will be walking home with the title of first ever Masters Division Pokemon Go World Champion. Is it going to be Godon Hada from Korea, or is it going to be Dancing Rob from Germany? Let us know if you're watching at home via Twitch chat who you're rooting for, what Pokemon you want to see win. Do you want to see the Altaria? Do you want to see the Shadow Venusaur? Are you rooting for Godon Hada? Are you rooting for Dancing Rob? Now is the time to make some noise to support your favorite Pokemon trainer, as this is it. This is the final countdown to that world champion title.
It's the final countdown, and these are the final two trainers left here today in London. The first ever World Championships are underway, and I cannot wait to get started here. For both of these trainers, this needs to be their finest hour to succeed. But I'll tell you what, there's so many obstacles here, so many barriers. If you look at these team compositions, starting with Godon Hada, we've seen this team several times, but how it pairs up against Dancing Robs is key. Shadow Walrein, Medicham, Altaria, Lickitung, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and that Registeel. How does that look against Dancing Rob's team?
Well, if you're just tuning in, Dancing Rob showcasing a lovely team of the Medicham, Lickitung, Shadow Venusaur, Shadow Swampert, Alolan Ninetales, and Galarian Stunfisk. Has a few interesting matchups. You know, you look at the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, the Altaria, the Lickitung on Godon Hada's side of the field, and it looks like Dancing Rob does have answers for those Pokemon. He just has to be very careful. You know, as much as we've been talking about how that Shadow Venusaur is his signature Pokemon and how much work it did for him just recently in the losers finals here at the World Championships, I don't think you can really bring it into this matchup safely, because there's just too much on Godon Hada's side of the field that can answer it.
That's a fantastic team composition read there as well. There's so many obstacles to thriving in the same way that he's done throughout this tournament. As a reminder, as a refresher for everyone watching at home, this is essentially a Gary and Ash situation. Dancing Rob has conquered the rest of the field. He is meeting his final opponent here, Gary, if you will, on the left, just waiting that final challenger, but he has to defeat him not once, but twice to secure this Grand Finals championship, and he has to do it in a best of 5 each and every time. And like you said, a very inhospitable environment for this Venusaur to thrive. So how can Dancing Rob dance around the situation and figure out how else he can win this series?
We just saw Dancing Rob use the Galarian Stunfisk on his team to power through the Registeel on the opposing side of the field. And I think that if you're looking at what Godon Hada is bringing and what Pokemon are going to be on paper the most consistent Pokemon in this matchup, you know that Registeel has to be lurking somewhere in the distance. So I think you have to bring the Stunfisk. You have to make sure you have a game plan, because if you don't, Registeel is one of those Pokemon that will just run straight through your team. Yes, it doesn't deal much damage with those fast moves, but after a while, the Zap Cannon attack drops and the Focus Blast just add up to deal so much damage.
There are some functionalities for certain Pokemon. For example, a Pokemon like Drifblim with Icy Wind has great setup potential for the rest of its team. It doesn't hit very hard with its other charge attacks, but it can really help the other Pokemon succeed, whereas other Pokemon like Swampert are all charge attack oriented, and Registeel finds itself somewhere in the middle with attacks like Zap Cannon and Focus Blast. It's not only a heavy hitter, but a setup Pokemon as well, and the setup is complete. We have our leads on the field.
Registeel versus Galarian Stunfisk in Game 1 of the Grand Finals here at the World Championships. Galarian Stunfisk happy to take the lead in terms of the type advantage, in terms of the attacks, but that Registeel gets the Focus Blast just a split second quicker.
We see the Registeel striking here first, but Dancing Rob wants to protect this Galarian Stunfisk. He recognizes this is a key matchup. He's going to throw the Earthquake here as well, looking to deliver some damage onto the Registeel. Do we see an early Protect Shield from our Godon trainer as well? And we do not. Actually, Earthquake comes through.
Earthquake will come through, but it'll take one more Earthquake or possibly even a Rock Slide, depending on how low that Registeel's health gets. But Dancing Rob, not wanting to take any chances, just goes straight for the second Earthquake. Godon Hada letting the Registeel go.
Looking to bury that Registeel under those ground type attacks and succeeds. This is a very precarious position now because you can't deal super effective damage with with either of your Pokemon here if you're Golden Hada.
It's going to be a tough matchup as well, since that Medicham on Dancing's Rob's side of the field is happy to switch in onto this Wall Rain and start dealing some big damage. Not going to shield this Icicle Sphere, does a good amount of damage to that Medicham, but I think more importantly, banking that energy for later, as this Medicham does not have Power-Up Punch available to it. It's going to really have to rely on its fast move for damage.
And we've seen Dancing Rob pick the right Pokemon in the key moments, recognizing the Medicham is critical. He does leave it in there, give it a Protect Shield. He's going to throw an Ice Punch now against the Lickitung. Now, the challenge this fighting and Psychic-type Pokemon has is that there's just so much bulk to punch through, and it does pull away that Protect Shield, but Medicham is now dangerously low.
It is, and will have the opportunity to throw a Psychic here at least before it has to worry about being knocked out, and the Psychic will connect, but Godon Hada still has one shield available, but the defense drop comes through.
The defense drop comes through. That's a great setup here as the Medicham will go down from the Body Slam. We're going to see another Pokemon come in here, but this Lickitung is severely weakened, and that extra Protect Shield is not going to be that useful.
It isn't, and Charm just does so much damage, and you cannot stop that with a Protect Shield. Lickitung does get to the Body Slam in time to deal some threatening damage to this Alolan Ninetales, but it's nowhere near enough for that KO, and Charm is able just to knock it straight out.
Alolan Ninetales really flexing its fast attack pressure as it looks to charm down the Shadow Wall Rain, and it will. Dancing Rob takes game number 1.
He is one game closer to resetting the bracket, but I think the Alolan Ninetales really was his key to victory in that matchup, which means Godon Hada really has to think twice about how he's going to approach this game. You would think that the Registeel would be the perfect Pokemon to take down that Alolan Ninetales, but he let it get knocked out so early on in that matchup, it just wasn't available. And Dancing Rob, I think, very smartly kept that Ninetales a secret until it was guaranteed the victory thanks to that fast move pressure.
Just like you mentioned, there's a lot of pressure here from Golden Hada's team to kind of push that Alolan Ninetales onto the bench for Dancing Rob, kind of force it off the field so it doesn't arrive. The Registeel, the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, there are a lot of immediate threats to that Pokemon. So Rob bringing it in that very first opening game shows that he is a trainer that has nothing to lose. He's going to put it all on the table and try to secure a victory.
And that's exactly what you have to do when you're coming in on the loser side of the bracket and you want to be the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. You really have to be absolutely on top of your game. You have to be able to predict what your opponent is going to bring and position accordingly. I think if I were Dancing Rob, the other question I would be asking myself is it even worth it to bring the Alolan Ninetales a second time, or is the threat of it enough at this team preview phase?
We've seen some trainers, for example, in an earlier set, we saw the Altaria really wreak havoc on their opponent's team when they doubled down on a strategy that did not directly address it. So again, these trainers are kind of feeling each other out throughout this matchup. Is my opponent going to double down? Are they going to be aggressive here? Or can I find other ways to win? Can I double down on my own strategies, trust in my Pokemon, and find those win conditions on my own? We have one trainer that's already locked in. They are certain about their approach to this game number 2, and one trainer is taking just a couple moments, but not too long. Here we go. We are set up for game number 2, Dancing Rob versus Golden Hada.
All right, it is the Shadow Kanto Ninetales on the field versus the Galarian Stunfisk. And once again, we're in an interesting position where both of these Pokemon are doing super effective damage to one another, but Godon Hada is going to have to invest some shields if he wants to win this matchup.
I like this play a lot. Recognizing the counts, throwing that Rock Slide to draw away the Protect Shield just before the Shadow Kanto Ninetales gets to that Weather Ball. But now the Medicham comes in, and look here, building up to an overheat, and Dancing Rob respects it.
Dancing Rob with this shield not only will not take damage from this Weather Ball, but I think more importantly will get this Medicham into a position where it can start to threaten some damage on its own. This time lets the attack connect from the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and it's another Weather Ball.
The Weather Ball does connect, dealing some meaningful damage to that Medicham as it looks to build up additional energy, throwing a Psychic here as well. We know the Ice Punch is resisted and not same type attack bonus, but it's critical here. Oh, maybe calling an Ice Punch. Golden Hada lets that Ninetales go.
doesn't choose to invest the double shields on the Shadow Kanto Ninetales this time around, but I think that is for the best, given that both the Registeel and the Lickitung in the back of his party is going to be taking some serious damage from this Medicham.
Medicham delivering a Psychic here. Do we see a Protect Shield? There's only one remaining on the board, and no Protect Shield. Psychic does come through here as well, as Medicham warps that kinetic energy. Here we see a Galarian Stunfisk come in to match the Lickitung. This is a bit tough, but this Lickitung will strike first.
Power Whip is the move of choice, and Dancing Rob just content to let it go, as it won't threaten a KO. It will need some additional damage first, and this Galarian Stunfisk building up to almost 2 Rock Slides before deciding to throw the Earthquake. If Godon Hada decides to shield this attack, that Lickitung will certainly be able to hang around, and he does call the bait correctly.
Incredible shield call there on that Earthquake. We're going to look at the Lickitung trying to pace to a charge attack, but this Galarian Stunfisk will reach a Rock Slide first. Again, kind of adjusting their routes, adjusting the plans and the projections as these matchups evolve and change. We do see the Rock Slide connect. Do we get a full lick down? I think we do. Lickitung looks hungry. It's ready for the Stunfisk.
So close, but the Stunfisk is able to get to the Rock Slide because Godon Hada takes that last half of a second turn to switch in the Registeel to take this Rock Slide.
What an incredible swap in, recognizing you can't exactly secure the lick on down, but the Swampert is out here. We've seen Dancing Rob really just pummel his opponents with this Pokemon.
Yeah, the Registeel will get to the Focus Blast first, but if Dancing Rob decides to, that shield is ready and waiting to keep that Swampert safe until it reaches the Earthquake in just a couple more turns.
Look at this recognition of the energy intervals, building up so much extra Mudshot energy, throwing the Hydro Cannon here as well. I think Swampert wants to escape this matchup with a charge attack so that it can KO the Lickitung in some eventuality, but it's going to need to double up here, and it does get the double.
Yeah, that Swampert throwing that Hydro Cannon just as the Registeel gets to its charged moves. This will connect and knock out, and provided the Swampert immediately goes for the second Hydro Cannon, it's able to knock out this Lickitung, and Dancing Rob is up 2-0 against Godon Hada.
Dancing Rob doing his best to wash away the competition there as the Lickitung does faint, going up 2-0 in the series, and suddenly Godon Hada is 1 game away from a bracket reset. And then it's just a best of 5 from there.
Yeah, Dancing Rob taking an early advantage here, which must feel pretty great, you know, when you're coming up into the grand finals from the loser side of the bracket. Again, you have to win the first set, force a bracket reset, and then you really are vying for that title of world champion. And I think if I were in Godon Hada's shoes, I might be a little bit nervous now. You know, that felt like a very comfortable win, both those games from Dancing Rob, game 1 with the Alolan Ninetales, game 2 with that Shadow Swampert. I think that Godon Hada has to start making some reads here during team preview to figure out what the best strategy is, as Dancing Rob feels like he's consistently 1 step ahead at team preview.
Well, let me ask you this. So Dancing Rob is already up 2-0 here in the losers bracket. He knows he needs 1 more win to secure the victory. He's left that Venusaur on the bench as we expected. Is this a key moment for Dancing Rob to pull something out of his hat and try to bring out that Shadow Venusaur and maybe throw his opponent off guard here? I think it would be very favorable in a lot of key matchups. However, if Godon Hada doubles down on the Registeel or the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, Venusaur might have nowhere to go. Maybe it's too risky.
I don't know. I think that's what Godon Hada was expecting in that game too, as if you recall, he did double down with those 2 Pokemon. And it is Dancing Rob's signature Pokemon of this tournament. You know, I think the temptation would certainly be there, but you still have 1 best of 5 set to win. If you want to bring that signature Pokemon, if you want to bring your first partner Pokemon into battle, you need to have the utmost confidence that that battle will go in your favor. And I think there is just too much on the line right now for Dancing Rob to take that risk. Once the bracket reset goes through, if it goes through, I think then you can start taking those chances a bit more, as again, you're just so much closer to the title of world champion. You can breathe a little bit easier.
I think so as well. There's still a tremendous amount of pressure here on Dancing Rob. Godon Hada really feeling out his opponent here, but we have a lock-in. Both of these trainers are ready for what could be a decisive game 3 in this set, and we have the Ninetales on the field.
Shadow Kanto Ninetales versus the Alolan Ninetales. Both of these forms, Dancing Rob immediately switching out into that Medicham to take on this Ninetales once again.
Now we've seen this Shadow Kanto Ninetales build to overheat and throw a bait. This time just the Weather Ball gets shielded as Dancing Rob really wants to maintain the switch advantage. He recognizes that HP on his own Medicham is critical.
But Godon Hada brings in his own Medicham for the matchup, and interestingly enough, Godon Hada has access to Power Up Punch, where Dancing Rob only has Ice Punch.
Great early shield there by Godon Hada, as well as he does protect against that Psychic, and this is interesting because he's keeping the Medicham away from the Alolan Ninetales that Dancing Rob had in the lead. We see a Psychic come here from Godon Hada, and this will connect as Dancing Rob's Medicham is starting to struggle a bit.
Just a couple more attacks before Dancing Rob's Medicham will be knocked out, but first we'll get to this next Psychic. Godon Hada saving the shield for later. While this won't be enough for the knockout, I think the thing that I'm paying attention to is whether or not Godon Hada is going to throw a power-up punch here, or if he's just going to try to farm that Pokemon down.
Instantaneous, no shield here, reaching for the Ice Punch. Godon Hada knows his counts. He knows the Medicham did not muster enough energy for the Psychic, and he does secure the knockout. One shield each, but here comes a powerful Psychic from the Medicham. Medicham looks to clap its hands and deliver a blow here to the Alolan Ninetales.
That Alolan Ninetales is at full health, but is now closer to half of its health remaining as the Medicham is knocked out as well. Dancing Rob looking to switch almost instantaneously to the Galarian Stunfisk as the Ninetales is revealed once again, but now it's the Lickitung out on the field for Godon Hada.
I just think it's important here to not count out Dancing Rob in this matchup. This Galarian Stunfisk has been so powerful for him, but an early no-shield is a huge setback as well. A lot of these Galarian Stunfisk like to throw that Earthquake early because the Lickitung can absorb it.
But in this case, Lickitung just keeping that shield for later, and that's the kind of play that Godon Hada needs to start focusing on. This Power Whip will not connect with the Galarian Stunfisk on Rob's side of the field, but here comes the Earthquake, and Godon Hada decides not to shield this time around.
Godon Hada letting this damage through. He knows he only has one Protect Shield remaining, and he wants to conserve it. He's going to look to deliver another Power Whip here. Will he get there in time? And he does, but it's a Charge Move priority, and the Galarian Stunfisk is being just annoyingly persistent in this matchup.
Yeah, that Galarian Stunfisk has a higher attack stat, which means these attacks will go through first and get the knockout first. Now that Ninetales drawn back out onto the field, but certainly does have the type advantage here. But Dancing Rob switching in his own Ninetales to try and take a possible Weather Ball. Godon Hada not calling it and waiting to throw until he had two instead.
Godon Hada does not take that Ice and Fairy type Pokemon bait, instead building to double charge attacks, just like we saw Dancing Rob do in the previous game, and these back-to-backs are going to close this game out.
All right, Godon Hada finally taking his first win in this grand final sets. 2 wins away from winning the title of World Champion. Dancing Rob still 1 win away from resetting the bracket. It's just getting closer and closer to the wire here in London.
Well, I think that just shows these trainers' grit. I think you don't want to give your opponent an advantage, and if you have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here and right now, you might as well just go for it. So we're going to see these trainers try every trick in the book, pull every resource out of their bags, and try to really apply pressure to their opponent. They are not going to go away quietly, and Dancing Rob is only 1 win away, but if another win from Godon Hada comes through, suddenly the stakes are very, very high.
Yeah, being in a position where the winner of the match determines the fate of the tournament, whether or not we get a bracket reset would certainly be exciting, as I think many of our international level tournaments have reached that level. But for now, we must play the game in front of us. We must focus on the matchup in front of us. And again, we still haven't seen that Shadow Venusaur from Dancing Rob, but I really don't think we're going to see it again. It's just not the right matchup for it. And I have to wonder if that's something that Godon Hada recognizes, or if he's worried that the Venusaur is finally going to be making an appearance.
Venusaur can be incredibly oppressive, and we've been talking about this a lot. This Pokemon feels like a specter that's just haunting the stage. It might appear, it might not, it might cause havoc, or it might get hard countered. Such a tricky Pokemon, but we've seen Dancing Rob really rely on more neutral play, reaching for those other tools in his toolkit, leveraging the Galarian Stunfisk, the Swampert, making close matchups winnable, and just staying in this competition as long as he can. I think we're going to see some more variety from these trainers as they look to secure another win. But Godon Hada, again, just needs 2 victories to silence his opponent and become the first ever champion, whereas Dancing Rob needs to force the reset to give himself an opportunity.
One of these trainers is locked in and ready to go. The other is waiting and just making sure they picture every single possible victory. There is so much you have to keep track of in key matchups like this, especially when they're best of 5 matchups. That's just more games that you have to remember, more strategies that you have to recognize as possibilities from your opponents. But a huge mix-up from Godon Hada in this game 4. Altaria is the Pokemon leading versus the Medicham.
Medicham can strike for double super effective damage with the Ice Punch, but can it reach it in time? And it does not want to take a Sky Attack either, so this Altaria does apply a very, very hard shield pressure. We do see the first Ice Punch get triggered here, excuse me.
Thankfully, the Altaria can take a single Ice Punch, but will not be able to take 2. And these charged moves take so long to charge up for it. While it will get the opportunity to throw a Sky Attack here, it's blocked by a shield on Dancing Rob's side of the field, and there might not be enough time for it to get to a second.
Medicham reaching for a second Ice Punch here, looking to freeze the Altaria out of the sky, but it does not want to go away just yet. It does leverage that Protect Shield to save itself from this damage and then try to push for another Sky Attack. Do we see a switch out? His finger's awfully close to the button.
I think Godon Hada was thinking about it, but ultimately deciding to throw a second Sky Attack, and Dancing Rob letting this one through for the knockout. Down to his final 2 Pokemon. That Stunfisk comes out onto the field, but the Lickitung is right behind it to take those ground-type attacks.
And we just saw this matchup earlier. We know the early Earthquake seems to be the prescription, and Godon Hada does not shield this one either. This is going to be a lot of damage, but again, Lickitung, one of the bulkiest Pokemon in all of Open Great League, can definitely take a hit.
It can, and it can certainly fire back once it gets all charged up and ready to go. I find it interesting that Godon Hada has consistently waited until he's had half of a Power Whip to throw the first Power Whip against this Stunfisk. It doesn't do a lot of damage, so being able to carry that energy over is certainly very wise. But do you shield this time around? If you don't shield, that Earthquake brings you down into the red.
Lickitung might push for another Power Up. Can it get there? And it
got
does!
there! It got there, and now Dancing Rob decides to forego the use of a shield as well, and this Power Whip is allowed to connect.
It's going to come down to a very close matchup here as the Swampert gets one additional Mud Shot due to the switch-in. We see the Medicham come out to answer it, and the bad news is that this is a power-up punch Medicham. It's really going to turn the screws against this Swampert.
Waiting until he gets a Psychic, but throwing the power-up punch against the Shadow Swampert, and Dancing Rob uses his final shield to block the damage.
That Medicham does get the attack boost, but Shadow Swampert is not out of it yet, looking to deliver a Hydro Cannon here, and we do see a no Protect Shield as well from Godon Hada.
A risky play as that Swampert still has a Hydro Cannon available to it, but Medicham finds the opportunity to throw a second power-up punch, get a second attack boost, and again, threatens so much damage against this Stunfisk and the Swampert remaining, but the Swampert throws that Hydro Cannon straight into the final Protect Shield of Godon Hada.
There is no opportunity to switch out here. There is no other option but to achieve victory as this Medicham punches its way through that Galarian Stunfisk and secures a win. We are all tied up.
The winner of this next game will determine if we will be crowning our first ever Masters Division Pokemon Go champion, or if we'll be heading straight into a bracket reset. And I cannot stress just how exciting it is that we are here in Game 5, once again, of a Grand Finals for the Pokemon Go Championship Series. And what an incredible set it's been so far.
Game 5 here. This is going to be fascinating to watch how these trainers address their opponents. Do we finally see that Shadow Venusaur? Has there been too many obstacles in its way? Will it make an appearance? Will that Swampert really shine here as well? The Altaria shakeup, like you mentioned at the opening of that matchup, was so fascinating to watch because it really kind of put Dancing Rob on his back heel, but he needs just one more win to stay in this tournament, whereas Godon Hada is 3 minutes away from glory.
I gotta say, the fact that Altaria was able to catch that Medicham as well as a lead really worked out well for Godon Hada. I don't think that's something that Dancing Rob will let Godon Hada do again. I think if you're assuming that we're going to see a second appearance of that Altaria, you know your opponent's going to lead something that at least has a more favorable matchup against it. You have to be very careful. That being said, Altaria is a great Pokemon on paper, as it's been able to handle a lot of the threats that Dancing Rob has been bringing to this matchup overall. And of course, if that Shadow Venusaur does finally make an appearance, you know it's going to win that matchup quite comfortably.
Like we mentioned before, when you have a Swampert and a Venusaur on opposing sides, or even a Water type and a Grass type, these dominant typing matchups, you really have to control positioning. And when you lock in a game and a strategy, you really have to stick to the script and do your best to write your story. But we have both of our trainers locked in. We are in London, and this is where legends are made.
We're going to begin Game 5 of the Grand Finals here at the Pokemon World Championships. Shadow Kanto Ninetales against the Galarian Stunfisk for Dancing Rob.
Now we know these rock slides will do super effective damage to that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. We've seen early Protect Shields as well. Gonahada investing in his Pokemon, but we do not see it this time actually opting for the no shield.
That Ninetales is able to hold on through one rock slide, but that Medicham taking the field, and now the Altaria is staring it down once again.
Wow, this Altaria, again, dealing so much damage with these Dragon Breaths. Actually, no shielding the first Ice Punch as well. We know Altaria can withstand one of these, but not two, as Gonahada looks to continue his control of this Game 5 matchup.
Yeah, saving these shields for as late as possible in the game. Dancing Rob deciding to shield immediately for this Sky Attack, knowing that it would be enough to knock out the Medicham. And the fact that the Medicham is already at a second Ice Punch throws it just a couple of seconds before the Altaria gets to the next Sky Attack, and Gonahada finally going for a shield.
And we've seen this matchup play out in a similar way in an earlier game. One Protect Shield each. The Altaria is approaching the Sky Attack, pulls the trigger just a half second earlier, and the same result. The Medicham will get knocked out here by the Sky Attack.
Dancing Rob has two options to bring out onto the field, and it's going to be the return of the Galarian Stunfisk. Will threaten a ton of damage with these rock slides, but for now, happy to farm up as much energy as it can for the later parts of the match, because you know that Shadow Kanto Ninetales is still there waiting to use those super effective fire type attacks against it.
It definitely has it. Oh, a matchup disadvantage, but here comes the rock slide as the Shadow Kanto Ninetales gets sacrificed over to the Galarian Stunfisk here. That does super effective damage and secures the knockout. We're going to see the Swampert coming here. He's furiously tapping on that button on the right side.
Typically, you only see Pokemon catch charge moves like that when the trainer is out of shields, but Gonahada just using that option a little bit early on in this matchup. Now Lickitung gets to face off against the Shadow Swampert. Doesn't throw the Power Whip quite yet, but if Dancing Rob was paying attention, it didn't have enough time to get to it, but goes for the shield anyways.
The stage has so much pressure as we do see the Swampert reaching for so much energy. It needs to strike hard and fast at this Lickitung to secure the knockout, but that bait was huge. No Protect Shield deployed here.
Yeah, Hydro Cannon is going to do significantly less damage than the Earthquake, but there are almost two more waiting for this Lickitung. Will Gonahada get the opportunity to throw that Power Whip before the Swampert gets to this next Hydro Cannon? It's going to be close, but the Lickitung gets it.
One turn earlier, this Swampert is going to get power whipped off of the field here as Lickitung looks to dominate this matchup. The switch timer wasn't there, and he could not escape. Here comes the Galarian Stunfisk.
The Galarian Stunfisk does have a lot of energy available to it and will get to the Earthquake, but these trainers are closely closing in on a single Pokemon remaining in this match. It's going to be the Altaria versus the Galarian Stunfisk. There's not enough energy. The Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset.
Dancing Rob, a half second might determine his fate as he secures the knockout here on the Altaria against impossible odds. He resets the bracket. Neither of these trainers are going home yet.
We have at least a couple more games, possibly even 5 more matches or 5 more sets to go in this match to determine the first ever Pokemon Go Masters Division World Champion. And what an incredible set it has been so far, coming down to the last possible microseconds of Game 5 of the first set. We have the bracket reset. We have these trainers already queued up, ready to go, and the mind games are just going to continue rolling along.
You've had 5 games of interaction. That is not a typo. You've had 5 battles against this trainer. You've seen some tendencies. You've seen some team compositions. You need to recall these notes. Recall what your opponent is likely to do. How do they like to play out shielding situations? How do they manage their energy? Are they comfortable going down shields in these precarious situations? All this information needs to be distilled distilled and gathered because these critical moments, these battles right here, it doesn't matter what's happened in the past. You have to dump a lot of things from your memory except that last series because this is it. These final 5 games will decide the first ever champion for Pokemon Go.
And if you think about it, not only is the pressure on, but the pressure just continues to get increased and increased and increased for these trainers. The longer period of time you spend on that stage with the lights, with the pressure, with the excitement, that just starts to really grate at your mental energy. And it's so important to take the time in between these matches to make sure that you're locked in. You know what strategy you want to do. You know what Pokemon are the major threats on your opponent's side of the field, and that you're able to continue to execute your strategy to perfection, because that's what it takes to become a world champion.
A half second, Gabby, a half second. We saw that Altaria reaching that Sky Attack as that final Dragon Breath gave it the energy it needed to deliver a knockout blow. We know as a species, Altaria would have won that charge move priority. It would have gotten to go first and fire its charge attack, but it never had the opportunity. So this opportunity, this key moment, this is when you really need to make the most of every single half second, every single turn on this World Championship stage.
Yeah, and Dancing Rob as well, leading that Galarian Stunfisk, I think really gave him the opportunity to get that energy on it so that that half second was already banked for later on in the match. I have to wonder, is he going to continue to lead the Stunfisk given how well it's done for him throughout this matchup? Or if it's time to make another prediction here in Team Preview that Godon Hada may bring the Shadow Kanto Ninetales or the Medicham in the lead to counter it again.
Well, we've seen time and time again that Shadow Kanto Ninetales coming out to answer that Galarian Stunfisk. Yes, you're dealing super effective damage with your Embers and Weather Balls. Yes, you apply a lot of pressure in terms of shields, but at the same time, the Galarian Stunfisk can strike back with the Rock Slides. It's not a clean-cut matchup. We have not really seen that Medicham from Godon Hada line up against that Galarian Stunfisk and really punish it for being in the matchup. I think that maybe is one of the keys to victory here, but Dancing Rob continues to alter his strategies, alter his approach, play around with the energy, and make these close victories work.
Everything is on the line here as these trainers take their time queuing into this first set of the bracket reset of Grand Finals. One trainer locked in, ready to go. The other trainer just taking a couple extra moments to think through their strategy, figure out who is the key Pokemon that they want to focus on, who is going to bring them to that incredible title of first ever Masters Division Pokemon World Champion. And as both these trainers are locked in, ready to go, let's go ahead and make some noise as this is the bracket reset. It's still the Grand Finals, and we once again have two Ninetales facing off on the field.
We see an instantaneous swap out from Dancing Rob to that Medicham. This Pokemon has been instrumental, a pivot point here for Dancing Rob as he looks to work his way out of the matchups. Actually switching in the Registeel against this Medicham.
The Medicham going for a Psychic, as we've already established. Dancing Rob does not have access to Power Up Punch on his Medicham. Does a decent amount of damage, but these fighting type fast moves I think are more important and more valuable here. Godon Hada throwing the Zap Cannon will drop the attack of that Medicham.
It definitely slows this matchup down as these counters are dealing super effective damage, but the charge attacks are really a bit unreliable in terms of damage output. Maybe reaching for a double Ice Punch here? No, going straight for the Psychic, trying to secure a knockout on the Registeel.
It's going to be close, waiting until the last possible second to throw that Psychic and just barely misses that knockout. The Registeel throwing a Focus Blast into the Medicham, and Dancing Rob decides to shield it.
Medicham hits hard, but Registeel proves it can hit back. It does take a Protect Shield there to maintain switch advantage, but that is actually pivotal here because those Ninetales do not like to see each other in that lead matchup, and we do have the Medicham delivering an Ice Punch here. This is just icing on the cake. This is just a little parting gift, if you will.
Yeah, you got to spend the energy if you have access to it, especially knowing that you're going to get knocked out almost instantaneously afterwards. Now that Galarian Stunfisk is out on the field for Dancing Rob, and that Ninetales is already ready to throw a charged move. Is it going to be an Overheat? Is it going to be a Weather Ball? The Stunfisk is able to hold on, but there's another one queued up ready to go.
I think you have to save the Stunfisk at this point. You have no... Oh, you actually do not save it. The Shadow Kanto Ninetales is too hot to handle. It's going to continue continue to apply pressure as the Alola Ninetales comes in here, and this is the matchup we saw in the lead. This is something Dancing Rob wanted to avoid.
Yeah, Godon Hada also still has access to both of his shields. Dancing Rob using his last shield to take the overheat from the Ninetales, but Godon Hada just immediately switching out that Ninetales. The Ninetales just gets knocked out, so that attack drop doesn't even matter.
And this is actually critical because we haven't seen the wall rain much from Godon Hada, but we do see it in the matchup here, delivering the Earthquake, securing the knockout here, and notching that first win under his belt of this Grand Finals reset. Godon Hada takes the early lead.
I wonder why we haven't seen the wall rain yet in this matchup. If you think about it, this is at least the 6th game that these trainers have played throughout this tournament, yet it was the first time we've seen the Shadow Wall Rain take the field, and honestly, it felt like quite a comfortable adjustment as it was able to outpace that Ninetales to the charged moves, to the Earthquake even for the knockout there.
Yeah, Wall Rain is such a formidable Pokemon. We've seen that Pokemon time and time again here in the championship circuit. It's so powerful, it's so fast, it's so bulky, it's so dynamic, and it has really flipped a lot of matchups. But seeing it here, like you said, is a bit of an adjustment. I think the best answers that we've seen to that Shadow Wall Rain are the Medicham and the Galarian Stunfisk, and Dancing Rob has brought those Pokemon again and again and again, and we see that Shadow Wall Rain coming out anyway.
So good thing to note for Godon Hada, if you're able to keep that Wall Rain in the back, possibly after your Shadow Kanto Ninetales knocks out the Galarian Stunfisk, that's just one more option you have in terms of your win conditions. There are some other Pokemon that we have not seen yet from these trainers. You know, I think we've seen a lot of Lickitung from Godon Hada throughout the tournament, but not so much in this matchup. I don't think we've seen too much of Dancing Rob's Lickitung either, which is something important to note as we're going through this game. I think that there is a lot to be said right now about the benefit of the surprise factor at the 7th game of this set. You start to know, you start to notice, you know, the short-term memory banks, even, if you will, start to tell you what your opponent does, what your opponent favors. So if you're able to catch them off surprise just a little bit, that can make all the difference. But we're ready to start this next set, and it's Medicham versus Dancing Rob's Lickitung. Such an unfortunate start for Rob.
This is a bit tough for Rob, but this Lickitung will make this matchup close. Super effective lick damage coming through here on that Psychic-type Medicham is just whittling away at the HP, and again, the charge attacks here are critical. Looking for the same type attack bonus, Body Slam. Lickitung does strike first here.
It will connect, but this Medicham has Power-Up Punch available to it, so these fighting type attacks are only going to get stronger and stronger, but Godon Hada throwing the Psychic straight first.
This Psychic coming through here will warp a little bit of the space-time around that Lickitung, and we do see the Lickitung mirror switch in here, but a tremendous health advantage here on the side of Godon Hada, and we finally see the Galarian Stunfisk come out to meet it. This is an interesting play as well. Sending out that normal-type Pokemon typically pulls out a counter user like the Medicham, but Dancing Rob sending in the Stunfisk here.
I think that's okay. You know, if you go back to game 5 of the set, the Galarian Stunfisk having a little bit of extra energy on it did make all the difference for Rob, and it does feel like it's pretty comfortably sitting on the field right now. Godon Hada not shielding the Earthquake, bringing that Lickitung down to half. You know, Rob does have time to try and make this Stunfisk work, and even though it is going to be trapped on the field, both these trainers do have 2 shields available to them, but Dancing Rob deciding to just take the Power Whip.
Yeah, I think Dancing Rob recognizing the Power Whip is not quite enough to knock out the Galarian Stunfisk. He can get to the Earthquake. One eye on the switch timers as well is not going to allow Godon Hada to jump out of that matchup. Instead, going to deliver an Earthquake here, which will knock out the Lickitung if it doesn't get shielded, and it does not.
Both these trainers are content just saving their shields until the absolute last possible moments. It looks like the switch timer also has reset for Dancing Rob and Godon Hada, who immediately takes advantage of it to send in Registeel to Dancing Rob's Medicham.
Dancing Rob looking to pound away here on the Steel type. Registeel actually reaching the charge move priority, throwing the Psychic here. Medicham really would love a defense drop here to make this matchup more manageable.
The shield will stop the damage from that Psychic, and no defensive drop comes through. Godon throwing a Zap Cannon will be blocked by the Protect, but also the attack drop will mean that these fighting type fast moves are dealing less damage to the Registeel overall, buying it just a couple seconds more of time.
Again, Registeel trying to manipulate the clock here, throwing another Zap Cannon here, but the Psychic will come through here first. Medicham is in a pivotal position, and it does deliver the Psychic. No Protect Shield used, but the Registeel still standing strong.
But there's the defensive drop right there. So if Medicham can find just a couple more seconds of damage against this Registeel, I guess overall with the second attack drop, maybe the equation still comes out to be the same, but that's more than enough time for this Medicham to win the matchup and then swap out and lose those attack drops overall.
As we see Godon bring in the Medicham, then Lickitung pounces on the matchup. Is this a little bit risky though, because this Medicham might have an opportunity to counter it down?
Medicham in the red. These licks are super effective. It's coming down to the absolute wire, and the Medicham is the one that gets knocked out first. For Dancing Rob, he is the winner of this set. It just feels like back and forth for these trainers. We're now going to be entering the 8th game overall of this grand finals as the score is tied 1-1.
I mean, if you're looking for two trainers that were evenly matched, I don't think you need to look anywhere else besides center stage at London. These two trainers are neck and neck. As soon as you think one trainer has an advantage, the other one storms back, and both of these trainers are just out to prove why they deserve to be in this position, why they deserve to be the first ever champion.
And with gameplay as back and forth as it is playing out on the stage, you can conclude that both these trainers really truly would be formidable world champions, but there can only be one. And I feel like the tricks and the strategies and the gameplay, we're just starting to see these trainers get so much time practicing against each other. How do you keep yourself centered on your game plan and stop yourself from just out-predicting your opponent by like 3, 4, 5, 6 levels of mind games?
I was going to say these two trainers are going to get to know each other very well over the span of these two series. Maybe even choreograph a dance afterwards. Who knows? Dancing Rob in the name. I had to reach for that one there. But we're going to see what happens here as Godon looks to deliver a win here in this game number 3 of the Grand Finals reset. A slight reminder to everyone watching at home, this is an interesting development because Dancing Rob has not only reset the bracket, but he is threatening the winner's side bracket champion, who is Godon here. This is a best of 5, 3 wins on the board, spell victory.
Dancing Rob just really taking his time to think through this matchup. I find it interesting that Godon as well has also been consistently locking in his Pokemon prior to Dancing Rob. Could just be that he's maybe a little bit more comfortable going into these matchups and has that game plan already queued up, ready to go. Could also just be that Dancing Rob is taking this time to help center himself. You know, you have the opportunity to think here. You might as well use it, as every single second counts the second you start this game.
Yeah, I think every single moment, every single precious second, and if I could raise the stakes a bit, not just seconds, but half seconds, as we saw, that's all that Dancing Rob needed to reset this bracket, delivering that rock slide onto the Altaria. Again, the more games we play, the further away it feels, but this is very real. This is very in the moment. That was just a few minutes ago, and you need to secure some more close clutch victories in order to win this series. This is interesting in terms of adjustments because both of these trainers have shown a lot of their cards at this point in the series. They both felt each other out through 8 games here going on this 8th match. This is going to be very interesting to see if that Venusaur makes an appearance, if the Altaria shows up in the team composition, how these trainers are going to respond to each other because, again, at this point, they know each other pretty well.
Yeah, I also find it really interesting that we're seeing like consistently different Pokemon picks on each side of the field. These trainers, it's not like we've reached a point where they feel like, okay, this is my best possible chance of winning this matchup. You know, we're constantly seeing Pokemon swap in and pop out, and you know, these trainers make adjustments as they're going along, which I think also is just a testament to how close this matchup is. It's not like these trainers have sat down and cracked the code and decided if I don't do X, Y, and Z at this time in this place, then I unfortunately will not win this match. It's still very much a tug of war. This truly could be anybody's game, anybody's set at this point in time.
And that's what's so fascinating about this series as it plays on. You might look at these team compositions on paper and say, oh, there's a definite advantage for the trainer on the left. There's a definite disadvantage for the trainer on the right. And we thought that we saw that going in early, especially for that Shadow Venusaur. So many obstacles for it succeeding due to that team composition from our trainer on the left. But it's so tough, right? Because sometimes you can just bring neutral Pokemon and you can really show your skill ceiling, maximize all your opportunities, and take your best shot at your opponent, and it works out. And we've seen a lot of neutral play, a lot of feeling through the matchups as the series has continued. And like you said, it's not only a physical tug of war in terms of the Pokemon battling, it's a mental tug of war. This is a test of endurance, and the first trainer that blinks is going to be the one that falls.
Yeah, we were at mile 26. Now I think we're at mile 26.1. You know, you can see that finish line in the distance, and you're just so close. You just have this last hurdle to go. And I can't help but wonder if one of these trainers is just going to take off sprinting, you know, try and make a big read, try to make a big prediction, as opposed to playing this mental tug of war game after game after game to try to give themselves the advantage. And hypothetically speaking, if one of these trainers does decide to go for the breakout strategy, if you will, that's going to be such an interesting thing to watch play out, as it will be most likely very polarizing.
I just want to mention as well, it's continuing with your running analogy. For example, let's say there's a rock in the road and you trip. Maybe that trip is in the form of just one turn late on a switch, maybe one wrong read on what your opponent might have in the back of their lineup. That is one stumble, one fall. That's all it takes for your opponent to just run off into the distance and put them over your shoulder.
I can't imagine what's going through these trainers' minds right now as well. Like I said, there's so much to keep track of. You know, I think it's great that I see some pens and paper, I think, on the desk down there, and I know that I've been taking notes. But it's so important to try and manage all this information and keep it just available and ready to go. This is it. I mean, we keep talking about it, but it's true. This is it. This is the moment that could define whether or not you're a world champion. And regardless of what happens, I gotta say, both these trainers have played so well consistently throughout the tournament, consistently throughout this grand final sets, their final sets. It's an absolute pleasure to watch them play right now. I just want to know, like, what's going on? What are they thinking about? I almost wish that we had a little bit of a telepathy user here with us who could just give us a bit of an insight, you know?
I wish that as well. It'd be fascinating to see into the minds of these battlers, but then again, you just see through their actions as well. You see a lot of strategy play out, a lot of layers here to each of the techniques that they try to deploy throughout this tournament. But I want to take a second as well, Gabby, and just talk about the other competitors that have been here on the world stage. Everyone has so much to be proud of for being here in the World Championships. Only roughly 30 trainers qualified to be here out of the entire world of Pokemon Go players. That means something. That's something that you can carry into the next season with momentum, with pride in your heart, no matter where you finish. I think that's very, very impressive, and no one can ever take that away from you.
Yeah, something subtle that you may have noticed in our Worlds recap video that we showed, quite frankly, what feels like ages ago at the beginning of this set, was that all the competitors here this weekend are given a welcome bag that has some really cool Pokemon merchandise in it that's made especially to celebrate the fact that you qualified for the Pokemon World Championships. And that is no small feat. Many of these trainers had to either finish in the top 2 or top 4 of incredibly difficult tournaments to qualify here today. And we even saw a couple of trainers who had to, quite frankly, win an entire bracket of the last chance qualifier in order to move on to this day of competition. So even though we are down to the final 2, every single person who competed here this weekend, whether you competed in the LCQ, the last chance qualifier, whether you competed in day 1, day 2 of Worlds, truly has an incredible accomplishment to celebrate. And there's only more waiting in store. If you are watching this right now at home, and again, you think that you could be Godon Hada or Dancing Rob down there on the stage trying to figure out how to become the next Pokemon Go World Champion, check out Pokemon.com/play, as all the information is there for you to join and compete and participate, make some amazing friends in the community, and be part of these amazing moments that we get to celebrate.
I want to make 1 point, and then I have 1 question.
All right, go for it.
So my point here is that you can participate in multiple regional competitions. Maybe you don't have your best showing in a regional competition. Maybe it's your first time going up there, battling other trainers face-to-face. Maybe your only exposure is in the Go Battle League. That's perfectly fine. There's definitely a degree of acclimation that goes on here as these trainers try to feel their way through the stage, through the atmosphere, through the pressure. And again, wherever you are battling, maybe it's on your couch at home, maybe it's at a local tournament in a grassroots circuit, it has a different feel, a different vibe. There's a lot of energy that you have to kind of, I guess, guide yourself through. And I think that giving yourself multiple opportunities to compete is key to acclimating again to those circumstances. So again, you can participate in as many of these regional competitions as you want, and sometimes it takes more than one try to get it right. But hey, if you do and you get to Worlds, it's worth it. My question for you, Gabby, is we've had 2 other fantastic, incredible co-casters here today, Steven Sanders and Caleb Peng. They're incredible casters, incredible talent here on the stage. But if those 2 battled in a World Championship, who do you think would take the win there?
Oh, that's interesting, because the first thing I think of is that Caleb would be running Bastiodon, as that's his signature Pokemon. And I would hope that Steven or Butters would recognize that that Pokemon is making an appearance. I think that something that some people do is that, let's say their favorite Pokemon is Blastoise. They qualify for the World Championships. They don't care how they're doing. They're running Blastoise.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, Caleb is probably good enough to make it to the finals with a Bastiodon, regardless of what the metagame looks like. So if Butters decided to go for the hard counter into Caleb, expecting the Bastiodon, I think he would take it. But it could be mixed up. I think we should try and line up some caster battles in the future, but for now, I think we should finally get back to the stage, as it looks like these trainers are ready to go. The time for thinking is over. It is time to go into battle and take on the person blocking you from the title of World Champion. Again, this is Dancing Rob, this is Golden Hada. They are tied 1-1 in this Grand Finals bracket reset. Both of these trainers are currently 2 wins away from becoming the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. If you are watching at home, let us know who you're rooting for in chat. Are you rooting for Dancing Rob? Are you rooting for Golden Hada? Are you rooting for Turtwig, Altaria, Venusaur? Let us know in the chat, as this is it. This is that moment.
And we need to seize the opportunity here. We have 2 trainers. There is no next opponent. There's only this opponent and this moment. And in this moment, our trainers are locked in and ready to fly down to that stage as we are ready for game number 3 of our grand finals. We are only a few wins away. One of these trainers sitting in front of you will become a champion and the other will not. However, only time will tell. Both of our trainers have locked in their screens here. We might see a flip over in just a moment, or maybe just a quick refresh here as we get things queued up.
Yeah, you gotta make sure that you keep everything fresh.
You gotta keep things fresh.
You gotta keep things fresh. And unfortunately for us, that will mean we'll have to wait a couple more moments. But hey, if you're at home thinking to yourself, man, I should have gotten up and gotten some more water or gotten some popcorn, run. You have time, but you need to make that sprint of the last marathon mile, because if you are too slow, you may miss us crowning the first ever world champion here.
I just want to mention as well, all of the love and support that we've seen on social media is so incredible. All of the hashtag Pokemon Worlds hype, all of the Pokemon Go hype as well. It's so heartwarming to see everyone supporting their favorite trainers and just excited for this event. The viewership has been incredible. The interaction from the chats have been incredible. Thank you so much for supporting this competition, because this is just the dawn of a new age for competitive Pokemon Go, and we are making history here today. These trainers are going to refresh their applications, but I promise you we will get into these battles here shortly. I will say, 2-0 Butters does favor Shadow Charizard, and that Pokemon really struggles against the Bastiodon as well. So if he picks one of his favorites and Caleb picks one of his own favorites, it's going to be a little bit uphill. But Pokemon like Swampert, like Whiscash can also provide a lot of problems for a Bastiodon team, so maybe he pivots more to a water and ground type Pokemon.
I don't know. It's, again, you're at the World Championships. Do you decide to run something that you think will absolutely destroy your opponent, especially knowing who your opponent is? Or do you just run with your favorite Pokemon? I think having been in that situation, I decided to make more of a meta play, but I tried to make my favorite Pokemon work. It was a Mega Metagross, which we don't have in the metagame quite yet for Pokemon Go, but
right.
still, that's enough talking about the old times. Let's go ahead back into the current time as these trainers are finally ready to go. This is going to be Game 3 of the Grand Finals, and it's Altaria versus the Galarian Stunfisk.
This is essentially a best of 3. Both of these battlers are tied up here, so the Lickitung counter swap into the Medichip. So much happened there, and I'll try to slow things down for us, but this Lickitung is applying a lot of pressure as we see the Body Slam come through here, and it will not receive a Protect Shield.
Again, Dancing Rob's Medicham only has access to Ice Punch and Psychic. It's not running Power Up Punch, and as a result is really forced to throw these Psychics against the Lickitung. But Goldenhada not saving those shields for later like we've seen him do in previous games, just goes for it immediately to block the Psychic.
No defense drop was triggered there, but the Psychic is Protect Shielded, applying a lot of pressure still with the counters. But look at that Medicham's HP. This Body Slam will definitely knock it out. What does Dancing Rob decide to do? He's weighing his options.
He lets it go. He decides to save the shields for later. Medicham goes down, but this gives the opportunity for that Galarian Stunfisk to come on right back in and get to that key Earthquake we saw it use earlier on in the set.
Looking forward with these teams on the screen, I think alignment is absolutely critical, and it looks like Dancing Rob is controlling that alignment thus far. He might have a favorable matchup down the stretch, but he's got to get through the Lickitung first, and this Rock Slide, I think, will be enough to knock it out.
It's going to be close. It connects and it finds the KO. Goldenhada down to his final 2 Pokemon. It's an Altaria and a Medicham, but you have to wonder what Pokemon Dancing Rob has in the back. He sends in the Medicham. This Galarian Stunfisk goes for the Earthquake first, but Goldenhada doesn't shield it.
Goldenhada not using a Protect Shield here, maybe recognizing something dangerous is in the back, and here it comes. We're in the danger zone as the Alola Ninetales hits the field against the Medicham.
That Medicham tries to go for a charged move, but just doesn't have time to get it. Charm from this Alolan Ninetales is such a powerful move, and Goldenhada not even shielding the Weather Ball from this Alolan Ninetales, as it will outpace this Altaria in damage, all thanks to that charm.
The Alola Ninetales was inevitable there, defeating 2 Pokemon and giving Dancing Rob another victory. He is just 1 win away from being our first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Gabby, this is what happens when you don't bring the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. When there is no Registeel on the opposing side of the field, that Alola Ninetales is so dangerous.
And I have to wonder if Goldenhada is going to make that same mistake twice. I think Dancing Rob just made a fantastic call again at Team Preview, recognizing that Goldenhada either wouldn't bring that Registeel, or between the Galarian Stunfisk and the Medicham had enough offense to scare that Registeel away. Now that Dancing Rob is 1 win away from becoming the first ever world champion in Pokemon Go, I wonder, does Goldenhada take that risk a second time?
That's a very interesting question, and a calculation that he has made in his mind, as one of our trainers is already locked in. The other one is thinking things through, and I think we have a second lock-in. This could be a pivotal matchup here as our 2 trainers go at it yet again.
Altaria on the field for Goldenhada, and Swampert is the lead for Dancing Rob. And Dancing Rob immediately trying to switch in the Medicham of all Pokemon against this Altaria.
This is actually a team composition that we've seen Dancing Rob carry on before. He knows that he will lose the 1 shield scenario here against the Altaria if both of these Pokemon invest a Protect Shield each. But the Ice Punch does deal some significant damage, super effective damage. And then we see the Altaria again gathering energy. This almost feels like a script. We've seen this play out so many times in the series.
Yeah, that Altaria throwing the Sky Attack 1 split second before the Ice Punch was available to the Medicham. Dancing Rob using the first shield to keep that Pokemon safe. Does get to the Ice Punch here, but Goldenhada has more than enough time to go for that Protect Shield.
This is definitely a key moment of the matchup. Both of these trainers struggling to try to win switch advantage here as the Altaria's Dragon Breaths are piling on and reaching again for the Sky Attack just before the Ice Punch is queued up. Can Medicham withstand this attack? It cannot. Sky Attack will secure the knockout.
Dancing Rob would have had to go for that shield there, but having no shield with the Swampert and the Alolan Ninetales against this Altaria could be very dangerous as Swampert swaps onto the field for the Alolan Ninetales, trying to farm that Altaria and get the knockout, but Altaria just throwing that Sky Attack and forcing Rob to use his last shield.
Now here comes the Lickitung. This is why alignment is so key, as that water and ground type Pokemon squares off against the Lickitung with that incredible coverage attack of Power Whip. We do see the first Hydro Cannon coming through. Again, Lickitung able to withstand a lot of punishment, and it absolutely absorbs that first Hydro Cannon, actually throwing a charge move priority. Great counting there by Dancing Rob.
Yeah, both of these trainers are truly bringing their A game to this grand finals, as the Hydro Cannon barely misses the knockout on the Lickitung, but Lickitung able to connect a Power Whip against that Shadow Swampert. You know that's going to be a knockout.
It definitely does knock out the Shadow Swampert. Here comes the Alolan Ninetales, and guess what? We are back where we started. We have a Shadow Kanto Ninetales waiting in the wings to come out here and face off against the Alolan Ninetales, and here it is.
The Shadow Kanto Ninetales also having the shield advantage in this matchup, and all it will take is one Weather Ball to tie the set up once again. 2 wins for Golden Hada, 2 wins for Dancing Rob. We are literally, finally, 1 game away from crowning our first world champion in Pokemon Go.
How in the World Championships did we get here? Oh my goodness, this is so incredible to watch. From that last half-second rock slide to reset the bracket from Dancing Rob to this pivotal moment. I think in the last game we saw, not this current one, but the previous, maybe 2 games ago, if I may say, we saw Dancing Rob kind of just dominate the matchup. The no protect shield on that Weather Ball from Alolan Ninetales, from Golden Hada, just submitting the defeat. And then we see a return here with Dancing Rob accepting defeat. These trainers are evenly matched, and either of them deserves to be a champion today.
And I can't imagine just the pressure on these trainers' minds, because this is, again, going to be the 10th game of this set at this point in time. They've played through almost every single permutation of this matchup, and it just comes down to confidence and predictions and the mind games. There is no guaranteed strategy for both of these trainers to follow to get to that world champion title. They have to take every single second to think their strategy through, to remember the 9 games that preceded this one, and figure out what their opponent is going to do, what strategy, what Pokemon are they going to bring, and how can I be 1 step ahead to win the title.
Like we talked about yesterday, there are essentially 2 voices going on in each of these trainers' head. The first voice says, this is your only chance. You may never sit in this seat ever again at the World Championships. And the other voice says, this is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion. And we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Altaria takes the field against the Galarian Stunfisk from Dancing Rob, and you see him pump his fist in victory. The Galarian Stunfisk loves this matchup. Both these trainers, again, swapping. Now it's the Lickitung versus the Medicham.
And we've seen this play out a few times before. Lickitung going to apply some pressure here with the body slam. The question is, which one of these trainers is going to change the script? Which one is going to find that unique win condition?
Psychic is the move of choice for this Medicham, and the Lickitung going for an early shield this time around, not wanting to take any additional damage as these fast moves are starting to add up. Will outpace the Medicham to the body slam and waits until that last possible second to throw, and Dancing Rob just conceding this matchup, letting the Medicham go, not investing any more shields.
Golden Hada's mastery of these one-turn fast attacks is just absolutely spectacular, as he's able to throw these attacks again and again and deny his opponent their own charge attacks. We do see the Power Whip getting queued up here as well. This Galarian Stunfisk can very comfortably absorb this attack, and the Rock Slide might be enough to KO as well. But how much energy does Dancing Rob want to gather first?
I think he wants to gather as much energy as possible, getting to a second Rock Slide. Does throw the first one for the knockout on the Lickitung, but look at the targets for the second. There's the Altaria and that Shadow Kanto Ninetales in the back of Golden Hada's party. if this Galarian Stunfisk finds the right alignment, it's actually the Shadow Kanto Ninetales that takes the field.
And this is so critical. We do see the Rock Slide come through here. The Protect Shield gets forced as well. Can Shadow Kanto Ninetales carry Golden Hada to victory or not?
It will not take damage, and it will be followed up by a second Rock Slide, and there are no more Protect Shields remaining for Golden Hada. Has the Weather Ball ready, but it's a switch, and now the Alolan Ninetales is out on the field. Once again, it's a Ninetales versus Ninetales showdown, and the Weather Ball is thrown from Golden Hada. Dancing Rob blocks it with a shield.
We do see that Charm sneak through there and KO that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Altaria is on the field. Alola Ninetales looking to deliver victory for its trainer.
That Weather Ball will connect and pick up some major damage against this Altaria. Will it have the opportunity to throw one more charge move, or will Charm just knock it down? And Dancing Rob is your first ever Pokemon Go World Champion in the Masters Division.
This is where legends are made. The first ever Pokemon Go World Champion is before your eyes. Years of trial experience and practice and work has led to this moment, and it is a beautiful one to see.
Having come all the way from the loser side of the bracket, winning the bracket reset in the critical Game 5, winning the critical Game 5 in the reset to become the world champion. Dancing Rob truly has mastery of this game. You can see exactly why he was able to take the crown. But Golden Hada as well. That game was just so close. It was a consistent back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Both these trainers should be very proud of their accomplishments here today.
Both of these trainers deserve to be champions today, but unfortunately only one could walk away as that first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. I mean, how close were those series? How close were those matchups? I mean, Dancing Rob made it interesting for all of us, right?
Oh yeah, I think he definitely kept all of us on our toes, on the edge of our seats. What an incredible finale to a truly incredible weekend for Pokemon Go. Again, here at the World Championships.
The first ever World Championships. I know we said that so many times before, but for trainers that have been gathering their Pokemon, catching their Pokemon out in the wild, playing all of the Community Day events, playing the Spotlight Hours, doing their weekly research breakthrough, participating in raid hours and going out with their friends and enjoying all these opportunities, they've asked themselves quietly for years, what is next? What is that next challenge? I want to be the very best like no one ever was, and today, Dancing Rob is that trainer.
Yeah, what an incredible accomplishment for Dancing Rob. And I can't wait to hear his thoughts about that matchup, because what an incredibly close matchup. I mean, the mind games must have been absolutely off the charts for both of these trainers. And to just be able to dial into his perspective in those critical Game 5s, the final game of the first part of the grand finals and the final game of that bracket reset, it would just be so cool to get that insight, you know?
It would be absolutely fantastic to see that. And guess what, Gabby? I think we're going to have a one-on-one with our first ever Pokemon Go champion. Let's hear it in the crowd, in the chat, and in the stadium for our first ever champion. Anna, take it away.
How does it feel to hear that you're the first Pokemon Go World Champion?
Well, I still can't. I really can't believe it. Like right now, I'm still stressed, nervous. All of these emotions are just coming out, and I came here in the losers bracket all day, and like had the most chances of winning felt like zero, but I managed to win it all, which is crazy.
Yeah, through a 10-game series, how was it mentally doing that?
Stressful.
Yeah. When do you think you figured out that you had it, that you were going to win?
Like, I knew the Kanan was in their back, so when I threw the last rock slide, I think I knew I had it because it felt like I could charm that Kanan down. And yeah, that was when the stress started to go down, but it's not gone yet.
I'm sure you won't calm down for quite some time, and there's a lot of people out here who are cheering for you and want to celebrate. Is there anyone that you want to say thank you or hello to?
First of all, I want to say thank you to Thor Tactical, who's like my best training partner, the only one I had for the World Championships, and to my good friend Aerosol, who helped me with the team and convinced me about the Venusaur pick, which kind of helped in most of the matchups. I want to say thank you to my friends Ilya, Leandro, and all the others, Stone Collection, Kevin, all the others who. So I for sure forgot someone, but yeah.
There are also a lot of people that maybe you don't know that are watching you and saying, wow, that's the first champion. I want to play just like them. What advice would you give those people?
It's never too late to start. Like, I started only in 2019 and like end of 2019 with PvP. The game was out in 2016, but I still managed to get here. And that's like crazy. Like, it's never too late and you can all be the next champion if you try.
Absolutely, that's great advice. Thank you. Let's hear it one more time for our champion, and we'll head back to you, casters.
And the crowd goes absolutely wild for their first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. And what an incredible interview that was. I didn't know that Dancing Rob didn't start playing until 2019. That is very, very recent.
It absolutely is. There have been several years for trainers to kind of gather the resources, invest in the Pokemon they want to add to their Go Battle teams. And we see actually current events like the current World Championship event is so instrumental in helping you to get up to speed, to build these key Pokemon like the Araquanids, like the Venusaurs, like the, I guess, Galarian Stunfisk. You can name them all, right? The Alolan Ninetales. You can capture these Pokemon out in the wild and get up to speed just in time for a 2023 tournament circuit.
Yeah, and that event is still running for the remainder of the weekend. You know, you think about our time here at this tournament is slowly coming to a close. I believe we have a little bit more of a celebration to be had before that. But the World Championships is still rolling on. The Video Game Championship Series and the Trading Card Game Championship Series are currently in the process of cutting down to their final 2 trainers for the Junior, Senior, and Masters age division. And we'll be streaming that all on Twitch tomorrow. So don't quite log off yet, as there's still some incredible Pokemon action to be had this weekend. And again, some more celebration as we celebrate our winners here of Pokemon Go at the World Championships.
So much history has been made this
So
weekend.
much history.
And it's all past us, it's behind us now, but I think it's worth a moment to take a look at that bracket and maybe track this trainer's journey through their first ever Pokemon Go World Championships. So as we try to track Dancing Rob here on that far right, we can work backwards there. After winning the bracket reset of the grand finals, we did see him emerge, I guess, out of that earlier bracket.
Yeah, as he mentioned in his interview, he came through on the loser's side of the bracket starting early on in the day. He had to win 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different sets in order to take that title of world champion. Truly an underdog story. Godon Hada on the other side of the bracket came through on the winner's side. That meant he only had to win 1, 2, 3 games to make it to that grand finals. And talk about an accomplishment for Dancing Rob. I mean, we've talked so much about your mental game, so much about stamina, how it's a marathon, not a sprint. He really did run the entire marathon and played as many games as he possibly could today.
Well, if you've ever looked at a landscape in front of you, whether or not it's a mountain or a building in the far off distance, you might look at that journey and just think it's untraversable. You can't possibly get to your end goal, but you have to focus on just one step at a time. For example, if you want to drive cross country, you can only see about 100 feet in front of you with your headlights at night, and that's all you need to see in order to traverse any kind of distance to reach a regional tournament, hopefully near you, right?
I would hope so. I mean, they're scattered all across the country and all across the world. And now is the perfect time to go to Pokemon.com/play and check out if there will be a regional championship near you this upcoming season. You know, the website went live with that information over the weekend. And I know we were all so excited to see it come up. I don't know about you, but I'm itching to compete a little bit after seeing such an exciting grand finals here. It's very inspiring to imagine. Like, hey, I mean, I don't think that's going to be me up there. Let's be real next year, but it could be. It could be.
You never know. I mean,
you never know.
Do you think Dancing Rob walked in today and he said, I'm the champion, I'm going to be the one that wins it all? Probably not, right?
Probably not. I mean, again, it was such an impossible run for him all the way through the losers bracket starting at the beginning of the day.
Exactly, and I think you have to have a certain degree of confidence as a trainer. You have to trust in your Pokemon, and some trainers, maybe they just know they're destined for greatness, but greatness was definitely established here today. And what an incredible just competition that was put on by the Pokemon Company, by Niantic, and the Pokemon Go app. I'm just so grateful for everyone that was involved in this, because this first ever Worlds, I don't know, this was one to remember.
Again, if you were watching along at home, you too were here for this incredible moment in history. And if you want a nice little souvenir to take on home with you, make sure to go into the Pokemon Go application and redeem your lovely t-shirt code. You can get an exclusive avatar shirt that features the world's key art. It's the Pikachu, it's the Roserade, it's that lovely London logo with all the Pokemon forming the different letters, and it can be yours. It's literally a free t-shirt. All you have to do is enter that code to redeem it. And please remember, you have until 23:59 UTC, August 22nd, in order to redeem that code. If you don't know what that means, just log on now and do it before you forget. Let's be real. It's a lot easier to do it now in the moment while we're waiting to celebrate our champions than it is to remember in a few hours after you've had some food, maybe taken a nap, you know, just sort of let the emotions wash over you from this incredible day of competition.
Everything we do in the Pokemon Go community is community driven. So let's all show up wearing the same t-shirts. We're all in the same group, in the same club, and that's a fun feature to have. But also on August 27th, we have our Go Fest finale event where you can get out and play with all of your fellow trainers. There's a free-to-play experience. There's legendary beasts, or excuse me,
Ultra Beasts.
Ultra Beasts to encounter, which you can add to your Go Battle League roster. Bring them in, test them out in battle, and see if you can win some battles of your own.
Yeah, that Buzzwole, I hear, is really coming in clutch for the Fighting Cup this week, which is currently being featured on the Go Battle League ladder. So if you want to get one of those, August 27th is the day that you should be out with your friends, raiding, wearing the same t-shirts, having fun, celebrating the incredible season of Go that we've had here over the summer for these lovely Go Fest events. But, you know, there still is time as well to participate in this World Championships event. It is going on, and you can encounter your very own World Championships 2022 Pikachu right now in raids or in special research if you are here. And if you are there, if you are anywhere, and the Pikachu is just so cute, and if you're lucky, you can capture a shiny as well. So you do not want to miss out on that opportunity. And I guess also catching some of the Pokemon that you may need to become next year's Pokemon World Champion, but really it's all about the Pikachu. I'm sorry, that's just how it is.
I was going to say, I really wish I had a shiny Worlds 2022 Pikachu. It must be nice, right, Gabby?
It's amazing. I love her so much. She's my best. She's not my best buddy yet, but we're working on it. I have some few poffins I'm going to give her after we cut for the day.
Absolutely. Well, there are tons of mementos to gather here from our first ever World Championships here in London. What a beautiful city, a beautiful event, and a very deserving champion. I think that might be it for our coverage on the Pokemon Go side. I've been Speediest Chief 2, aka Will Dunphy. It's been my lifetime honor to deliver this to you. And Gabby, I feel the same.
Yeah, again, I've been Simply Gabby Snyder. Thank you all so much for watching again. Thank you for spending this time here, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Let's hear a big round of applause for all of the Pokemon Go trainers that made it here to London in 2022. Our trainers have all battled hard these last few days, and we've seen some amazing, intense Pokemon Go action. Let's celebrate their accomplishments as we crown our first World Champions and finalists for both the Senior and the Masters divisions of Pokemon Go. First, from the Senior division, our finalist from Japan, Alan 716. The 2022 Senior Division World Champion from the UK, Weedle. Masters Division finalist from Korea, Golden Hana. The 2022 Masters Division World Champion from Germany, Dancing Rob. Congratulations to all of our 2022 Pokémon GO World Championship finalists. We still have so much more Pokemon action happening all weekend long, so tune in to watch all of the streams online. Thank you again to all the Pokemon GO trainers, and let's give our finalists one more big round of applause.